Oh gosh, I lost everyone watching. Oh well. So before the fucking blackout, I was talking about I was talking about my eye, right? So by direction of Julie that I paid attention in chat, seems like Julie doesn't know that happened to me. Like I had an infection in my right eye. That I got from one of my cats. You know, it's a bacteria, and I lost my vision on the right eye entirely. And it took 8 days for the doctors find out what the fuck happened with my eye and how to treat that. I think on the second, I don't remember anymore if it was on the second or the third day already. I think on the second day I have lost the entire vision on the right eye already. And after I started treating against this bacteria, from the 8th day onwards, I recovered part of it, but I have 30% of my eye vision, around 25 to 30% of my eye vision is still damaged, and I cannot read small things because I cannot focus on very small characters correctly, you know. So yeah, that's it. No, if you look to my eyes, you don't notice. Like you cannot see. Looking at my eyes, you cannot see anything wrong with them, you know. But yeah, when I lost my vision temporarily, entirely on the entire eye, my pupil was on this eye was way more different than the other, you know, because I mean I couldn't see. Yeah, it was different when looking at the mirror. But now you don't. I don't think you can notice. I didn't try to look very well, but I don't think you can notice just by looking at my eyes that I have any problem. But I cannot see clearly. I have there is a small small stains in my vision, small blind spots, you know, that I just don't see anything through them, you know. Yeah, and that's what happened. It was because my cat. So since that happened, I got a lot afraid of my cats, and I avoid touching them. I avoid getting contact with them. I'm always cleaning the house all the time and using medicines and etc. to kill flares and stuff like that all the time, like crazy. So I don't have it again to reduce the chances of having it again. But I'm always afraid of that, you know. It really became a trauma. Every time my eye hurts for whatever reason, I already panic, think that this is coming back, you know. And yeah, that's it. The treatment took a lot of time. And if it wasn't for the support of my community, I wouldn't be able to pay for the hospital. And even paying everything on private, because the public service here sucks. Everything, even paying everything on private, with the money that people sent me to, it took 8 days until they find out. This is how my country sucks, for you to have an idea, you know. This could have made the difference between I have lost this part of my vision or not permanently, you know. Maybe if they discovered sooner, when right on the second day, maybe I could have recovered everything, you know. But they took so much long. They took so long, you know. And I didn't recover everything. But I am still grateful that I can still see with it. But I'm really afraid of, and you see that's the most difficult part. No one wanna keep my cats, and it's not just they always spend horrors to take them with me, because that numbers that I was talking just to the airplane tickets and the cages that I'll have to buy. I still need to vaccinate them to a lot of stuff and get like certificates to travel, you know, and stuff like that. So I will spend more money with that as well. You know, I will spend almost like roughly saying like 7 to 8K BRL to take them with me, you know? That's so freaking much. Just to take 2 cats with me. That's so insane. While I would spend like to just me alone, I would just spend like my airplane ticket for the last time I researched it, like it was around 1,200 BRL to go there. Yeah, I think it was like that. Plus more 500 to take another 20 kilos like luggage with me, with more clothes. It would be like less than 2K BRL. But the cats alone without including me, are already like around 7K BRL, you know? That's really crazy. That's really crazy. Really, really crazy. You know? Yeah, it's not here in you guys' currency. You guys' currency is dollar and euro. But I mean, we receive in BRL. Like, for example, in McDonald's, US, like how much is the monthly payment of someone like putting fries in the bag? It's around like what? $2,000? 2,500? I don't know. Around that in dollars, right? But here, the monthly payment of a person is around like it's 1,600 BRL. Okay, it's not dollar, it's BRL. Okay, but you don't receive 1,600 because the government takes part of it. So you receive like 1,300, maybe 1,400, you know, BRL for you to spend the entire month. And we are talking about almost 10K BRL to take me and my cats, just the airport stuff, you know. Like that's so insane. That's so freaking insane, you know. That's so freaking insane. Oh gosh. Yes, Frosty, yes. Yes. Rent here, it's like for a very small and simple house, very, very small and simple house, it's around 1K BRL. Very, very small, like for one person, and like really, literally, you know, 1K BRL. It is what it is. Yes, that's what it is like to live and to be born in this hellhole. Okay? But okay, I don't want to make you guys cry or anything. I'm not saying this to make commotion and blah blah blah. I just explained because Julie didn't knew about the eye thing, and I started talking and I pushed it like it just happened. Okay, it just happened. But yeah, that's my reality. I'm just explaining in a way that you guys can understand. Because our realities are so different that you guys cannot comprehend, you know? Like, it's like that. It's like this, really, you know? So that's why people from my country, they dream to leave this country and go to US to put fries in the bag. Because in US, you putting fries in the bag, you have way more dignity than living here, you know? That's it. Yeah. Alright, I need to drink water. Where's my bottle? Oh, I forgot. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'll get my water bottle. One second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I hope you guys don't mind that I changed it to my black colored version. I think there is still some greenery of the green screen. Let me try to fix this very fast here before we proceed to the next video. Why is that again? Where it is? Where it is? The background here, no? Oh, I found it, Alright. Phantom Zuki. Look at me in Phantom Zuki mode, huh? Phantom Zuki, guys. Phantom Zuki. Ghost Zuki. Oh shit, it's difficult to not be green. And if I drag a little bit more, I start disappearing. Is this better? Or worse? I don't know. Is this looking better? Because I'm seeing this on my second screen and it doesn't have a good quality. Yeah. I dragged to my first one. It seems good, right? I think it's good, right? I don't know. I think it's good. Okay. Blackout slime? Black and white Zuki. Manga Zuki. Like this? This is better? Peace out, guys. Peace out. Okay. I don't wanna lose too much time messing with this. I think we're good, right? I think we're good. When I visited Brazil in 2000, the Brazil real was worth just under a USD. Now it is worth 20 cents. Yeah. It's like around five times lower. I think $1 is like it's like 5 BRL, 5 and 20. It's usually around like 5 and 15 and 5.20. Okay, let's go to the next video then. So that's why, guys. That's why the bar. Feeling the bar, I'm just recovering what I spent already. I didn't spend the 700 like 7,680 yet. Like I spent like yesterday 5,000, and I will still spend more 2,680. Just all of this, all these 7,680 are just legal counseling. Like I said, I will spend with cats, I'll spend with myself, and blah 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 blah. Okay, I will spend when I get there. I will still spend like with the rent and with the furnitures that I will have to buy, you know. So if at least I can retrieve the legal counseling money, like I can pay for everything else already with easy mind, you know. Yeah. Yeah, we have like 2 months to try to feel that. I actually don't think I will. It's too much. But yeah, hopefully a miracle will happen. I'm aware it's too much, guys. I'm aware. But I mean, it's there. The Real Reason Gen Z Isn't Growing Up by Casey Simpson. Yeah, let's watch it.
Years ago,
I don't know this guy.
epidemiologists at Washington University in St. Louis noticed something strange. They were seeing far more cancer patients, especially lung, digestive, and uterine cancer patients, than ever before. And they weren't seeing these cancer cases in older populations. They were seeing it in young adults, sometimes as young as 25. The researchers knew that cancer occurs when critical genetic damage has accumulated in cells.
Okay,
so they were shocked to be diagnosing members of Gen Z with cancer. Are young people really accumulating genetic damage faster? Is Gen Z aging more quickly? Well, they wanted to find out. They sampled blood markers from over 150,000 adults born between the 1950s and 1990s. The researchers found that millennials and Zoomers born between 1990 and 1999 had a 92% higher biological age gap compared to their real chronological age than did.
Wait, what? What does that suppose to mean?
Between 1990 and 1999 had a 92% higher biological age gap compared to their real chronological age than did Gen X born in the late 1960s.
So what does that mean? That we are aging fast? Like, yeah, we aging slow? I didn't got what... my brain's not brainy. Let's continue and see if I understand further later.
Means that Gen Z is genetically aging faster than previous generations.
Oh, buddy,
researchers said this is why so many of them are developing cancers that a few generations ago were completely unheard of in young people. Even after controlling for factors like smoking, Gen Z had more than a 57% higher risk of developing lung cancer. Why the hell is this happening? Gen Z smoke?
That's really crazy, right? Even not smoking. And I see a lot of old folks like around 70s, like it's true smoking, and the lungs are so freaking good.
Smokes less, puts on more sunscreen, and has less lead paint in their walls than any generation. There's only one answer. Stress. Stress is so bad for you, I'm stressed thinking about it. It's like worse than all the drugs put together. It causes heart disease, cancer, stroke, and like just straight up death. So when we see that Gen Z does not want to grow up and cannot get a job, the stress is affecting them at the genetic level.
Apparently, Gen Z is like aging really rapidly.
It is mainly because of the stress. Come here. We live in a time nowadays where millennials look way younger for their age, while Gen Z looks way older for their age. If you don't believe me, I'm Gen Z. Get closer. I am
What the fuck? You are Gen Z? No, fuck you. Wait, you have at least 35 years old. You're lying. You're lying to me. And no, I don't look old. I'm sorry. I'm Gen Z. I'm looking like Gen Z, you know?
Gen Z and nobody ever believes
I'm sorry. People still tell that I have like 50, you know? I'm sorry for that.
me. When my mom and I walk out in public, people think that my mom is my younger sister. Right? When I tell people, oh, I'm going to go hang out with my family, they think I'm talking about my children. I don't have kids. Right? I'm talking about my parents. I'm still the child. Does that make sense?
Oh no, guys, no, no, no! I give the tards all the excuses that they want. No, no, they start talking about, oh, so you like Mizuki? You like? Did you know that she looks like a child? Oh no, I'm so over. No.
I'll put it to you like this: Zendaya is older than me. Tom Holland is older than me. That's, you get what I'm saying right now? There was one time I wanted an autograph from Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, right? I was standing for hours for this autograph, and when he walked up to me, I said, can you please sign this poster? It's for Jordan, right? He then took it and put, dear Jordan, your dad is a great guy. He stood out here for hours and then gave it back to me. And before I can correct him, he looked at me and said, times were way more difficult back when we were kids. Am I
My
right?
brace
And then
is
he tapped
damaged,
my
though.
shoulder and left. Dwayne is
Not perfect.
52. I am 26. What I'm saying is, so Gen Z definitely looks older. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That is hilarious. Someone commented when you said Zendaya is older than me, I screamed.
I'm 25.
21. What the fuck?
I'm not even gonna pretend like I look like what a 25-year-old should look like.
I have the opposite experience. When I was in college, this guy asked me for directions and I gave it to them. And he was like, how do you know? I was like, I go here. He said, you just look like you came out of your 6th grade choir performance. Okay, buddy, that's... Okay, no need to be mean.
And of course, we know that it's a combination of many things that is make this happen with us. But what do you think is actually the main cause of this? Because there might be for all this stuff, like there might be like one thing that is actually exponentially make it's exponentially higher than all the other things that we are exposed to. One of those things that might be something that it's with us every fucking single day that we are consuming, or I don't know, or using on skin or whatever.
And because Gen Z is facing the slowest hiring market since the Great Recession, they are stressed. They feel like they're behind where their parents are, that they're supposed to have a good job at this age.
I graduated from college May of 2024, so a little over 2 years ago, with a bachelor's degree in data science.
Yeah.
And despite
Justice.
having glowing reviews from
Lefties, yeah, good. Yeah. If you think about that, that makes sense. Why we don't actually get to know what is the political side of these people that are aging faster?
my internship that I did post-grad from the director of the division that I worked in, I still do not have a full-time job in data science or anything in that general ballpark. And I'm about to go walk in to do a job interview for retail.
And a lot of people are feeling just like Larry Bird and Ron Weasley's love child over there. Someone commented, I'm on my 4th internship after graduating from a top 10 university. My grandfather worked as a chemist, but he told me they hired him as a chemist before he even went to school. Like, he started working as a chemist and then he went to college. That's how much things have changed. Now we have degrees and they won't hire us. I'm sorry, I'm just picturing it. Hey, excuse me, I'm here to be a chemist. Oh, have you ever done chemistry before? Never a day day in my life. Well, here's some fucking isotopes. Get in there. It reminds me of this Onion article that 95% of grandfathers got their job by walking right up and asking with a firm handshake. Gen Z also feels behind because they can't save any money.
Yeah, I heard that in the boomer era, like here in my country, they were asked by, by the how is that called in English? Those guys that fight against fire? The fire what? I forgot the name. Jesus Christ. It's very simple. Firefighter. Yes, it's so simple. I forgot. I'm sorry. The firefighters, like, they were just like grabbing literally any man that passed it through and asking if they wanted to join the force. It was simple like that. No tests, no rules or everything, and you would stay with a stable job like forever, because you don't leave the job once you're inside. Like it's like it's it's like it's a job that you cannot be kicked off here in my country, and you didn't have any type of tests, any type of skills. You just like they just grabbed you on the street and asked if you want to be part of it. Everyone says that here. Now you gotta do like all these insane like freaking tests and physical exams and all that shit and not get into. Like, it's so insane.
Brother, if you're already 20 years old and you don't have $20,000 in your savings account, that is 100% on you for not applying to a chemistry job with a firm handshake. If you have $0, you might be ahead of a lot of people who have like $30,000 in debt.
Can someone tell me what a normal amount of money for a 23-year-old in their savings account should be? I'm just asking because I'm just a little curious, because some of my friends say that they're like, oh my God, I'm so broke. I just have $15,000 in my bank account. You just said you can put a fucking down payment on a car. What do you mean? I just have enough nickels to scrounge up to get me a little McDouble. Whoa, what's happening? Some people are talking about how they have negative and they're in so much debt. They're in $2,000 of debt in their credit card. I'm too scared to get a debit card. A credit card because I don't trust myself. I do not trust myself. I don't know how much a normal amount is.
Someone commented, I have $3 in my bank account and $1 in my savings. Someone else said, I have $160 in my savings account and I'm going to transfer it.
If that is happening there, you should know what's happening here.
Tomorrow to get a bagel. And someone noticed, this comment section feels like a really disorganized group message. It does. So why is Gen Z so stressed out and aging so quickly? I'll tell you my opinion, but first, this guy's is going viral.
Gen Z is aging like shit, and here's why. It's the stress, guys. You were too stressed growing up. It's the same reason presidents age exponentially faster.
I am baldy. Bad. I am 90. What the fuck?
When they're in office. Your environment was too stressful. It causes organisms to develop faster. When millennials were in school, when we were little kids, we were in peak society. Late 80s, the entirety of the 90s, early 2000s. That was the peak of Western society. And in this peak, very safe time to be a little kid. The greatest trauma of our childhoods was 9/11. And that was over there. That was a distant, far-off thing, unless you were in New York City, in which case it was closer. But the war itself was over there. And then the financial crisis happened as we were all graduating. Like, we grew up in a very, very relaxed time. Gen Z didn't have that advantage. You guys grew up, 9/11 had already happened. Your country's already at permanent war. You then are going through a financial crisis, so your parents are stressed out. They're stressing over money, stressing over keeping the house. They then pass this stress onto you, and then you go to school where you might get shot. And instead of having a childhood where your body could relax and develop normally, you had an expressed puberty because you were going in a fight or flight state constantly when you should be relaxed. And that ages you. That ages you fast as fuck. You essentially are a bunch of rabbits. You are in a constant high anxiety state. And that makes an animal develop faster because it's telling the body it lives in a world where it's not likely to live particularly long, so it needs to grow up faster so it can reproduce faster, and then they can spread its genes.
There's something to that, but I think it more has to do with Gen Z
Real
being
crazy.
given way less responsibility
If you stop to think like that, it's really like scary because it's really see something on genetic level. Oh my god.
at way later ages than previous generations. So smaller things become much more important to them. You know how people get a terminal diagnosis or someone close to them dies and they start living the way they really wanted to for a couple of months? Or you know how you can be a reckless driver, but then you see a police car turn on their sirens, and even though it wasn't for you, you're spooked enough to drive really responsibly for the next 10 minutes? That's what happens when you have responsibility for things. You have profit and loss. You feel like what you're doing has weight, has consequence. Previous generations, like the latchkey kids, they had to figure out things on their own. Their parents weren't around. They had to work out their own fights. They had to remember how to get back home without a cell phone. They dealt with higher stress situations at much younger ages. A lot of Gen Z wasn't even allowed to walk a few blocks to a friend's house until they were 13. Someone said, my mom never let me out of the house to play with my friends until I was too old to be interested in that. I missed that whole developmental phase. You know, playing outside. But another important factor about why Gen Z can't handle stress, so much so that they're literally aging faster and getting cancer, is how different Gen Z's economy looks.
Gen Z is the hardest working generation in American history, and if they were born in the 1950s, about 1/3 of them would be multimillionaires and retired by the age of 40. And this is not just my opinion, this is what the raw numbers say. Based on Federal Reserve numbers, no generation has worked more than Gen Z. In the 1960s, households
I work a lot.
worked on average about 38.5
And it does a lot, or at least use it to until I had to quit to move.
total hours per week, compared to Gen Z two-income households that are working 85 to 90 hours per week. And in addition to that, 55% of them have reported working some kind of side hustle or second job. And so the question is, if they work so hard, why are they so poor? And it comes down to 4 main factors. Real estate prices
I call one factor. Like it depends. Like no. Let's go 4 factor. Like Jews, boomers, government, billionaires. Like which is Jews again? And the feminism. Yeah.
student loans, healthcare costs, and transportation costs. Let's talk about real estate. In the 1960s, a typical single-family house would cost between 1.5 and 2 times the median household income, but that was only one person working. Now with 2 people working, it's over 5 times that household income. Meaning if we put a typical Gen Z family with 2 incomes into a time machine back to the 1960s, they would be able to pay off a median
Yeah,
single-family
I
house.
know. Actually, if we go through that track, it's like it's just Jews because everything else comes from that.
By the time they turn 25. They also wouldn't have student loans, there would be negligible healthcare costs, and cars would have been cheaper, so would gas. And so they would be able to save an additional $4,000 a month that they would be able to put towards retirement. Compounded over 15 years from ages 25 to 40 with 8% annual return, this would mean that the typical Gen Z household would be at about $1.4 million in net worth by the age of 40 and have a paid
Will I have another blackout because I called their name?
off house at the same exact time, meaning they could probably retire in their 40s.
Baby boomers expected only one person in the household to make enough to support the whole family, so they could buy a house on one income. Now, Gen Z needs 2 incomes to even consider buying a house like 15 years from now, because we've doubled the workforce. And because the very same boomers that bought a house on one income put up a bunch of zoning regulations that make it impossible to build any new houses for the next generation. And another important factor is how Gen Z is the first generation to grow up on short form content. Think about it. Every previous generation, whether they grew up on books or movies or Disney Channel, watched an actual story with an
Yeah, now people are growing with 6-7, right?
actual plot
And farming aura.
for at least 30 minutes of runtime. In the same 30 minutes, a Zoomer will have scrolled through 80 TikToks, none of which they'll remember the next day. So their brain is just getting used to recycling information that they don't care about. It trains your mind that nothing you're watching is meaningful because it'll only last for 10 seconds. So it trains you to lose
Let's keep the
direction, to
toilet.
lose focus, which is what so many Gen Zers feel now.
Irritam themselves with the armor. Paul, the main reason why Gen Z is ruined. It's the reason why my mental health is ruined. What? TikTok. Oh, okay.
I added eggs to bananas. Look at how delicious it is.
But there's one factor I haven't mentioned. I think we totally screwed up how we handled COVID,
They
and
go
it's
on,
permanently
cursed
debilitated
biz.
a generation. Time since lockdown has felt like this amorphic blob, to the point where Gen Z still feels the age they were in March of 2020. You have so many posts saying, how am I 24? Like, I'm still a teenager. I can't be 25. I just turned 19.
I'm 24. I still think I'm a kid. I prefer going to dinner over a club. I'm ready for bed by 9 p.m. Grocery shopping is fun. My mom is my best friend. I learned to like brown. I stopped caring what people think. Going for a drive / walk is enough. Life is strange, man. Oh, you're not a kid because I bet you're fucking.
And they don't realize it, but they're all referencing the exact age they were when lockdown started. And so now I want you to watch this video that gives the 5 indications that someone hasn't grown up, and tell me you don't see this everywhere in Gen Z.
Number 1, you wait for people to tell you what to do. Mature people take initiative. They don't procrastinate. They don't depend on others to make things happen. They set their own rhythm, they set their own goals, they make their decisions, and they hold the steering wheel of their own life. But people who haven't grown up, they're like a baby bird waiting to be fed. If nobody feeds them, they just sit there hungry.
Oh my gosh, do I see this everywhere?
Yeah,
My friend did a
yeah.
group project.
It's if you are screwed, it's entirely your fault. Because you see me, I'm younger like you, and I'm successful. So it's entirely your fault. Why are you not successful like me, huh? Why are you not successful like me? Do something about it. It's your fault. You stop being like depressed inside your home with your empty or negative bank account and do something now. You know, it's so easy. Just like you can do that in a snap of what snap of fingers? Oh my god, snap of fingers. Snipe. Oh my god.
In college, they had to pick a topic, and it was like 2 hours into their fucking brainstorming session. They were still like, oh, you know, well, this is a good idea. Oh, well, what do you think about that, Billy? Do you like that idea? It's like, can we just kill ourselves at this point? Finally, my friend stands up and he's like, all right, guys, we're gonna do the establishment of Acadia National Park. And they were all like so surprised. No one objected because no one really cared what they did. This is like a group project that's gonna take 2 days of their lives. But they're just so not used to making decisions that they don't want to get it wrong, even when there's like no consequence. I'll give you a more intense example. This one is so bad. I was in an Israel-Palestine class in college, and the professors were always worried that they were being imbalanced. So they'd be like, okay, we got a Jewish speaker to speak on behalf of Israel. Okay, we got a Palestinian speaker. Does everyone feel balanced right now? And they kept asking, like, who do you guys want to see as a speaker? Does everyone feel okay? But what they never cared about was actually getting good, interesting speakers. I could tell everybody was falling asleep no matter who was talking. So some of the Jewish students were like, we need more Israelis. And some other students were like, no, we need more Palestinians. And my friend, bless his heart, oh my gosh, he literally stands up and says, can we have
Justice for the People is asking, can you own land in Brazil? And the answer is huge no. Because at the moment that you pay or you cannot pay, like that you don't pay or because you're unable, whatever the fuck reason it is, the tax, like the yearly tax of the government that gets more and more expensive, you don't own your house anymore. You'll be kicked out of it. And also, like, we have clauses in the law that allow the government simply kicking you out just because the government wants, because you don't fit your property, how it's called in English, in Portuguese, it's because you're not, in Portuguese it would be like, what the fuck, I'm actually forgot how to say that in Portuguese as well. There is a law that we have about property, like, that I don't actually know how did, but probably was our current president in one of his endless mandates before, that your house needs to feel a social, yeah, it needs to feel a social purpose. You know, it's literally like that. It's a social purpose. And if your house doesn't feel this social purpose, the government can just take you know, just kick you out of your home without any reason, even if you are paying all the taxes correctly and everything. So this is another reason of why you don't own your land. And what the hell means like this social thing that I said that I already forgot the word already. If your house don't feel that, and that's so vague, it's something so vague that the government can decide whenever they want. They can just kick out of your house, and they will pay. They will pay you for the house, but they will pay like the value that they want, and will always be like almost nothing comparable to what what actually your house actually costs. And there is that. And also like you cannot own houses here as well, and land and stuff like that, because when you die, we have these little thing, these lovely things that it's called bureaucracy. And also like it taxes it our country taxes the things, I forgot the words, the things that you can give to the that you can leave for the property things, the rights of all that property and stuff that you can left for your kids and to your wife and to whatever it is when you die. The government takes, if I remember correctly, 40% of that. I might be wrong, I'm sorry if I'm, but it's something very absurd. So every time you die and pass on to the next one of your family, the things that you own, the government will take a huge part of that. And if you cannot pay, the person that is receiving that cannot pay for these taxes, the government will just take everything away, that person actually owned. Like, so if you own a house here, quote unquote, huge quotes, own a house here, and you wanna left it to your kids, when you die, your kids, you owe a debt of like 40% over that house to the government. And if you don't pay, the government can take your house away, It's like it. I'm just saying, like, and there are many stuff. There are many more stuff. Okay, this is just the ones I can remember. But no, you don't own shit in my country. It's the same for the car. We have a yearly tax that it's called IPVA. That is 4% of the value of the car. And the cars here are so freaking expensive. I was talking about that with Eustace today. Are so freaking expensive. You can just like change it for a VPN in Brazil there, and try to search for cars online. Translate the word cars to Portuguese. It will be carros, CARROS. And you type like comprar carros, COMPRAR, and space CARROS, and you press enter with a Brazilian VPN, and you see like the cars and their prices, and you will go insane. And you have to pay yearly 4% of the tax price of the car value price in the market to the government. That's so freaking huge and insane amount of money yearly that you gotta pay. And if you don't pay and the cops stop you on the street and you didn't have to pay this tax, they just literally rob your car and take your car away because you didn't pay this tax. That's it.
We have no more guest speakers. They all suck. Can we just talk? Can we actually say anything even one time? Because that was the thing. We were supposed to like all have a dialogue and bridge building sessions, but we never like said one thing to anyone ever, like at all. It was just these like terrible speakers who got like thousands of dollars and no one learned anything. And the class was enabled by all these Zoomers who didn't want to say that all the speakers sucked. They had like no agency. And the professor's like, what is your feedback? And still the Zoomers wouldn't say a word.
Whatever you want. You decide. You pick. You choose.
Do not do that to me. I can't choose and I can never choose.
Think about how many Zoomers can't pick a movie. They'll spend more time like trying to choose a movie than actually watching one and just end up scrolling on TikTok. And why do they go on TikTok? Think about it. Because there, they don't have to decide anything. The algorithm chooses for them. They don't have to pick what video to watch. Like,
this is so true that people don't want to decide the future of their kids anymore. They are giving all the choices of how to raise their kids and what they should be able or not to do to the government. And this is why everyone's getting censored. And everyone is just easily delivering all this power to the government. Yeah.
they have to on Netflix. And Netflix has taken note. They're trying to cater to the
Bye-bye,
Zoomers' lack
Eustace.
of attention
Thank you.
span.
Thank you for
That's
the
why
support.
now
Thank
if
you
you
for
sign into
being here.
Netflix, they will start playing movies automatically.
Number 3, big dreams, zero action. And in our native language, we call it talk cock sing song ding dong ling long
Bye-bye.
ching chong.
Say what?
Is it just me or did that seem really racist?
But people who haven't grown up, they plan their future every single day and they do nothing about it. They want to make big money, but they refuse to eat bitter, refuse to stay consistent. One hand complaining about life, the other hand continuing to do nothing.
Having so many actor friends, I know so many have told me about the short film they're gonna make, or the TV show they're gonna produce, or I also know so many people who want to start a YouTube channel, and I check back a year later, and they haven't even posted one thing, and then they're a year older, and just so much less likely to ever start it. And that causes a lot of unhappiness. They know they're not who they pretend to be, who they think they are, a filmmaker, a YouTuber. And presumably, they can't shave with their eyes closed, so they have to look themselves in the mirror and face that every day.
Number 5, you depend on other people way too much. They don't expect someone else to save them. Even small decisions, they need to ask someone else because they can't decide for themselves.
I've seen this so many times. I would text someone like, hey, can you talk later? And they're like, please don't text me that, I get too anxious, and then I can't focus on anything. What? What happens when your boss emails you that you have a meeting tomorrow? Are you just not gonna sleep? I've seen so many Zoomers post that when they have an appointment,
I have to agree with him in these parts. Like, when I know that I have to do something with someone, that I have something combined, like, I really feel anxious. I have to agree with that. I fit on that part. Yeah, it happens with me.
in the late afternoon, their whole day is a wash. They can't do anything in the first half of the day because they're just constantly thinking about how anxious
As
they
a
are
professional
about their
Gen
4
Z,
o'clock
I don't know,
appointment.
stop watching music and return to my mom. I hate how I have an appointment at 3 p.m. so I can't do anything all day type of person. Not gonna lie, this used to happen with me a lot. I'm not, it doesn't happen like too much with me anymore. Just mm, here and there, but not so often. But it used to be a huge problem to me. I'm not gonna lie. That used to happen with me very often. I would freeze and not be able to do anything because I know that hour I have something to do. That's crazy, right? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, but it's just what happens with you. And guys, by the way, I don't watch TikTok. I don't use TikTok. I never did. So it's not even a TikTok thing. I don't know what's going on. You know? It's not a TikTok thing because I don't use that. And I had this problem.
Even if it's just
And I don't watch shorts either.
for their Gen Alpha skibbity party.
If we make plans for the evening, I can't do anything for the entire day leading up to those plans. It could be hours away. I will sit here and wait and rot, just waiting for the moment that I could start getting ready. Like, how could I commit to anything knowing that I have something going on later? There's like a countdown going on in my mind. I don't feel like I have enough time for anything. And frankly, it makes me regret even saying yes to the plans to begin with. So excited to see you, though.
So you combine Gen Z's refusal to grow up and inability to tolerate any stress with a job market extremely hostile to newcomers, and you get the most depressed generation since the Great Depression.
Can't stand it when people say, oh, Gen Z is so lazy, no one wants to work anymore. What is it with this generation? Bitch, I would work if I could fucking get a job.
Yep. College, what? College grads face one of the toughest job markets in a decade. Right now is a really difficult time to find a job expert. Expert said, I love this. like specialists, like expert, like yeah.
You try being Gen Z and try getting a job, see how long it takes you. My generation is entering the most cooked job market of all time. It's so bad that for the first time, the new grad unemployment rate is higher than the unemployment rate overall. Our jobs are all replaced by AI, reviewing resumes, the whole hiring process is replaced by AI. No one even looks at your fucking resume anymore. You don't even get rejected from jobs anymore, you just don't get a response. The job market is so cooked that more than 50% of Gen Z has a side hustle just to stay financially afloat. And a lot of us are freelancers. I'm a freelancer. Believe me, our generation is not lazy because we're the generation who has to actually pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and constantly find different freelance gigs, different side hustle gigs to keep us floating above the water. Boomers, you got a full-time job with benefits straight out of college and probably stayed at that job for 40 years.
Kids aren't even going out anymore.
Exactly. It was so common, right? For them to get one job like easy, like you said, like you was just asked on the street, going somewhere to, oh, do you want to work here? And it was even for jobs that you cannot be even like kicked out of like here in my country have these jobs that you enter, and I don't know if you guys country have, and you cannot like be you cannot be fired once you're in, you know. So even these types of jobs, they use it to get these jobs without any test or anything, just by going somewhere. And I'm not saying this. I'm not like this is story that I told of the firefighter. I heard that. I heard that of a fucking boomer, you know. So I know that's true. That literally happened with him. He was going somewhere on the center of the city, and then he was passing through like in front of the firefighter like station and thing, you know. And they asked if he wanted to join, and he was like, yeah, I don't know what to do. Oh, you're gonna learn and everything, and he learned, and he stayed there like until he got retirement, like literally up until this very day. Wow, so difficult, right, guys? So difficult. Wow. They had everything so easy. So fucking easy.
Which I'm actually a big fan of because I think it's more fun to play Zingo with your closest friends in your living room than like drink with strangers at a bar. Zingo! But it's because they can't afford it. Gen Z just don't really do much of anything.
I've been down for so long.
Why do young people not want to go out anymore, acting like you're retired at the age of 19? Because everything is so expensive. Exactly. Why? Just to wake up tomorrow hungover and with less money? Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's like myself. And again, I was talking with it. I don't know if it was Eustace or if it was Frosty. But I was talking today with someone about that. That like there is no value. I think it was Eustace too. There is no value in you like spending the night out and drinking and partying, like it's meaningless. You only spend money and get hungover and stuff like that, you know? It's totally pointless. I don't, by the way, I don't drink or anything, so it doesn't make any sense. And like in case of my country, you also put yourself in risk because here it's so fucking dangerous for you to be going out all the time.
Seems like my soul was dead and gone.
And this is a problem because I don't care who you are, where you're from, where you're going, or where you've been.
Or where you are going, or where you've been.
Everybody watching this video, the worst person in the world, your worst enemy, your mom, your dog, your one sneaky link from that vacation in Cancun, all want to be happy. And so because me and my fellow Zoomers grew up so shielded from the realities of life, of things going right or going wrong, when we are willing to work hard at a job and nobody's hiring us...
Kisama Yamizuki only drinks wine in bed under the covers. No, the only time this year that I drank the wine, like, was that time that I told you guys on the stream that I was drinking that. This was the only time in this year that I drink the wine. And probably the only time that I will.
It's devastating. So we're like these dysfunctional, like overgrown kids with adult
I
responsibilities.
drink also twice
but we often
a
don't
year
even have the
wine.
responsibilities because we can't get a job. So we end up just like staying home.
It's usually on the Christmas that I drink 1 cup or half cup of wine, and usually, and the other one is usually in the winter like this, where it's a little bit more cold, and then I wanna have a wine sometime, but I really don't. I really don't have this thing like, oh, I like wine or I like beer stuff like. I don't like it. I really don't. Beer, I don't even can. I just find that so much. It's really not good. The taste of the beer is not good.
Home all the time, or partying too much,
I tried those, but I didn't like that.
or starting to do cocaine just so we can
I was 14, by the way.
feel good again, so we can feel happy again. Our minds are completely scattered, like flittering, trying to find some semblance of meaning because we are lost. After the destruction of World War I, Gertrude Stein looked at like Hemingway and John Dos Passos and said, "You are all a lost generation." And I think she was wrong. I think she was a century too early. I think it's the Zoomers. Like, in a sense, Gen Alpha, yeah, they're brain rotted. Yeah, their brains are turning to goo. But at least they're, like, doing that together. And they know what they're about. They know they're about brain rot. Like, Gen Z is on the border. We don't know who or what we are. We're just looking for anything.
think
And
I
that's
was
why
14, I'm not
so many
sure.
Zoomers are joining religion.
Around
And so many
14.
Zoomers are becoming communists. And so many Zoomers are dropping out of college and becoming radical gender theorists in college. We're just trying to find something to hold on to. In the movie City Slickers, Billy Crystal works a job he hates that he's constantly stressed about, and then his wife leaves him. So he goes to a ranch with this mysterious cowboy, Jack Palance. And Jack tells Billy the secret to life is one thing.
Do you know what the secret of life is?
No, what?
This.
Your finger?
One thing. Just one thing. You stick to that and everything else don't mean shit.
That's great, but what's the one thing?
That's what you gotta figure out.
What he means is that it's great to try new things, but it's great to try new things so you can see if you like them. If you're constantly throwing out your friends and getting new ones, and constantly switching careers and getting new hobbies, hoping that this will finally make you happy, you'll never make any progress, and you'll feel like a perpetual infant. You'll look back at the last 20 years and wonder what you did during any of them. G.K. Chesterton said the object of opening your mind to think is the same as opening your mouth to eat. It's to shut it again on something solid, not to leave it agape. Imagine going up to G.K. Chesterton and he's like, you should close your mouth, young man, and you're just like, oh! Because here's a little secret. Remember what I told you in the beginning? That people under chronic stress are more likely to get basically every disease and like die super early, if not completely suddenly? That's not true. It is true, but it's only half true. The researchers found something remarkable. It literally might be the most important study anyone has ever done. Like,
oh, really?
I like outside of like
Convince
the
me,
study of
try
evolution.
me.
I don't know what's more important than this. They found that if you're under chronic stress, but you think it's a good thing, you think you're learning from it, growing from it, that it's empowering you to do hard things, not only do you erase the negative health impacts of stress, you fucking reverse them. You become less likely to die than the people who didn't even experience.
Oh, that's why. That's why. Then I don't look old. Like I said, people always say that I'm younger than I look. So that's why, because I like what I do here.
The stress at all.
There was a study that looked at 30,000 people across 8 years' time, and they looked at the mortality rate of people who.
But I mean, I'm still young, and I've been doing this for like not even 2 years already. But I think I always have been doing stuff like that. Like, for example, before I was working like teaching, you know? And I also like that. I was always doing stuff that I like. Even though it paid like terrible. Yeah, it paid so freaking terrible, my God. But I was doing that because I love that, you know? And yeah, I think I was always like doing things that interest me, and I think that's why I don't have these problems then.
had very high levels of stress. And
If that's true, I don't know. I think it's I think that there is definitely stuff in your food or in your environment, in your social stuff as well, like economic stuff, like all of this matters. Uh, all of this obviously is making the difference to everyone. The financial instability, everything. But what I'm trying to say is that I got lucky. It seems that I got lucky with my, at least with it is in this situation.
And here's the bad news first. The bad news is that people who have very high levels of stress and believe that their stress is bad for them.
Guys, my only reason of stress is my government. It's literally my government. I think that once I'm out of here and I'm already like establish myself there and already cut all ties with my country, I will be so like, well, I'll be so fucking good. Like I would be so, my head will be like floating because I will not like wake up every day to see another new tax being created or more rules for censoring me, you know? And yeah, I'll be able to have a gun there. I can't have a gun here. Yes, I want to have one.
For them, die at about 43% higher mortality rates. Okay, so not great. People with that same high level of stress who believed that stress was good for them or enhancing or helpful in some manner actually had the lowest rate of mortality of the entire study. And I'm talking lower than the people who had very
I don't know the rates, like if he does pew pew, it's already very good to me. Yeah. If you make pew pew and you murder that person that tried to do something to you, is already very good.
little or no stress in their lives. So the finding of that study was that 182,000 people died that year, not from stress, but from the belief that stress was bad for them.
That is fucking transformative. If you realize that the stress you feel can build you up and not break you down, you will literally extend your life. This is like Magneto level superpower. Think about your own experience. If you don't feel in charge of your life, if you feel like you're the hapless foam on other people's tidal waves, you can't really feel happy. And I love classic kids shows and kids movies, but it's a little worrying how much my generation is rewatching them. A huge reason is that we're not making good shows and movies anymore. That's totally true. But another one might be that it reminds us of our childhood when everything was taken care of for us. And we want to go back there again.
Now we see tweets like this: all this stress isn't good for the baby, me. There's the adulting Reddit, and if you're too young, adulting comes from like BuzzFeed, millennial culture, and like Tumblr, where people would say they were adulting whenever they like
I think it's that? No. I don't think it's that one. Wait a second. Oh, it's this one, you know? Pew pew. Anatomy of a pew. You know? So if it makes pew pew, is good. It's already good. It doesn't need to make bang. You know, it doesn't need to make bang. Just make pew pew. Yeah, it's already good enough.
paid their taxes or whatever.
I know one kid in college, between every class, he would watch Phineas and Ferb, and another kid came up to me and said he would watch me between class as Ricky. Think about one of the first bands Gen Z ever really got into, 21 Pilots, and what did they sing?
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days.
I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, maybe it is among Gen Z, but like despite all of its fucking problems and stresses, I like being an adult. I like being responsible for myself because for one, I don't have to listen to stupid rules from stupid people, and it's definitely more scary. But so is riding a bike without training wheels, or surfing instead of boogie boarding.
I really said surfing instead of boogie boarding.
Or surfing instead of boogie boarding. But I think Bethany Hamilton and Eddie Merckx are glad they tried surfing and biking.
Sometimes I think to myself, you know, what do I want to do for work when I'm older? What do I want to do? And then I realize I'm already older. Do you know what I mean? Like, this was supposed to be figured out by now.
I'm 22 years old and I don't know what the fuck I want to do with my life.
I graduate uni this year, don't have a job lined up, and I still live with my parents.
Is it just me, or does it feel like Gen Z is like one of the most unhappy generations right now? Like, I'm personally Gen Z, and I feel that no matter what I've already achieved in my life, I'm still not happy.
I am terrified of making decisions I'll regret in the future. Cannot make a decision.
Kids are not resilient. They're not resilient. If they were, we would have.
I'm happy. I'm happy where I'm here and when I'm with my parents. But every time I remember that my government exists and it's trying to destroy my life every day, I get unhappy very fast.
Less people with anxiety, depression, general unhappiness.
We're all feeling this universal feeling that we just don't care because at the end of the day, nothing really matters. Truly, like, what are we doing with our lives?
I'm seeing that with every Gen Z I know. Business Insider has a new article about how 25 is the new 21, how today's 25-year-olds are 50% more likely to have mom and dad pay for their lifestyle than previous generations. I know this 28-year-old whose parents did really well, but they did a little too well, and now he's pushing 30 smoking weed in his bedroom with no plans to not do that. Because he never had to grow up. He knew no matter what he did, he would be living in the same room, treated the same way. It's not just that he was coddled, it's that he knew his decisions didn't have weight, so he didn't feel any actual motive to make good decisions. I saw him recently and he was like, Casey, what are you in college, a sophomore now? I was like, no, I finished school. He's like, what? Because time has blended together for him, because he had no milestones, because he's not doing anything different each day. And so he's gonna look back on so many of his 20s and be like, where did it go? I'm of course very against divorce, but I know one camp counselor told me that he noticed the kids of divorced parents were more mature because they had to deal with the real world quicker. It sucks what they went through, but they knew from a young age, gosh, what I do around mom or dad, like, it's gonna have an impact. What I do matters.
Many Gen Xers, for example, grew up with a lot of trauma. We had a lot of hustle. We had a lot of desire to get out of the house. We had a lot of desire to get a job and pay for things for ourselves because our parents weren't going to buy them for us. This generation is so used to just getting what they want that they completely avoid situations they might be in that cause rejection.
So this almost 30-year-old,
If you're talking about Gen Z, I don't agree with that. But hell, you guys know I don't agree with that because I grew up never getting what I want. Not only because my parents couldn't afford that to me, but also because they always teach me that life is not like that, getting everything that you want. I wasn't raised to be princess, you know? Like most of the women are being raised to right now. I was raised in a very rough situation, but with loving parents. And with a dad, which most of this nowadays doesn't have to begin with.
I know in his bedroom, what happens when he turns 30? That's when he'll start his career? He's gonna have kids at 45 and never know his grandchildren? He'll train his brain during his...
So that's what happens. That's the result of what happens when you grow with both your parents together. Not always like try to eat each other, like eat each other in the sense like always fighting for every little thing. Always like, have discussions and, and literally try to murder each other inside the home. When you actually have a dad, you actually have a father through all your life, Yeah, that makes a lot of difference. That does. And also when you're not raised to, oh, the world belongs to you, my princess. I will give dad will give everything that my princess want and doesn't teach you a girl to have accountability or anything. So yeah, that probably, that's when all of that happens, you grow a Mizuki. It's that's how to grow a Mizuki. Yeah, literally.
His most formative years, that he's a loser who lives with his parents, who doesn't live the life he wants. That's what he's training himself to think every day from 20 to 30. And that's of course gonna stick. I am not saying financial help from your parents is bad. The job market is crazy right now. And I am not with those parents who kick their kids to the street at 18 years old and say sink or swim. But what I am saying is this. There has been some fantastic research about the kids who always follow school rules and the kids who never do. The kids who never do, as you could easily predict, usually ended up in jail, or dead, or best case scenario, broke, and always screaming at everyone in their lives. But the kids who always followed the rules, who were always early to class, never took a sip of alcohol before their 21st birthday, the hall monitors in elementary school, they ended up almost as bad. They could never decide anything for themselves. They could never choose a career if it wasn't handed to them. Their lives were just a prison of their own making. So while the kids who always said no were thrown in jail, the kids who could never say no built their own. But the kids who picked their battles, who knew when to hold them, knew when to fold them, knew when to walk away, and knew when to run, had the best lives by far. It's not bad if you're getting financial assistance from your parents, or even if you're still living with them, but it is bad if you're not trying to live your own life at all, if you're not setting your own course, because it won't get easier. Your mind will never be as moldable as it is today, and you need to start molding it, because if you start thinking bad thoughts about yourself, it'll kill you, literally. And one of the best ways to think well of yourself.
Why they put these things so fast? Like, I want to see the data. Why you don't let me see the data? I want to see the data. Show me the data. Researchers at the Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis took a broad approach to investigate why there has been an alarming rise in cancer in younger generations over the last decade.
Literally. And one of the best ways to think well of yourself is to start doing the things you've always wanted to do and not say you'll do them one day. Because once you do...
Sonic Q. Mizuki, can you link this video? I want my son to see this, as I think it will help him. There.
You start doing the things you claimed you always wanted to do, you start trusting yourself, and you can start handling stress better, because even if your life goes every which way but loose, you'll know that you are becoming who you want to be and doing the things you always wanted to do. You're not a fraud who says they'll be one way but is a complete different way. You have that integrity. But Gen Z isn't listening right now. They're not getting their driver's license, they're not drinking alcohol, they're not getting part-time jobs as teenagers, they're not even hooking up. Some of these things may be good, some of them may be bad, but they're all indicative of a generation that's lost its way, that doesn't want to grow up because it's more comfortable in the nest. It's not so much that they're stuck in adolescence as we're stuck in this in pre-adolescence. Our parents let us overgrow our childhood by not letting us cross the street until we turned 13 years old. And because your brain is so formative at that time, a lot of kids never stepped out of that mindset of needing to ask mom if it's safe, if you're too anxious to cross the street. And so Gen Z is so indecisive. They don't know what career they should start. We don't know what careers will even be around in 10 years thanks to AI. But here's the problem. Potential is nothing. You can say, I don't want to pursue one career, Casey, because then I'll lose the ability to pursue every other career. But when you don't commit to anything, you end up with nothing. When you commit to one career, or to one spouse, or to one city, you don't lose out on all the other potential careers or wives or experiences because they were never real. Potential isn't real. So when you make a concrete choice, when you pursue one job in particular, you don't lose out on all the other jobs. You actually get an infinite gain because you took the potential of 0 and turned it into something actual. So it's better to...
I don't think that's true to me because I don't think I'll be teaching again. I don't think so. Probably. That may happen. But I'm not sure. Yeah. So, but yeah, it doesn't mean that I repent or anything. I like what I was doing. It's something that I like too. Like I like this as well. I told in the beginning that I could link one thing to another, but I think it didn't end up well. Maybe in future I may have a channel just for that. Who knows? But I don't see, at least not right now, doing that kind of stuff anymore. Less like I cannot do this, then I'll probably go back to that instead of doing something brand new, you know? Yeah.
To make the wrong choice than to make no choice at all. It's so much better to have a bad job than no job. Because if you have a bad job, you know what you don't like. You might meet a couple people who can help you get a good job. You learn what it's like to have a job. Maybe you learned how to negotiate a higher salary. And what I'm telling you now, that it's better to have a bad one than none at all, you have to believe it all the way down. Not just in jobs, but in everything. And I mean everything. Like, I think having a bad life is better than having no life. And some of you might think you disagree with me, but I don't think you do. I think we'd all agree that a lot of the kids in Equatorial Guinea or Ukraine or Palestine or Appalachia are leading poor lives. But we fight for those kids, and we're horrified when they're killed or they overdose because their lives are worth living. If you have a bad life, it can eventually become a good one. One of the best pieces of advice professors can give to undergrads is if they don't know how to write their thesis statement, write it badly. Once you have a first draft, you have a place to start, and then you have a place to go. That's how I make these videos. I have an idea I start thinking about, and I just start writing, and then I adjust. I don't consult with like 30 YouTube experts and draw out like a huge Venn diagram. I speak raw, I speak earnestly what I think, and then I maybe clean up some of the edges. Maybe I don't.
I've noticed stunted growth of this generation, specifically men, on a wide scale. You could point to many things that demonstrate the arrested development of this generation. Men dropping out of the labor force, the college entrance rates being 60% women, 40% men, and the graduation rates being even more skewed at 70-30. Some people say these men are avoiding college or dropping out to pursue some greater ambition, like starting a business. And while that may be the case for some, it was probably the idea for most of them. Let's just be honest, a lot of these guys are just fucking off. You could point to the rate of single men and lonely men with no brotherhood. This arrested development is also demonstrated by Gen Z's obsession with escapism and fantasy. And it's cool if you like these sort of things, but the amount of people I see make it damn near their whole personality is crazy. And this is because community is dying and culture alongside it. Nobody has a real sense of self anymore. When I look around at young people my age, a lot of them are submerged in this.
And that's also because the collectivism was intentionally, artificially pushed through everyone. This already helped with the deletion of the self.
Escapism, whether it be anime.
All by design, another Jew plan. Oh yeah, now everything to me is it's their fault. Oh my god, what you done to me, Trek?
Video games, the hub, weed and other drugs, usually a combination of most of these things. It's what they spend most of their time doing, and in a way it's kind of what they live for. And a lot of these guys who live this sort of lifestyle, they're really smart too. Like, they had a lot of potential, but it's just you know, it's over now.
On that guy's point about how at the same time that Gen Z isn't growing up, we see Gen Z get really involved in live-action roleplay or furries or fandoms more than ever before. I'm reminded of what Roger Ebert said. Roger Ebert, the most famous film critic of all time, who knew every fandom better than like anyone in the industry, said this: "Extreme fandom may serve as a security blanket for the socially inept, who use its extreme structure as a substitute for social skills. If you are Luke Skywalker and she is Princess Leia, you already know what to say to each other, which is so much safer than having to ad-lib it. Your fanish obsession is your beard. If you know absolutely all the trivia about your cubbyhole of pop culture, it saves you from having to know about anything else. That's why it's excruciatingly boring to talk to such people. They're always asking you questions they know the answer to." Of course, that's not true for everyone. You guys know I dressed up as Doctor Who for a week for the 50th anniversary, but there's definitely something to what he's saying. Gen Z doesn't feel grown up, so we identify with characters who are. It reminds me of James Dean. James Dean was rejected by his father. He told him he could never be an actor, and so he spent his very short life trying to find a surrogate father figure in every older actor he met, especially Marlon Brando, but he never
I'm sorry, everything that he's saying now in the end seems like bullshit to me.
could. And so he tried to find excitement elsewhere, and he started racing, and eventually he famously drove off of a canyon. Gen Z doesn't feel grown up or in charge of our lives. So we look to brave pop culture figures who don't only control their lives, but control whole movements, like Harry Potter or Tyler Durden, because they're powerful, and we're not. But if we're just like them, then maybe we can feel a little power. I'm gonna read you one of my favorite poems now. "It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul." Do you think Gen Z is captaining their souls? I'll respond to as many comments as I can. And if you're Gen Z, I hope you do. Thank you to our patrons, Thank you to our patrons.
No, I don't agree with that. Like, not in the beginning. I think I mean, obviously, you gotta do some. You gotta have like some confidence in yourself. You wanna believe, like you have to believe that you can change things for yourself. Even though, like it's like I usually say, uh, like around 20%, if I remember, of your life is actually decided by your own choices, and actually for your own strengths, and the rest is independent of you. It's all the situation that is around you, like your environment, the people that are your parents, your friends, you know the your how you are where you live and how you are blended with society. All of that will influence and only this 20% is actually something that you can take a hold on in your life. But it's not only that. You cannot like change things alone, and that's not just because of that, but you actually and okay, if you don't want to believe on that because you are atheist or whatever the fuck is, it's your problem. But you cannot go that without God. You know, you cannot like. It's not just about you doing your best. You need to believe that that God like is actually giving you the strength to do that. Otherwise, you'll not be capable of going that much far. You know, you'll not have like by your own, you will get tired eventually of pushing, of trying your best. And when you do, you will feel like it all was pointless and meaningless. You gotta like have something else, and that thing like that thing can only be God. You know, he's the only one that will keep you going forward when that time comes. No, because you see that will be there a moment that you see that by yourself, by you alone, it's not enough for you to keep going. So if you don't have a God in that moment, you have like a huge fall and probably will end up depressed or even worse. You gotta have God with you.
Bob.
Yeah. Well, it's 100% by God's will, but as far as my own intention, then that's on me. Yes, it's both. You gotta do the things by yourself. You gotta like motivate yourself and push things by yourself. But that's not enough. You need God, you know. That's what I think. You guys can think differently, okay? So yeah, just want to remind you guys to join our Discord server. You can do that by clicking on the link tree that is on screen. Like not click, you cannot click on that, but I mean you can type that, or you can hop on the links below on the description of this video, and you can click on the link tree there, and you will find the link for the Discord there. And there's also a direct link to the Discord server there as well. If you go through Linktree, you also find many more links, including links to join our Patreon or to support me on Ko-Fi as well. You can also hop on the Kick link and give to some subs or subscribe to the Kick platform. And that's it. These are the best ways to support Foxu. Avoids Booktube at all costs. It gets like about to 67%. Like it's a lot. It's over 50% easily, and just like 55% already on the moment of the payment, but also like more around 30% that the YouTube like gets to pay the. It's like what they say, right? Like what they say, they need to get 30% of my income there to pay United States. So I lose almost the entire money that I get through Booktube. So don't support me through Booktube because almost none of your money is going directly to me. I would say like 30% of your money is going to me on YouTube, you know? So yeah. That's it. Let me drink a little bit more of water before we go to the next one. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dragon Tank, for 5 repeated subs. Thank you very, 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 very much. Thank you. You don't get God's help by opposing him, and he wants you to live a virtuous life. Yep. You cannot help someone who doesn't help himself. But I guess it's what you said, but worded differently. I agree with you, Blaze. I know you're answering justice, but I agree with you on this. You can help someone without knowing why that person actually ended up in that situation. Oh, but God says that you gotta help like people. But yeah, don't indiscriminate it like that. you know? Help people that actually needs help. And by that, I doesn't mean just someone that is in a bad situation, but someone that actually deserves your help because it's not in that situation just because they wanted to, but because just happened, they didn't have an option. It was totally out of their control because these people exist. They do, you know? Don't spend your time and resources and energy into helping people that, you know, are just like an empty, or just like an abyss or an empty void that sucks everything out of the other people around, not just financially, but also energy, you know, and doesn't actually, doesn't actually will do any good even to themselves. I'm not even talking about you because you just want to help that person out. But they cannot even do good to themselves. What's more to the others, you know? Don't throw your efforts, your money, your energy, your goodwill into the void like that. And it also will sadden you and make maybe like harden your heart to the people that actually needs help. So when you see other people like that, you have you will have had like this terrible experience previously before, and because of that, you will not feel like helping another person anymore. And that's not what God wants of you, you know? Just help the right person. You can tell that. Use pattern recognition, you know? There's plenty of people that needs help. Also, do not delegate that to those filthy ONGs out there that, you know, gets your money to uh, claim that will help kids in Africa and this bullshit that you sell there. And they just are literally like incredibly, like a lot of people fall for that. I never trusted that ever, like, but a lot of boomers, I think it's usually boomers that fall for that. I don't see anyone besides the boomers falling for that shit, you know? Give money to this organization right here and we will help people for you, you know? So you can just give me some money to me and rest assured that we will do something to help people there. Yes, trust them. Yeah, uh-huh. You better give like someone that really needs you nearby a plate of food, you know, like a plate with food, a lunch or something, a dinner, you know, than actually doing that. It's way better. Okay, that's it. Let's go to the next one. Where was it? Where was here? Wait, what? Oh, this tab. Oh, actually, I'm a bit hungry. Oh my god, what do I have to eat? Oh, bread and cheese. Yes, I still have bread and cheese. Give me 1 minute to make a sandwich to me, and I'll be right back. I need to eat something. I'm really hungry. I'll be right back, guys. I'll let play some music while I'm out. So yeah, you guys maybe are tired already of this, but I will remove Queen of Slop off the list because it always gets me flagged on YouTube when I upload my VODs. Mac and cheese. Okay, I put this one first just because of mac and cheese. I'll be right back, guys.
心臓アベブラウ星を征服するのは私たちの子供たち Abortion is for assholes Birth control is for pussies 運命よ増やせよベイビー大爆発君の子供孫が銀河を支配するようさぎみたいにどんどん増えていこうみんなで笑顔の家族いっぱい作ろう税金で苦しむ前に愛情たっぷり育ててこの空から宇宙へ飛び立とういやちょっと大胆すぎるかもだけど本気だもん少子かぶった金ちゃえ Breed more right now 運命よ増やせよもっと埋めよう Fuck 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 more 冠サイドハー Make 心臓アベブラウ星を征服するのは私たちの子供たち Abortion is for assholes Birth control is for pussies 運命よ増やせよベイビー大爆発君の子供孫が銀河を支配するよはあはあどうだった今夜から実践しよっかもっと赤ちゃん作って宇宙征服しようみんなで一緒に未来を生み落とそうむちゃキャー高校生のみんな人生の裏技を教えてあげるよですよ大学は詐欺だってみんな気づいてるよね4年で180ドルそんなお金どこにあるの左翼のプロパガンダばっかり毎日洗脳されて学べるのはゲイになる方法だけだよ先生たちはみんな思想に染まってるよ子供の頃の夢を追いかけて永遠のトゥトリアルモードなんてやだよ借金なんて作らないで新しい道を選ぼう大学は詐欺大学は詐欺 4 years cost over $120,000 ユリベースメン of was right 左翼のクソばっか教えるだけさ Racist against whites and Asians Drinking and partying is for retards 大学は詐欺大学は詐欺 Start a business instead Debt free life is the best 君の未来自分でつかめよリベラルアーツ専攻卒業しても無職点以外はただの時間とお金の無駄パーティーで借金まみれそんなのバカみたい今日の卒業ねみんな人生壊す前に逃げてキャッちょっときついかもだけど本気だもん大学はもう古い起業家になろう Listen to me all the graduates University will destroy your life 大学は詐欺大学は詐欺 4 years cost over $120,000 ユリベースメン was right 左翼のクソばっか教えるだけさ Racist against whites and Asians Drinking and partying is for retards 大学は詐欺大学は詐欺 Cause a business
It's gonna be a long, lonely road. Sometimes it's gonna feel a little unreal at times, like a dream gone surreal, sublime. But when you feel it come real, it's gonna blow your mind, and it's gonna feel a little rocky. It's gonna be a lonely road. Sometimes it's gonna feel a little unreal at times, like a dream gone surreal, sublime. But when you feel it come real, it's gonna blow your mind, and it's gonna feel a little rocky. It's gonna be a long, lonely road. Sometimes it's gonna feel like a dream gone surreal, sublime. But when you feel it come real, it's gonna blow your mind, and it's gonna feel
chasing these thieves while we cut the mega blocking ya. Mafia, mafia, it's the Mormon mafia. We're following the trail, stolen stock while we're stalking ya. Mafia, mafia, it's the Mormon mafia. You better close shop, cause you know that we're onto ya. Mafia, mafia, it's the Mormon mafia. Yeah, this is where it ends, in the cells where we're locking ya. You altered the deal, then you altered it further. You're overconfident, 66 threats to murder. Calling up the cops to harass a legal order. Chasing out an innocent man past the border. Now you got the whole world knocking at your door. You could've ended this mess November 2024, and suddenly your only goal is to make everything right, while you try to break the man who brought all of it to light. Yeah, you weaponized police, broke peace, kept harassing. You stole your brother's keep, got his bank account fasting. You said 200,000, then you changed your mind, cause you realized suddenly you had to pay the fine. Then you're just repeating lines 35 times irrelevant. Ability to speak doesn't make you intelligent. $400 million, that's what you value that. You throw it all away for 0.05% of that. Yeah, Brickman, let's think about this logically. Should the police help steal private property? Terrorize, overlies with no culpability. Pure hostility, courtroom futility. And that's just the AFP. Don't forget Sandy, Provo, Oregon, LAPD. Crying on TV, whispering sue me. Proving them right, police brutality. And all across the nation, all you've done is sow division. Your decision, money driven, violates the Mormon mission. Throwing charges out all spurious, acting so furious. Tell me, I'm curious, it's making me furious. How can you justify your case against Ben Kenobi? A little clearer of the why and the when, cause 147 years of jail time for him. What's the play here, Brickman? Cover up your sins, yeah, I heard you poke a meal. Say you wanna make them whole, then you turn around and Rico try to cover what you stole. And now you're getting flustered, trying to keep the people calm. No brick and mini man, here's the palm, drop bomb. They do judge unrighteously, they do condemn the righteous. They justify the wicked for their money and their pious. Oaths they made in blood, bandit robbers, all who stole the authority of law. And we all saw them fold, and they did obtain power and authority of people. They did distort the justice of the law, going evil. Covered up the crimes cause of covenants they swore. Freed them from the grasp of law, stole from widows and the poor. I say awake and arise from these combination lies. For our God, our religion, our children, our wives. Rent your coats, then your cloaks, shake the dust, take your yokes. Clean these folks, stop the hoax, yeah, remember Elder Oaks. Oh, you mean to say you're honest dealing with your fellow man? Last check, death threats ain't in the recommend plan. You went back on your contract, bold-faced recanting. We got ourselves some king men, caught them daddy yanting. Yes, those are the droids, now see to their restoration. Your lack of faith disturbs me, anti-consecration. No pity after 2 years, this is culmination. Brick by your hands, excommunication. Mafia, mafia, it's the Mormon mafia. Begging on TV while your customers are dropping ya. Mafia, mafia, it's the Mormon mafia. You're running out of lies while the whole world is watching ya. Mafia, mafia, it's the Mormon mafia. You better close shop, cause you know that we're onto ya. Mafia, mafia, it's the Mormon mafia. Yeah, this is where it ends, in the cells where we're locking ya.
Greetings, citizens of Red Vale. A meme boss has been detected. The Sky Bros, operating under Commander Skybrows, are being deployed. This is a reminder. No dramatic entrances. No quote tweet duels. Do not attempt to out-meme the entity. Do not cause trouble until the situation is assessed.
Fighting to keep my mind afloat. I had a dream and watched it sink below. But I'm drawing my battle lines, going to war again. I know I was forged for this. They don't get high, checking my heartbeat, lifting my chin, standing my ground one more time. No spotlight shining my way, just fine. Forged for this. I us alone tonight.
We fight different battles, let's win the same war.
When the world is calling you, hold the line and let's break through. Let's stand with glory. Let's write a better story under the same sky. One sky,
The same sky.
We are the fighters who turn loss into flame. Born from different places, but under the same sky. Different family stories, but share the same pain. Because we are the army
Under the same sky.
The screen glows blue in a room of dust and mold. Another death threat, another story told. Each shit and dies as the ghost behind the mask. They want me murdered, is that such a heavy task? Some she they freak with a mental fucking hole. Wants to see the maggot swallow up my soul. They hope I ride on a cross of roach and slime, but I'm just sitting here killing fucking time. I've got the infinity gauntlet of the broken and the mad. The diaper sexual furries, they're all so fucking sad. They scream into the void of a sight that doesn't care, while I'm clicking these pliers, breathing stagnant air. So put them in the box, let the walls be cold and white. Throw the keys away and end this mental blight. Institutalize the rot, let the asylums rise again. I'm the harbinger of logic, the surgeon of their pain. The world will be a paradise, a clean and silent land, when every screaming retard is dealt a heavy hand. Yeah, put 'em in the box. Blue skies a cesspool where the moderation's limp. Every basement dwelling loser, every blue-haired pimp, advocating murder in the name of being kind, while Section 20 leaves the justice fucking blind. They say I'm a net negative, a cancer on the earth, but their own pathetic lives haven't seen a moment's worth. They're begging on their cash apps, crying on the floor, while I'm the one they hate and I'm the one they adore. Success is measured in decades, like the prophecy of doom. If you strike me down today, you'll be singing a different tune. A million more will rise, a million more will fight. You can't kill an idea with your petty childish spite. I don't fear the reaper.
That's what you said. But you're still watching. You're always watching.
It is what it is. Sorry, was burpee. I finished eating, as you guys saw, like by my mouth movement, my munching movements. Okay, so yeah, I was eating delicious like sandwiches of cheese. Yeah, just cheese, but a lot of cheese, melt cheese, or melt cheese, mozzarella, mozzarella. Yeah. Lots of mozzarella. Grilled cheese sandwich. Yeah, grilled cheese sandwich. Grilled mozzarella cheese sandwich. Mozzarella. Okay. I can live with that. I can live with that. We are back, guys. The title of this video is When Stupid Cops Mess with FBI Agent by Police Ken's Toy. Yeah, let's watch
So
it.
say you're a federal officer when you're not.
So now you call me a liar?
Can I see your badge, please?
You can look at it. See the picture there? That's me. When you call me a liar, you already lost credibility.
Okay, well, you are lying.
Okay, so now you call me a liar.
Yeah. Turn around, place your hands behind your back.
You know.
You're being detained. There's a kidnapping suspect that we just had over here.
But you didn't say that was me, though.
The federal agent, an HUD enforcement investigator with a valid PIV card and credentials.
They need to double down, right? They always need to double down.
Rightfully stood
For our entertainment, I think that.
his ground against the transit officer's aggressive demands and unfounded accusations under 18 U.S.C. section 912, falsely pretending to be a federal officer while acting as such or demanding anything of value is a federal crime. But the man provided verifiable identification and was not impersonating anyone. He repeatedly offered to show his badge and credentials, yet refused to hand them over after being immediately called a liar, protecting himself from potential mishandling or escalation during a tense roadside encounter. By asserting his rights calmly despite provocation, including demands for a supervisor and threats of arrest, he highlighted how federal employees are not obligated to surrender credentials on command to local authorities without proper procedure.
Stop. Okay. Yeah, I was just talking to an officer. He offered to push me, but I said I can get inside.
Yeah.
And they just talked AAA 60 to 90 minutes.
60 to 90 minutes?
Yep, they said they'll try to get there quicker.
Okay.
So they send me updates.
We can't block the entrance, though, because the buses need to come in here.
I'm not blocking the entrance, though.
Yeah, this is the entrance. Only buses come through here.
I know that, but he said because I was disabled.
Who said?
The police officer.
What police officer?
Okay, the one that was here who offered to assist me. I had my shoes off because my feet are hurting.
That's okay.
Yeah, I would not lie to you. I'm a federal officer myself. He offered to assist me.
What are you reaching your bag for?
My badge.
Okay.
You know, let you know I wouldn't lie to you. Why, you're not getting nervous, are you?
Well, of course I am, because
Why?
people are reaching inside of a bag. I don't know you.
And that's why I'm getting my badge.
No, he's not wrong on that. I mean, at least the officer is not wrong. Like, he doesn't know the guy. He doesn't know what the fuck he's going to pull inside of his bag. Like, I understand that part. I understand. Okay, I understand.
So you will.
Okay.
So yeah, the officer was here earlier. I just had to pull someone over. He saw that I had a flat. He offered to assist me. So then I said to him, it's a train station.
Yeah.
And he said, well, you're a disabled vehicle, it's okay.
No, it's a bus station and a train station.
I'm aware of that. But I can't
I need to have my buses coming here. I work for transit.
Okay.
So, well,
but it's just disabled. So I'm waiting for the. Just so you know, you don't have to have them. Just letting you know.
Can I see it?
No, just take my word for it, okay?
No, can I see it?
No. I just showed
You
it
know,
to you.
it's illegal to say you're a federal officer when you're not.
So now you call me a liar?
Can I see your badge, please?
You can look at it. See the picture there? That's me.
So
now you
I need
I'm
to see
enforcement, HUD and DOJ, yes. So now you've accused me of being a liar.
Okay, let me see your badge.
No, you've seen it.
You're gonna go under arrest here in a very quick
you're not
minute.
Gonna arrest me.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
Unless
Because
you don't want your job.
you're saying that you're a federal officer.
Okay, yeah, yes, sir. Call your supervisor.
You're saying that you're a federal officer.
Call your supervisor right now.
Let me see your badge, please.
Call your supervisor.
I'm a
Call
supervisor.
your, please. No. I want another supervisor.
Well, let me see your badge.
I want another supervisor.
Let me see your badge.
No, call your supervisor.
Get your badge out and show it.
No, I will not. You can't demand call your badge. I think I'm stupid. I'm also a lawyer as well.
Really?
You've already called me a yes, I am.
Okay.
You've already called me a liar. I'm charged with cheating.
Hey, just stand right here. Stand right here.
Unless I'm under arrest.
Stand right here. You're being detained.
Unless I'm under arrest.
You're being detained.
I'm not being detained. Yes, I am a lawyer.
Yes, you are.
Call your supervisor.
This guy's claiming to be
call your supervisor.
Federal officer.
That's right. Call your supervisor. Are you arresting me?
You're being detained right now.
No, you're arresting me. That means nothing.
Yes,
that means nothing.
yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
If you're a lawyer,
call your supervisor.
If you're a lawyer, you know that doesn't mean something.
Supervisor.
You're being audio video recorded.
Call
just so you know.
And I'm going to report you too.
Cool.
Call your supervisor.
So, you do need to move.
Look at, sorry guys, I'm kind of concentrated. Look at his face of the officer here. Like, oh my god, oh Jesus Christ, oh Jesus Christ, huh? Huh? Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
So, you do need to move the vehicle.
It is disabled. Is your supervisor coming?
I can push it out of the way.
Is your supervisor coming?
I can push it out of the way.
I have requested your supervisor. Is he or she coming?
You're blocking an entrance.
Okay, you're not answering the question, Officer Morrell. I asked for this supervisor.
And I told
the face of the liberal.
that I am a
The face of this small power syndrome.
supervisor.
Okay,
so
you have another supervisor as well.
No, I do not.
Yes, you do not. Yes, you do.
No, I do not.
Okay, come on.
I told you, I'm transit police.
You've already, when you call me a
I'm in
liar,
charge here.
when you call me a liar, you already lost credibility.
Okay, well, you are lying.
Okay, so now you call me a liar.
Yeah.
I am not lying.
Okay.
Well, it's up to you.
Yeah, this dude is being a dick for a fab, if he actually is one. Fads know how to work with locals when asked to identify. If he's a fad, he's ego tripping.
You can do about it.
You need to move. Okay.
Okay.
You need to move
Arrest
this.
me for impersonating a federal officer.
Yeah.
Okay, arrest me then.
Yeah, I want to see your badge.
No. You will not see my badge.
So you cannot just say you're a federal officer and not provide me the opportunity to look at
I've
it.
already told you I was. You called me a liar. Arrest me first so I can get you a false arrest.
And the vehicle is clear.
And I told you I was a lawyer, and you said I wasn't.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You said really?
Yeah, that's a question.
Okay,
really?
Yeah, no. And I want your badge number 2.
Cool.
You're a supervisor. Wow. You must be a DEI hire.
So I requested your badge. You are supposed to stop talking.
Call me a liar. You guys
stop talking.
I have every right to talk. You're not my daddy.
Hello,
I have
I'm
every
trying
right
to ask
talk.
you something.
Okay, you can ask me.
So stop acting like a child.
You telling me? No, I'm not like. So now you're
Yes, you
telling me.
are. Yes,
You're the
you
one
are.
acting like a child.
I said
You're
if
the one
you
acting
are
like
a
child.
federal agent,
I
you need to
said
provide.
officer. I said federal officer.
You need
Clarification.
to. You need to
I don't
provide
have
me.
to.
Yes, you do. Yes,
No,
you
I
do.
do not.
I don't know the rules of the US for this. I don't know. But it's still seeing that the local is actually being fucking annoying too. I don't know. My impression is that it still is that the local is doing shit. Okay.
Have to. I do not have to.
Yeah, you do.
I do not.
Yeah, you do.
Once you call me a liar,
That's the law. Hello.
Once you
So
call me a
go
liar,
ahead, turn around, place your hands behind your back.
You know,
You're being detained.
no, you're being arresting me. You're forcibly arresting me.
You are being detained.
For what?
Oh, feds are required to identify when asked by a local PZ? Oh, okay, but he didn't identify like he shows the... I mean, he didn't give him, but... Yeah, I think he should give him, like, should give him the... I don't know. I don't know who is wrong with this. I'm sorry. I don't live in US.
What reason? For what reason?
Suspicion of impersonating a federal officer.
Okay. I guess you're gonna be wrong.
Hey, stop.
I'm not going
Stop pulling away.
You
You must not know much because
I do know much.
you do have to show me. You do have to show me if you're a federal officer. Yes. You claim you're a federal officer, DOJ, all the stuff, and then you show me a badge that is not even what you say it is.
No.
Lakewood 6, yeah, one detained.
No, one arrested.
Turn towards my car. Thank you.
Oh, now you know this why? I told you I don't have your last.
It's okay. Still gonna check you. So what's your last name?
You the supervisor?
What's your last name?
You the supervisor?
What's your last name?
No, what the fuck? Just tell the fucking name it's you. What the
You said
fuck?
you were the supervisor, is that correct?
I'm the supervisor of transit.
Why don't you run the plates to the car?
A crisis here, so I couldn't run the plates. I'm
We
gonna
don't
run now.
have
Thank you.
the crisis. You're the one who have the crisis.
There was a kidnapping suspect that we just had over here.
But you didn't say that was me, though. You just called me a liar.
Whatever, dude. So, saying you said you were a federal agent.
I said officer.
You said that you were DOJ.
I said HUD DOJ.
HUD DOJ. So wherefore?
Are you the supervisor I asked for?
Wherefore? Where are you? You're supposed to tell me where. If you're an officer, you're supposed to tell me where you're an officer
You
for.
called me a liar.
No, I did not.
Yes,
I said,
you did.
hand me your badge, and you said no.
His badge is back here in the back.
His badge is in the bag. You put it in the bag after I asked for it.
Liquid 24-122 on other side.
Fair and equal
Show
housing
us
opportunity
that, bitch.
investigator. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Hood?
Yes.
What's he doing here?
Civil rights matters in the purview of the department. And he said he was a lawyer and pulled out something, and I'm like, dude, just show me your badge. He
What did
says,
he tell you
I'm
he
also an
was?
officer. So, and he starts digging in the bag. I was like, well, don't go start digging in the bag. And he goes, what? Are you afraid? Am I making you nervous? I'm like, yeah, you're digging in the bag. Stop digging in the bag. Oh, I'm getting my badge out. I'm a federal officer. I was like, okay. And then I said, okay, well, where are you a federal officer? He shows me this. This is not anything.
No.
Also, my wallet.
So now we have two cops that don't know that badge. So now makes two.
Pull out my PIV card, my government PIV card. You can look inside the wallet, pull it out. My PIV card is there as well.
So there is another thing that police officers, like local police officers, have to study now. All the badges of the entire country.
So why didn't you let me see this? And you're not a federal officer.
Okay, I am a federal officer.
No, you're not. You work for HUD.
No,
It's okay.
I am a federal officer. Are you crazy?
Calm down. We will figure this out.
For my PIV card, you know.
So
I took the oath like everyone else.
okay, why didn't you show me your badge when I
Because
asked
you called
for
me
it?
a liar.
No, that was afterwards.
No, you did not.
Yes,
You
that was
called me
afterwards.
a
We can
liar.
run it back, but that was afterwards.
You called me a liar.
Well,
and then I
because
told you
you
I was
were.
a lawyer. You called me. You're like, oh, really?
you
I'm
were-
a lawyer and a doctor. I work for enforcement. Just like I told
You
you.
do not work for enforcement. You work for investigators.
No.
You are not an enforcement officer.
You tried to
I bet that this woman is thinking already. Man, we are so screwed. I got a feeling, my head is kind of having this itch that we are screwed.
my job. I work for enforcement.
I'm reading it right now.
Enforcement for who?
Okay, for HUD. First one for HUD, and we also work for DOJ. That's enforcement. Look at the PIV card. It says it. Enforcement.
No, it doesn't.
It's a different. It does. It's a different
Urban
type
development.
of enforcement.
You
That's
work for HUD.
That's the agency. I work for enforcement in HUD.
So you do realize that saying that you're a federal officer
I am a federal officer.
and then
You gonna catch me a job?
asking for your badge, you're required
Look
to
up
hand that
Indeed,
over
probably
to me.
going to be
No,
fine.
you called me a
Okay,
liar.
then.
Just like I tried to
I
show
don't
you.
know.
Even if I did call you a liar, you're
You don't
required to hand it
disrespect
over
me
to
like
me.
that.
Oh my
I
god.
showed it to you.
No, you didn't.
But I did not hand it to you.
I said, can I have that?
No,
And
I
you
said no. I said you can see it.
Here's the thing.
No, don't. From the very
Here's
get-go,
the
you
thing.
called me a liar.
No, I didn't.
Yes. Oh my.
This is gonna get towed.
Did you remember the conversation at the very beginning? I told you the officer was there. He offered to assist me and push you.
And I said, who?
Let me finish the conversation. This is what I told you. And I said I would be obstructing the traffic. He says, okay, you can push it up in there. You're a disabled vehicle.
No.
You weren't there. And so
who was it?
It was an officer. He had pulled someone up over there. So when I got out from I was working at the federal building every day. So when I got out to get my truck, I noticed there was a flat. He saw me on the side of the road, offered to assist me. I said, you know what? And make sure the rim's up. He said, I'll push you. I said, then he told me about a place called.
He was ego tripping, but he is a federal officer. That's why his actions are unacceptable. So both of them sucks. That's it. Both of them sucks. It seems that both of them suck. I don't know.
O'Hara down the street. Because I moved here about, I don't know. I moved here about 3 months ago, transferred from the Detroit federal office. I live in a place called Lake Limerick. It's a country club. It looks like.
But yeah, to be honest, I would be so pissed off when I say that I'm something and they just don't believe. Like, but at the same time, he should have like gave the badge thing to them to check, to verify, you know?
Start to see me, I know.
He probably wouldn't be handcuffed in the car right now if he had done that.
So
in Shelton.
Outside the Shelton, yeah. Lake Limerick is,
I know where Limerick is.
Looks hard to see me. So yeah, I live in that exclusive golf community. So he offered to assist me. I said, well,
it's like I said about like he checking his bag. Like obviously, like the cop doesn't know him. He doesn't know what the fuck he is thinking in his mind. Like he can get whatever the fucking thing out of the bag that he wants. You don't know him. So obviously you gotta stay like very attentive to that and point a gun and everything if necessary.
That's up the rims. I said, I think you can make it up there. And so I said, but I said I would be blocking traffic. He said, you disabled vehicle, that's okay.
Okay.
So had you had called the officer, he would have told you.
That's not how this works.
Well, I don't think he was wrong in pointing the gun, Jiren, because you don't know the person. He's messing the bag. Like, you don't know what the fuck he's gonna do. Like, I don't think he did wrong for that. I don't think he did anything wrong at all.
Okay, but you
work for transit. I asked you to move it.
You know, you're in big trouble anyway. You're in big trouble anyway. You called me a liar. So you started calling me a liar. So then I told him I was a lawyer.
When you refused to hand me your badge, I called you a liar.
Then you said, as a supervisor, you said you were a supervisor. I said, you have another one. I find it hard to believe. Okay. So when I told you I was a lawyer, oh really? Oh really? You was looking at that, I was crazy. I actually have 2 law degrees, by the way.
Good for you.
My card is
so you should know that when I ask for your badge,
don't lecture me.
I am going to lecture you because if you do this again, you're going to get arrested eventually.
This is not the end of the conversation. You're going to hear about this.
Okay. When the transit officer escalated to detention based on mere suspicion of impersonation, the federal agent exercised his constitutional protections against unreasonable seizure. Terry v. Ohio, 1968, established that police may briefly detain someone only upon reasonable, articulable suspicion of criminal activity, not mere hunch or attitude. The officer's primary basis, refusal to hand over the badge after showing it and a defensive response to being accused of lying, did not meet the threshold for reasonable suspicion of a crime. The agent's insistence on calling a supervisor and recording the interaction forced accountability, demonstrating how asserting rights during detention can de-escalate or document misconduct. This confrontation ultimately exposed the transit supervisor's overreach, as later checks confirmed the man's legitimate HUD role in law degrees, proving that standing firm against power tripping can prevent unlawful detention.
Okay, that's good.
You're going to hear about
That's good.
But you have me under arrest.
No, you're detained, which is what I said.
No.
Pending an investigation.
So to the guy that made this video, so then local police officers are the ones power tripping? Is that what I understood?
You know what? Take the cuffs off. We'll deal with this.
We're gonna find out. I'm gonna call a CID right now.
We'll do this procedure. CID? That's military. I'm not
correct.
Military.
Are you not DOJ?
I'm with HUD enforcement. We work with DOJ. I'm with HUD enforcement.
Okay, so you're not a DOJ officer.
No, it doesn't work that way. You're not from the federal government. CID is military. And the reason why I know that, because you see the plate? I'm a retired, 100% disabled veteran. You see the permanent sticker on that plate?
So what's the issue with you? Why are you so angry and why are you so disrespectful to me? When I asked you for a badge
It
and you
doesn't
do not
work.
hand me.
I showed you the badge.
I could not read it because you had your thumb over the actual stuff.
You know what?
So when I asked you for the badge, you handed it over to me. That's it.
I opened it up.
That's it.
I'm almost a. Look
That's it.
Look at you.
That's all you gotta do.
I'm a 70-year-old man. You don't let me like I'm a
I don't
kid.
care how old you are because you're acting like a child.
We don't have to argue. Okay?
Goodness
He's right about that. He's actually like a child.
gracious. Do we have any way to contact HUD to confirm this guy's story?
Can I get this cuff off me, please?
He's confirming who you are, and then we'll uncuff you.
Nobody can confirm it if he, the PIP cards confirm it unless he's in the federal database.
We don't have access to that.
I know he doesn't. That's why I'm like, why is he on the phone?
Who? What?
Federal database.
Yes, I do have access to federal database. Yeah, give me a second. What you don't know is that I'm also FBI. So.
Okay, so then you should know. I tell you exactly where I work.
Hello, it's Mel. So I just got off the phone with the FBI. They're running your name through the database. And they said that if I ask for this, you provide it to me.
We're going to handle this later. This is not getting well.
Okay. But you understand why you're in this predicament?
No. I'm not because you have a hard A attitude. That's why.
I did not.
Okay. Oh, now you're acting so innocent now.
I did not. We can run it back. You can get the video footage if you want.
We're gonna, you know.
But
I'm a firm believer in losing the battle, winning the war.
You're not, because you were extremely rude the entire time.
I'm a firm believer. I don't mind losing the battle, but winning the war.
Okay, that's fine.
You know,
that's fine.
So you can chalk this up this little, you know, you got control of the situation. What do you think?
I don't know what that means.
Well, you will find out.
Okay.
And if you believe anything in my history, look my name up, you would know that.
Look it up on what?
Like Google. I'm everywhere.
Okay.
That's kind of work that you learn down.
How are they gonna search shit about you on Google if you are everywhere? If you don't give them the fucking data for them to search.
I'm known for that.
The what?
What's happening here, I'm known for putting people like you in their place officers who abuse the law.
Abuse the law?
Yeah.
I requested a document lawfully.
We're not going to relitigate that here, okay?
You start digging in a bag. I don't know you.
That's why I said I'm getting my badge so you have an ID.
Okay. I don't know you, though. You understand that? Anybody could be saying that, and then they pull out a gun. So, excuse me for saying, what are you getting?
No,
Stop digging in the bag.
That was not a problem.
And then you were digging again, and I said, okay, well, let me see your badge.
No, that's not true. Okay, you said, okay. You said, am I have a gun? And I said, I get that. I said, I get that. I got that.
You said, are you intimidated?
I said, no, I thought you were afraid or something.
Okay, whatever.
I answered your question.
So then I asked for the badge so I can read it.
And I showed you several times.
You showed me once. He says that he just transferred over here from Detroit. Do you have a supervisor phone number?
No, I do not. If I did, I wouldn't give it to you.
Anybody?
He doesn't give shit. What the fuck?
If he did, he wouldn't give it to me.
Yeah.
Dispatch just said they found, I think, something of him. Did you get something?
No.
Hey, it's 162.
They said they can't run.
You know what? I'm more amazing in all of this. How long it actually take to confirm that the guy is a fucking FBI agent? Why it takes so long to verify that? Look at how and we're cutting scenes here. Like, how many hours it looked like this took? Like, this easily took up like over 1 hour here. Oh, easily.
Yes, clearance. You don't have a clearance.
What do you mean I don't have a clearance?
You know, they're just not going to get that information out.
I have top secret clearance.
Okay, well, apparently you're not getting the information.
I still don't know if this is true or not. Anybody could say anything.
Still call me a liar.
Yeah, I myself say that a lot of times, right, guys? I always say, like, anyone can say literally anything, but will you agree with that just because they said, you know?
I don't know you. I'm not somebody on the street. I'm a police officer.
Okay, well, you weren't acting like it.
Okay. You can request the body cam footage, and you can watch it back.
Oh, I will. You don't worry about me going through the numbers, I will. And
what's that?
Probably here for some people, too.
Okay. I hope so, because I have my FBI colleague who's looking you up and gonna contact your supervisor because the way you act is ridiculous.
Still under arrest, I see.
If you knew anything about the law as you say you do, you would know that you're being detained.
How many law degrees do you have?
You would know that you're being detained.
How many law degrees do you have?
It doesn't take a law degree to know the law.
I have 2.
That's great.
Okay.
Very
So
fast.
I'm very happy for you.
Me on the law.
Are all of them entitled like this? I don't know, guys. Tell me you like it's like the progress on TV, like the series the shows on TV show them to us, like always being retarded and always being like evil and bad people. They are really like that, or this is just like the media being the media?
I am going to let you on the law because you do not know it. And that I had to further investigate this. Until otherwise proven, yes.
You going to the place yet?
I did, yeah.
Sorry?
Did you just buy this?
That's sad to know.
Story. It's a new engine in it. I ran privacy, and I also have 2 BMWs. If you're ready to place. Also on the motorcycle as well.
Do you see anything about him being a lawyer? Like he said to Google, he was like, go Google me. I'm a big deal. Like I do what you do.
By the way, what CIA stands for? I don't know what the abbreviation means.
And this is bullshit. Like I'm a federal agent. I'm one of the good guys. Right. Then I'm like, then you should have known to.
So I have my FBI cohort looking this up. She's going to find out what's going on. Contact a supervisor of yours. Meanwhile, I'm going to write a report about this. You want to step out?
Did you do all the stuff in China when you were in the military?
How'd you know that? In China. So you find somebody. You find out about the Ukraine?
No.
Okay.
I didn't get that far.
Oh, yeah. I never go back to Ukraine.
Doctor of law.
Yeah.
Lots of teaching in China.
Yeah, and Ukraine.
Hold on.
Freedom fighter in Ukraine.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. I used to go there, supposed to be there next month. So like I said, I do this, written a few books, yeah. Human rights, that's all I do.
Okay.
I'm mostly known for the China stuff. I'm known for that, but I'm also known for the Ukraine stuff the last 4 or 5 years.
To push you out of the way, you can't be here.
But don't you understand? You're going to destroy the realm. The other officer understood that.
I don't know who that was, but he can't push you in front of a bus depot. You know.
You know the reason why I didn't get the officer's name and number? Usually the officers are the good guys. I just don't usually get their name and number. You know, so I don't usually look at their name and number. The only thing I said to him was thank you. We had a little conversation. I told him be safe, watch your back. I didn't get his name and number. I don't usually do stuff like that because I don't see you guys as the enemy.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't give his name and number. I got yours.
You're still not. But the buses have to be able to move freely in here for transportation.
I get that. But his thing was, from the very get-go, you're a liar. That's the attitude that
we have to get past that.
Well, I can't get past that.
Well, you know what's going to happen if you don't? This is going to end up getting towed before you're ready.
I said that when you came in here, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You said he has to be moved.
Okay.
Now that he's free, we are back to the situation of the vehicle. What the fuck?
I said it has to be moved. I can push you. Then you got out. Are we going to relive this?
Well, at some point we will, but not.
I don't think the guy did the right title, you know. Look at this title of the video. My stupid cops mess with FBI agent. It really doesn't look like that, you know? Looks the total opposite.
Now.
Okay. Either way, you weren't acting right, and your supervisor will find out about this.
I wasn't behaving right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
I wasn't behaving like
Correct.
Like
when I requested your badge to check it.
Like a good little right?
I'm sorry. Do not use.
That's where I take that.
Do not use that.
That's where I take that.
Excuse me.
That's where I take that. Don't tell me what to use.
Don't be disrespectful.
No. That's how I feel.
Do not be disrespectful to me. Get in your car, move it up there. Get in your car and move up there.
So it offends you.
I'm tired of your attitude.
It offends you that I use that word, but that's how I felt.
Okay.
Isn't that amazing?
That's
Isn't that
great.
amazing?
That's great. Get out.
Is that amazing?
Get out. Go. Go.
You see that the guy is so entitled because he's a federal agent and everything, and you keep telling him to get out. Obviously, the guy will feel like confronted and will escalate things again, and we will reach a situation.
Move it towards there.
Oh, your car.
You're not getting it. Get out of here.
You're physically in your car.
You can PDR it.
You, what's your name?
You have it right here.
I see two names.
No, you
I
don't.
see one behind it.
Go.
One behind it. I want your name.
Google my name.
I want your name. No, I want your name. What is your name, officer? You have to identify yourself.
I did. Merrill.
Okay.
After all that, he's going to move his car out of the entrance. He has a tow truck coming.
The agent's refusal to be
Oh my god.
cowed preserved his dignity and exposed systemic issues in how some local officers treat perceived challenges to their power. The Fourth Amendment protects against unreasonable searches and seizures, requiring that any detention be justified by specific facts rather than subjective irritation or perceived disrespect. By invoking his status, credentials, and connections, including mentions of FBI contacts and top-secret clearance, he shifted the dynamic, compelling the officer to back down after failed attempts to verify claims quickly. This stand not only avoided
Well, if there is something that was quickly. Nothing here was quickly.
an improper tow or prolonged arrest, but also served as a broader warning against abusing authority when dealing with federal employees. In
Now, okay, I understood the local mistake. Okay, the problem that he did, but come on, this federal agent, like, it's a no. Okay, it's a huge no. Me, it's a total huge fucking no. Okay, all right. So just want to remind you guys to join our Discord server. Join your Discord server. You can do that by hopping on the link tree that is on your screen on the description below of this video, and by going through the link tree, you're gonna find not only the Discord link but many other links as well, like for example the Patreon and Ko-Fi, and you can also hop up the key link to support Foxy through gift donations or subscriptions. Yeah, and support Foxy because Foxy wants to get out of here. So yeah, let's go to the next one, guys. Where am I here? Oh, okay. Oh, $50 ticket turns into $50,000 felony. Oh, this is good.
My husband's car.
Well, it's abandoned in the middle of the road, so it's getting towed. You left it here.
I just left it 5 minutes ago.
Why'd you leave it in the road?
Because it broke down. I'm waiting on my dad to come.
All right, well, tow truck's on the way, so.
Really?
Really?
I'm sorry. Why?
What do you mean, why? I turned around on y'all. Y'all parked in a driveway. Then I go down there, then y'all drop the car and leave.
Yeah, because it's messing up. It's been overheating.
Okay.
When I just told you, my dad's on his way.
3:38, Kenny. The driver disappeared. The passenger's still not here.
My dad is on his way to tow it.
You have a driver's license with you?
Not on me. I locked my keys. My stuff's in the car.
Yeah, well, you had the keys at one point because you were driving the vehicle.
I wasn't driving the vehicle.
You were driving the vehicle. I seen you driving the vehicle. I'm not going to argue with you. Okay?
Why are you being rude?
Why are you lying to me?
I'm not lying to you. Can you prove that?
What the fuck?
Yes, I can prove you were driving the vehicle.
You can't.
Yeah, where's your driver's license?
I just told you I don't have it on me.
Well,
Hey.
now she wants to decline. She was driving the vehicle, but she doesn't have an ID. She doesn't have keys.
I left my stuff in the car. I'm literally on the phone with my dad.
What the fuck is that she's holding? Is some... What the fuck is this? What the freaky huge cup is that?
Well, if you don't have keys, it's broke down. It's getting towed. You can.
What is that fucking size? I cannot drink one of that entirely. What the fuck? My bladder just can't handle all of that. Like how can she drink all of that?
It's not your car, so we can't give it to you.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, look at the size of this. Look at the size of this.
Give it to you anyways.
It's my husband's car. Right now he's incarcerated.
All right.
He left it
Prove
to
your
me.
identity that it's your husband.
My identity, we have different last
My
names.
All right,
My marriage certificate, I can go way back home to get.
No.
Hey.
She had a black male with her?
Yeah, we saw them there.
Oh, y'all did?
I did. I don't know if you noticed them. She was getting out of the car. She was walking up to the house, but when we went back by, they weren't there.
I think I need to go to toilet twice to drink out that cup.
She have keys for it? Or? She had to. She was driving it. That's probably why she don't want to give me your license, because I seen her driving. No. There's a wallet in there. You got to inventory it anyway, so. Yeah, it is locked. And there's a wallet under the seat and a wallet in the center console.
So you saw them when you came up?
Yeah, so they were driving. They were coming off Spencer's. They, I don't know if they had a seatbelt on. I turned around on her. They pulled into this house.
You're gonna have diabetes after drinking that. or that for us, yeah.
House next to where the shooting happened. Pulled in that house. They got out, act like they were working on the car. I see them pull out. As soon as they see my car, they dip down here. And
So, he's drinking diabetes. It's not juice, it's not water. She's drinking literally diabetes.
then they must have came down here. My thing is they had dope on them and they got rid of it. I guarantee she doesn't have a license. You go.
Oh, yummy. Tastes like diabetes.
Ma'am, back up here a little bit in my space. Back up.
I'm backing up. Can I get your name and badge number, please?
Corporal Kronk.
Corporate Brown. Your name and badge number?
Officer Hayes.
Badge numbers?
351.
228.
Three what?
228.
228? Yes, thank you.
He backed my car up. Make sure he doesn't back up till I get my car out of the way.
But it's kind of pretender. Usually when I see this woman like drinking these huge cups of this stuff in US, they are always like wearing leggings. I don't know why, but it's kind of pattern. I don't know. It's always when they go or come back from a gym or something.
They can pop that open, right? I think so. I don't see why not. We don't have keys for it and it's locked up.
Hey guys, am I wrong? Like, tell me, Celebrate. Tell me, am I wrong on that?
After being able to open the vehicle's door, the officers proceed to search it. They eventually find a black backpack with a crystal-like substance, 2 glass smoking pipes with burnt residue,
It's
and
not
a broken
common
pill
here.
inside.
You don't see girls doing this behavior here. Here you will hardly see anyone actually, even men with a cup of that size. It just doesn't exist here.
Suspect, now identified as Alexis, had walked down the street away from the traffic stop. One officer goes to get her.
Quit pulling away from me.
What am I doing? Why can't you give me your permission?
Of course you have to fight the police officer. What the heck is this? You
Stop.
I am stopped.
Stop pulling away from me.
I am.
Oh yeah, tattoo.
I'm not pulling from you.
Oh, more tattoos. Oh wow.
I'm not fucking pulling
Relax
from
your
you.
arms.
I am relaxed. Why are you arresting
Oh yeah,
me?
we are all seeing how relaxed you are.
Come on, walking down the street. Why are you arresting me?
But hey, at least your handcuffs are
You
pink.
didn't give me no citation or anything.
I don't have to give you a citation.
So why am I being arrested?
Driving without a license so far, and then your crack pipes that you got are meth pipes.
What? Are you serious right now?
Come
I
on.
didn't have shit in my car.
Come on.
I didn't f***ing have shit in my car. Ow!
Quit.
What the fuck?
You're being
Yo, my
dramatic.
fucking ankle!
You're being very dramatic. Get up.
Why are you arresting me?
Victimization mode.
Why are you arresting me first?
Get up, or I'm going to
Why can't
lift you
why,
up.
my right is for you to tell me.
You have a right to remain silent. That's the right you have right now.
you
So
are
stand up.
arresting me. Why are you arresting me? Because I didn't have nothing in my car.
I'm not playing your games. Stand up.
It's okay. It's swollen face too that you did, right?
At least it doesn't have a no septum ring.
That you just fell and act like you're trying to be
I
something.
didn't hit my face.
Everything's on camera.
You harassed me for 3 days, right? And I was not driving.
Okay.
My friend was driving.
No, he was in the passenger seat.
No, he wasn't.
Okay, we're not.
You gotta get your eyes checked.
Yes, I guess so.
Y'all have been harassing me for 3 days, and I want to know why.
Hey, Kronk, so whenever I got out with her, told her to put her hands behind her back, she pulled from
I'm
me
sorry,
several
misclicked
times.
it. So why he would be doing all of this if he wasn't if he didn't like caught her on camera, right? Like, why would he like be doing all of this, like have all this work if he hadn't called her on camera to begin with? Obviously, she's in the wrong. Here.
As we're walking back to the car, I had to grab her. She just threw herself down to the ground. She's like, "Oh, you just kicked me in the ankle." Okay, just being super dramatic. I have not searched her, so we can.
That was
yeah,
on
that's
your car there.
yeah.
Do a use of force. I can get her to.
I mean, it's not a use of force. There was no force used.
Okay.
She dropped herself on the ground. Yeah, search her for me.
Yeah, absolutely. None burns.
Step out of the car. Face this car.
Spread your feet for me.
Why am I being arrested? And why can't anybody answer?
Drug possession, drug paraphernalia, and driving on a suspended license. I've already told you.
Lie. That is a damn lie. So you tell me you planted drugs on my car?
We got body cameras to prove that we didn't.
Right.
Do you want me to check in her boots?
Yeah, and the shoes.
You have anything on you that we need to know about, hon?
No.
Okay. All right, listen, I'm going to take your shoes off. Stay where you're at. Feet spread, okay? How do these come off? Is there a zipper? Okay. Keep a hand on her for a minute.
I've already gave you answers.
No, I don't want him to touch me. He's already yanked me around. You're hurting my arm.
I am barely holding you.
No,
You're pulling away, hurting yourself.
I'm not pulling.
Step out of this one.
I am not pulling. Sitting there squeezing my arm.
I'm not squeezing nothing. I'm holding your arm.
Put your foot back in.
It's being very dramatic.
I don't want to talk to my attorney.
Yeah, what things that they are professional with.
Okay, then quit talking to us.
Up. There we go. Foot down. All right, foot in.
Have a seat.
Push me.
No one pushed you. Quit being dramatic.
Okay, you're being dramatic.
No, you are. You have any test kits in your car? Wet test kits, not these ones?
I think so, yeah.
Cocaine and, yeah, cocaine's fine. So you got blue and orange?
Ja da da
It's more
da.
pink and orange though? So I'm gonna go with it's tested for meth. No wind at all until you want to start messing with dope. What a disaster. So this is testing as fentanyl, but I have a white rock that was in there, so it's probably meth with cut with fentanyl. Let me turn the AC on, roll these windows down. Wake up!
So she's finally screwed, yeah? Very nice. We love to see them.
Hey! Hey!
Mac and cheese. He's definitely a mud shark. What means mud shark? I'm sorry. I see. I cross with this name sometimes, but I don't know the meaning of that.
Wake up! You just want EMS check her out. You can give EMS 51.
Give the knowledge to folks.
She's breathing. As soon as I walked to the car, she put her head down. So.
A white woman with black boyfriend? Oh, you have a name even for that? Wow. I don't think we have a name for that here. Yeah, we don't have a name for that here. In my culture, we don't have a name for that. Yeah, I'm thinking, and I really don't have a name for that. You don't wanna know? Low, too late? Boyfriend, I mean boyfriend. Mac, don't corrupt Foxu. But I need to leer.
We got EMS coming to check you out. Before you head out, I'm gonna grab my drink out of your car.
Yeah, they have water, but they're not.
Yeah, you can't have water in the back of a cop car.
Right? Yeah, and you did not give me any reason why you arrested me. You just told me to.
I gave you a
get on the
lawful order,
ground,
you kept
put your
pulling away from
hands-
me.
I did not pull away from you. And besides, I am 98 pounds. What am I gonna do against you?
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, and everything you found in my car was not in my car. Why are you wearing my sunglasses? They look just like mine.
Yeah, I promise you they're not.
I guess wear girl sunglasses.
Yeah.
When EMS arrived, Alexis claimed she passed out in the back of the patrol vehicle due to heat. To be safe, it was determined she should be transported to a hospital.
And here she is victimizing herself again because, yes.
Upon arriving at the hospital, Alexis advised that she had no complaints and didn't need to be seen. She requested to be discharged, and her request was granted. She was then taken to Lake County
Oh my
jail
god.
without further incident. During the officers' field testing for drugs, the white crystal-like substance tested positive for approximately 0.32 grams of methamphetamine. The 2 smoking pipes also tested positive for methamphetamine, and the broken pill was identified as Xanax. Alexis's driving history revealed 2 previous driving with a suspended license convictions. For this case, she was charged with her 3rd driving with a suspended license offense: possession of methamphetamine, possession of Xanax, possession of drug
Oh my god.
paraphernalia, and resisting without violence, totaling a bond of $9,500. She was
Yeah, oh my god, this is so good.
Released the next day on a C bond. She is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
It's true, police are alerted when they see suspicious behavior. So many people may not be aware, but most police officers have instincts. And when officers observe suspicious behavior, their instincts kick in, and it could be a person loitering too long.
Basically, what they're saying is that officers use pattern recognition, yeah. So they look at her and think, I think gotta do something on this Karen. So yeah, let's
For
go.
the sake of this video, a vehicle parked in an unusual spot. So with today's case,
You know, this looks like a libtard shit. So she probably is into drugs or she sells drugs. So yeah.
at a Lady Lake Police Department, police observe some shifty behavior of some occupants in a car. And as the officer arrives, he notices a vehicle abandoned in the middle of the road. And as the officer's investigating, he's met by one of the occupants. And she tells the officer a story that her car has broken down. But the officer quickly informs her that he did see her try and give him the slip a few minutes earlier, then abandoned the car when they thought he was out of sight. And as she tries to plead her case, the officer informs her that the vehicle will be getting towed because she cannot produce a driver's license, even though the officer allegedly saw her operating the vehicle. Now, after more units arrive on scene, the female approaches the officers again, phone in hand, while asking for name and badge numbers. And let me add this, I don't know if this is an attempt to put fear into these officers, and although as a citizen you do have the right to get names and badge numbers, these officers are being professional. So in my opinion, in doing this, she's pretty much wasting her phone battery. And when the tow truck arrives, the officers do have to do an inventory of the car to make sure there's no weapons or contraband in the car. And what do they find? Some possible drug paraphernalia in a black bag. And when the officer goes to get the female, no surprise, she begins to resist. Keep in mind, the officer did say that he observed the female driving the vehicle, and when this goes to court, it will have to be proven in fact those possible drugs belong to the female. But the way she was carrying on with being taken into custody, falling on the ground, in my opinion, was some seriously bad acting, because she went from crying to being perfectly fine in seconds. And at this point, EMS does show up to make sure she was okay, because she claimed that she passed out. But many times suspects do this to slow down the process of the arrest. But lastly, although we get a first-hand view of these arrests, these are still people who have probably had many run-ins with the law,
never
many
imagined
unsuccessful
that.
rehabilitation.
Of course I believed on her when she said that was passing out because of the heat. Of course.
Attempts. So we have to continue to try to implement programs
There is only one kind of heat that she knows.
that can be transformative, like community service or counseling to address the root causes of these issues. That's all I have. Remember to be safe, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Hello, yeah. And it's the heat for the morning glory milking farm. Oh yeah. That's it. Join our Discord server. You can find the link. You can find the link tree on the screen on the description below. Yes, we never skip the farm. You can find the link in the description below. I hope in the link you'll find like many ways to support Fox through Patreon or Ko-Fi or to only kick link. And supporting Fox will kick my subscriber 50 subs. And why I can't stop laughing. Man, I just got sub, okay? I forgot what I was talking about. Just do it. Just kick on the link tree and figure out what you want there, okay? Thank you very much for your attention in this matter. I trampled me. Oh my god. Alright. Just give me one moment. I'll get more juicy. My grapple juice. Wait a second. Okay, folks, back. Japan's male exodus, the gender war nobody saw coming, by the Chow Time Pod. This name is familiar. I think I saw this channel before.
Welcome back to Chow Time Pods. Your host Red. We have videos today from all Asians.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I saw this. I saw this channel before already.
The moment a woman comes near, he starts beating her up. This is Japanese men's method for dealing with feminism.
I mean, it's a little extreme, but I understand.
Japanese.
Oh, is this the he's gonna talk about the samurai mode thing?
Japanese feminism has already evolved from squabbling online to real-life Mortal Kombat offline. Faced with Japan's extreme feminism, Japanese men, to keep up with the new version, created the samurai duel. Put simply, there are many Japanese feminists who, for no reason at all, slander Japanese men by claiming the men molested them.
So false accusations, it's a thing. Not just in the US or in the West. A lot of Western Asian countries, which would only be like 3
I still think that my country is the one reigning supreme in this area.
I can think of, would be like China.
And now one of the candidates, if win, they will chemically castrate the men that are falsely accused by doing this stuff. Oh, that's so nice. I feel so sad for the men that will have, you know, the we not working anymore.
Japan and South Korea. All the other ones are a little bit more not so Western yet. But Japan, definitely pretty Western.
So whenever a woman suddenly comes near, the man launches into a duel with her and beats her up, because indecent assault means 3 years in prison, while a fight only means 15 days detention.
Again, like a little extreme, but 15 days in the can is much better than 3 years.
Between
2
3 years and
Yeah, I did a video about this long ago. I think over 1 year ago. So I did a video talking about this thing in Japan. So they prefer to actually punch the woman or something like that. Real violence, really to do something violent against her, because they just get to stay like 15 days inside jail, you know, and yeah, they prefer to get 15 days of jail of actually getting accused of something like that.
in 15 days. The Japanese know full well which to choose. So
Math is mathin'. It makes total sense.
why did Japanese feminism reach this point? And how did men respond? Many people in the West have heard of Japan's gender opposition and the outcome in which men, as a whole, lay flat, gave up.
Like, I wonder how extreme this truly is, because everything we watch and cover, we always want to take it with a grain of salt. Right? You know, obviously, there's some truths to a lot of these things, but not everything is full truths out there.
You look like Asian, so use your place of speech.
But I can see this. Like, if that is the case, dating a woman and then suddenly a woman wants to like accuse you of things or saying you did something, you just start beating her up, and now it's just an assault charge, which is weird, but mathematically
Doesn't mean that
makes
you're
sense.
Japanese though.
In fact, these very same scenes, endless gender wars online, anti-marriage sentiment, mutual hatred between men and women, mass attacks on feminists and feminists striking back are today beginning to repeat themselves in the debates of the United States and
Why there's only old video footage of Japan though? Wow.
Europe. But do you know the socioeconomic reasons behind it? Japan's gender opposition must first be told starting from the Showa era, 70 years ago. Japan belongs to the East Asian cultural sphere. Before the end of World War II, Japanese women held a lowly position. After marriage, they were not allowed to...
I mean, it makes sense. They got westernized. They literally got nuked twice by us. And we kind of went back over there and said, my bad, we nuked you guys. Let me help you guys rebuild and stuff, you know? And they became very westernized because of that. I mean, can you imagine going to some place and just bombing them and like, hey, we're here to rebuild for you.
to work. And traditional Japanese culture already taught women to obey their husbands. It was only after the 1950s that the position of Japanese women began to improve somewhat. With US support for Japan after the Korean War, the Japanese economy began developing again. Society was short of labor. the idea of social equality also began to develop. Educational opportunities for women began to increase. Many famous private universities began admitting female students, and companies began offering jobs to women. Large numbers of women were no longer content to be housewives and entered the workforce. Only with an independent economy.
Oh my god, I'm so grateful to all of you feminists for that. You guys give me the rights of having to wake up very soon and work my ass every single day to get a small amount of money that it isn't enough to pay my bills. What? The math isn't mathing and the brain isn't braining. What the fuck?
It's just funny though, like being a housewife to me as a woman would be the ultimate end all be all. No? Like to be able to take care of your kids, have your husband dote on you, take care of you, take care of your house, get it decorated any way you want. I don't care for this stuff, but if I was a woman, I think I'd care for this stuff, right?
Does one gain a voice? Large numbers of Japanese women ceased to be appendages of Japanese men, and from this moment feminism began to emerge. By the 1980s, the Japanese economy began surging, to the point of boasting of buying America. In this
And you notice the pattern here. It's always after wars that the feminist rises. Because guess what? A lot of men just died in war, and you have and the few leftovers are just too old or just too much PTSD or just deficient of like having losing one limb or another. So who were those that actually could steal the shit? Women. So women became like they had to become more prominent on the market because after all, like too much free vacancies because men die, and all. Yeah, and that made women more prominent. Of course, like women started occupying places, made things move socially as well, and blah 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 blah. So women started to want more and more, and political movements start to take a hold of that and see, we can benefit of this, of all of this shit. And then it starts. It's always about some country getting nuked and losing a lot of people to some war that this bullshit starts to rise.
This golden age of Japan, Japanese women's wealth also began to grow explosively, and their purchasing power leapt forward. According to figures from a certain Japanese fashion magazine, independent women in Tokyo spend about 500,000 to 700,000 yen a month.
Shit, how much is that?
Taking a taxi while paying with 10,000 yen bills was just daily routine, and eating gold leaf sushi was also very common, as women's purchasing power.
Google. The things that rich people think of.
Woman's purchasing power rose, yes, from 0 to something. Yeah, rose, obviously, yeah. For them, obviously it rose because they were actually, like, most of them were not working and all, and now they work, so they receive, like, money, So they went from 0 to something, or obviously it rose. But I bet that the man that my health felt like the effects immediately of that at that time. Of course, it got worse to the point that we are today. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how is that? How was that boomer age?
Sometimes is like, let me just add a little gold leaf to this little sushi thing and charge you an extra $3,000 or something.
Rose, women-oriented sectors, women's clothing, cosmetics, luxury goods, beauty salons.
The topic of this video, John, is about male exodus in Japan. So men
and so on also entered their
Japan,
golden age. Beyond the economic plane, more and more Japanese women began making a mark in politics. The bills and proposals put forward in the name of women's rights also multiplied. At the time, female legislators had a stable and sizable popular base and were courted from all sides. The gender equality movement was also the inevitable trend of the era. In this environment, the women's rights law duly...
Yes, the best thing the modern society ever made. allowing women to vote. Wow, amazing.
I mean, this was also very much going on in the United States too. So us and Japan are very coinciding with this feminism movement,
including equal pay for equal work and a ban on employers, companies, and government bodies discriminating against.
Allow us to vote, just to vote eternally on whoever gives us more benefits. So everyone starts to understand that to win elections, they gotta give us even more benefits. So the one that doesn't give us benefits will not win, you know? And who wants to give everyone's things, like a lot of benefits? Who likes that, huh? Democrats, libtards, you know, the left, the commies, you know, these guys love that ideas, you know?
Women. Marriage law expanded women's rights.
You know, it's funny because we're allowed to put up signs that says we refuse service to anyone, right?
So they win.
But I can't refuse
because a woman doesn't give a shit if how that gonna impact the economy. They don't want to know shit. They just want to sing. I will vote on this guy because he will give even they will give even more benefits to me. That's all. They don't care to know, to understand how that's gonna affect all the whole economy in a chain. And that's how we are screwed right now. That's how the entire world is screwed. Women are always majority. I don't know if you guys culture or like, I think majority of the countries out there, if not all of the countries, women are the majority of the voters. In my country, it's true. Probably US is the same. So obviously, Democrats like will win. The left will win in countries like that because like women will vote for wanting even more stuff to themselves, you know?
service to them because I don't like their gender or I don't like their race. But you're allowed to refuse service for any reason, though. I've always been confused by that sign and how the US works with that. I always had the sign and always used the shit out of it and pointed the shit out of it. I just never really realized, oh shit. Like, what if I did use that sign because I was a racist or something? Would that be like, how would that work?
Before the 1980s, the crime of rape in Japan existed only in name because Japanese culture taught women to endure and swallow. Most assaulted Japanese women
literally
were forced to swallow their suffering in silence.
Which is obviously bad, right? We don't want women being raped left and right and just having to deal with it, and there's no repercussions to men in this field of horribleness. Like, I think most men can understand, yeah, we don't want that happening. Plus, if we have daughters, wives, and sisters.
And this situation began to improve as the times moved on.
Yeah, you think about this, but the woman doesn't think the same about the man in the same situation, like, you know. I'm not talking even about grapes, but other things that usually are happening with men, like for example, false accusations and this stuff. They don't think, oh, it could be my dad, it could be my brother, it could be my son. They don't think about that.
In the face of sexual harassment, more and more Japanese women stood up, making the criminal Japanese men receive their due punishment. Up to this point, the Japanese feminist movement was developing well. Japanese women obtained the rights due to them and the courage to say no to oppression and
that's the thing, like Me Too and all of this, right? Because
oppression and
there's sympathy
injustice
behind it, right? Like, we can understand, we can feel sorry for women that are getting taken advantage of in the workplace, you know, to give sexual favors and things like that. We understand that. We feel sorry for that. But women use that victim narrative that we feel sorry for them to such a degree to just accuse and abuse.
And injustice. Japan became a representative of developed nations not only in economy but also in culture and thought.
This video in the background is not even a bit biased and red, guys.
Fucking anime is dominating everywhere. Everybody watches anime nowadays. Anime movies are on movie theaters in the US.
But just as the Japanese feminist movement was gradually reaching its peak, things began gradually heading in an extreme direction. First, capital began to intervene. Capital, which had already reaped plenty of profit from the development of Japanese women's consumption, wanted to push further So the marketing advertising of all sorts of consumer products began actively tying itself to feminist ideology. The most typical
I'm thinking it means capitalism.
marketing case is the extension of the meaning of diamond rings and jewelry. Once the diamond
Fucking De Beers, man. And freaking K Jeweler or whatever, diamond is forever. You fucking
Diamond ring
was
oh
bound
my
to
God.
marriage. As the saying goes, a diamond is forever. But under the packaging of Japanese distributors, the diamond ring came to represent not only marriage, but also the urban woman's individualism and all manner of broad categories. The ring doesn't need a man to buy it for you, you can buy a ring for yourself. Likewise, all sorts of expensive luxury goods were packaged as indispensable tools for a woman to please herself. The idea that loving yourself means consuming, you are what you wear.
Yeah, and women just ate that shit up. And they love consuming.
And keep eating that.
Most women are just
I think I think like it's even worse in Asia. Like you see China, for example, they are having literally like women there are not accepting not marry a man if they don't marry with her in a castle or some shit like that. I saw a video about it before. I think it was with you guys here. Like in marriages that cost $200,000 many times, you know, some shit like that. It's real insane.
glorified consumers.
The bag you carry began to go viral among Japanese women, which also made today's Japan a famous major nation of secondhand luxury goods. Finally,
yeah, I know that like luxury watches in Japan, you can get some very nice luxury.
Something really crazy, something that lasts literally one day. Imagine like throwing like $200,000 into one marriage ceremony that lasts one day. That's so freaking insane.
Used watches in Japan without major markups because they don't mark them up that well, that high in Japan. So if you guys really were like wanting a nice luxury watch, go visit Japan, go check out some culture, some anime stuff, and get a watch over there. But you can't buy a lot. They don't let you buy like mass. You know, they only let you buy one or two because they obviously know you don't want you to go resell them and stuff.
Finally, capital even directly tied the material to love. Treating a woman to a meal had to be at an upscale. Restaurant of more than 50,000 yen, otherwise the cherry blossom lady won't give you the time of day. Not only must you go to a luxury hotel, you also had to give expensive gifts. I'm an independent...
Wait, just the bang and we had to go to a luxury hotel? We can't go to the normal shady motels?
An excellent Japanese woman of the new era. If you want to court me, of course you have to show sincerity. Not being willing to spend money on me means you don't...
Sincerity talks the most superficial being ever created.
like me.
Why is sincerity always
Asian
tied to
woman.
money with women?
Spending a lot is what counts as truly loving me.
Not the Asian woman, specifically the Chinese woman. I think the Japanese is quite like that too.
From this was even born a special term for the phenomenon, romance capitalism. At the time, Japanese trends...
They are not all the same. Like in other areas of Asia, they probably are a lot different. But the Chinese and the Japanese one, I think the South Korea as well are very like rotten to the core. They are way too much superficial.
spread mainly through print...
Romance capitalism.
How can I say? I don't think they are entitled like the woman in the West, but they are materialists, you know, like I don't know. I can't tell who is worse. Like they are worse in their own ways. Like for example, the U.S. woman seems to be more like problematic in the stuff like they scream. They are they are annoying. They are violent. They are ugly. They are fat. I mean, just telling about you guys' complaints, you know. And the Asians ones, like the Japanese, Chinese, and South Korean, they seem to be more like they don't seem to be equally annoying and entitled, but they are too much superficial. It seems they want everything is based on how much you can pay, literally. But I mean, the U.S. woman is also like that, but the U.S. woman is a whole package. And the women from these three Asian countries, they seem to be exclusively about the money and nothing else.
Wouldn't that be just gold digging? Just with a nicer term?
Media like fashion magazines. The magazines, upon noticing the rising trend of Japanese feminism, also actively began cooperating with capital, pouring more hedonistic values onto women. These consumption trends were labeled happy woman and happy love, which happened to suit the
Yeah, that's the happy wife, happy life thing. Happy woman, happy love. But very similar, right? Not too far off from each other.
taste of the new Japanese women. As Japanese women's voice in the arena of public opinion grew, overcorrecting measures also began to appear. For example, extending the duration of marriage leave and maternity leave, granting women more benefits, having companies give female employees more material benefits on holidays like Valentine's Day and Christmas.
Yeah, and lastly, taxated the single man and woman, right?
And so on.
Wait, what? Women get special gifts for Valentine's Day from work?
But none of this was the most frightening. The most frightening thing is that, in the legal realm, Japanese judges generally began leaning toward women, especially after the crimes of rape and indecent assault returned to the Japanese public's field of view.
I mean, it makes sense. Like I said, men have sympathy too, right? And when you see mass women just getting wronged in that way, yeah, you kind of want to punish the bad guys.
Japanese women began ever more broadly expanding their power to define what counted as harassment. As long as a man had the
Now, guys, you imagine what the... Do you guys can imagine how bad things would be in Japan when they reach the level of feminism that my country has? Of like just the word of the woman can throw a man into jail? Because you know how the Japanese jail is, right? Forced labor, you know, death sentences. Can you imagine that, guys? Can you imagine that? That's real insane. That will be worse than my country. Because my country doesn't have laws to that. You know, but there are people now trying to chemically castrate men now.
slightest physical contact with a woman, it was rape or indecent assault. On the subway, as long as a man touched a woman for any reason, he'd be cursed as a chikan, trained pervert. A supervisor sending emails to a female subordinate.
Oh, you know how it is, Justice. They will just like bombard the media in Japan, showing every single woman that is raped, like each one for one entire week, to make like a Japanese woman think that every woman in the Japan is being raped right now, and they will all like start to become more and more feminist as we speak. And this is exactly what they did in the US. This is exactly what they did in my country. They do in my country. The plan is the same everywhere. It's worked in all the other countries. Why it would be different in Japan?
Was workplace sexual harassment. Even an office colleague. You looked at me, and I can...
It just took a little bit more of time to reach the same level there. And it's curious because we're getting to see exactly what's happened with every other country is still happening there, because I mean we are past that point already. So we look at that and think, oh, we know already what are the scenes of the next episodes, you know, and we are watching that and looking like, oh, we already know this is just a step, and after this they will do that and that. You already know what's gonna come next, you know. But even we knowing that, even everyone knowing that, they will still fall for it. They will still fall for it. And the clue that you have that tell you that the better is just that they already have a prime minister that is a woman. You know? That everyone said, oh, she's a aisle first. She's aisle first. She will put Japan in first place. And blah, blah, blah. No. And you can already see like Japan has been rotting very more rapidly and fast since that woman became like prime minister.
can interpret that as you harboring ill intent toward me. I'm a woman. Would I, after all, joke around with my own reputation? Without anyone noticing, Japanese feminism had already begun to degenerate onto the crooked path of cursing men in every which way, treating all men as would-be rapists. Or rather, compared with the previous traditional...
I mean, that's the goal, right? It's to pit us against each other. And it's to evilize men and to make men the main enemy.
Egalitarian feminism, This voice that directly and loudly curses men is easier to spread and easier for everyone to understand. Whoever has the more extreme slogan can have more believers, and cases of expanded punishment and even slander also began to become routine in public opinion. In 1991, on a Tokyo train, a man, during the morning rush hour, accidentally touched a woman's shoulder and arm and was accused by her of sexual harassment.
No.
The man refused to settle, and the woman insisted on prosecuting. Although in the end, the sexual harassment charge was judged unfounded for a lack of evidence. After several days of litigation, the man still lost his job.
Yep. Same shit that
Oh
happens in the
my
US. Like, again,
God.
a lot of our Asian
It's literally the same shit. It's literally the same goddamn thing.
counterparts are not
But they're still baby steps if compared with the West.
that far off from us.
At the same time, he began receiving threatening letters daily at his door and was ultimately forced to leave Tokyo. Also in 1991, a female employee reported that a male supervisor sent her more than 5 emails a day. Although the content was all work-related, the society of the time still considered it workplace sexual harassment, which ultimately forced the supervisor to resign and led to his replacement by a female supervisor.
It's like, I can't even email my fucking employees multiple times a day.
There were many similar cases, and this is also why the invention of the women-only train car did not first appear in conservative, traditional countries like those in the Middle East, but first in Japan, a developed capitalist country. The bureaucratic Japanese government at the time did not want to solve the complex social problems behind this. It merely wanted, in a purely physical way, to isolate the problem. We physically isolated it all. Now, surely you won't have any problems, right? Even so, at the time, men did generally support the establishment of these cars, because all it took was being accused by a woman of being a train pervert.
It's like, yeah, stay over there so you don't accuse us.
For the conviction rate to be 99%.
Damn!
And once convicted, losing one's job and even committing suicide was commonplace.
Wait, what? A conviction of 90%? What?
Damn! Stay over there so you don't accuse us.
For the conviction rate to be 99%.
Damn!
And once convicted, losing one's job and even committing
My
suicide was
God.
commonplace. For this reason, at the time there even existed a large...
It's like men's lives are literally in their hands, right? Like when you hear the suicide rate, and you're just like, 99% conviction? Yeah, I can see a lot of men offing themselves because they got accused of these horrible things and lost everything.
Large number of scammers who made a profession of it, extorting large sums in settlement money. Under the stimulus of the bubble economy and complex public opinion, extreme Japanese feminism developed wildly, to the point of already beginning to guide public opinion and thought. Among these cases, the 1992 Four Boyfriends of the Heisei Woman is a typical example. This article described, in the first person, the lovely daily life of Tokyo women, and in it described the 4 boyfriends that the urban Japanese woman possessed. The so-called 4 boyfriends in fact refer to 4 types of men: the driver, the meal ticket, the ATM, and the true love.
Jeez.
These 4 types of men each perform their function, satisfying women's needs at every level. The driver is the man of ordinary income and ordinary looks, used to run errands and handle various chores. The meal ticket is the man of stronger economic strength, in charge of paying the bill when going to various upscale venues. The ATM is the boy in charge of giving surprise gifts on specific holidays. And the true love is in charge of romance. He can be poor, but he must be handsome.
Yeah, I
That's
can see
right,
that.
this is the Japanese woman.
So the
Oh my
Chad Rowe
God.
of the world.
Spiritual home. What this article wanted to convey is that having money, charm, time, and ideas could hardly all appear in a single man at once. And so the Japanese woman should find 4 boyfriends at the same time to fully satisfy her own needs and enjoy happiness to the maximum. At the time, many young Japanese women newly entering society were brainwashed by such values.
Makes sense.
They imitated the protagonist of the article, dating multiple men at once and becoming sea queens.
Makes sense because it's what I already George all like teaches. Oh my God, teach us in 1984, right? Like women are the most like the biggest eater of slogans, you know, and the blah 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 blah, and you know the rest.
Women with many partners.
So pretty much, what is that? A Sex in the City type story article, pretty much. Like, oh, a modern woman being able to just date around and pick different men and doing her own thing.
Thus, the development of Japanese feminism went from initially reasonable demands.
Man, when you see how it developed in Japan and you saw how it developed here, and you're just like, man, they got us. They got us.
Gradually to the extreme and the pathological. If Japan's golden age could last forever, this beautiful dream might still hold up.
Not a trick to said. Mizuki, did you feel for feminism too in your teens or was always awake? I have my downs, but not feminist exactly. But I mean, I believe in some shit like about these equalism stuff. Not of the gender, but I mean society. I'm talking about social stuff like economics and this retired stuff, you know. I don't remember exactly how many years old I have, but it has quite some time.
But the collapse of the
I think it has like 5, 6, maybe 7 years. I don't know, 6 to 7 years? Not sure.
Japanese economy was already at the door. Behind this magical social phenomenon of Japan, the essence is still economic and social change. The development of Japanese feminism is in essence, the dividend produced by post-war Japan's high-speed economy combined with a shortage of labor. At the time, Japanese companies' positions outnumbered the people looking for work, and they were willing to pay a high premium, even offering high salaries directly to new graduates.
That makes sense.
Only by understanding this core can you fully grasp why. Upon entering the 2 lost decades or even more years, the tide of Japanese feminism receded so quickly. Because the broad economic environment changed. In the bubble era,
You know, it wasn't much though, Tracted. It was just a bit. Just some ideas, but I get rid of that. And it wasn't because my parents, because I think my parents never believed on that. No. I mean, mom. Well, mom got some problems actually. But I mean, I don't know, it's complicated.
You say it, women are only allowed to be feminists when everything is good, right? When the economy's doing good, when men take care of everything, that's when feminists get to be feminists.
Japanese companies could hand out a vast quantity of sky-high offers. But with the bursting of the bubble, capital began entering a winter. Even companies that didn't go bankrupt had to save themselves through mass layoffs, let alone provide positions. Since positions were limited, Japanese companies began following the law of the jungle. That is, survival of the fittest. Whoever could produce more results on the limited salary stayed and was not laid off. Therefore, the Japanese women who were laid off were of 2 types. The first, women who enjoyed the dividend of the feminist movement, but were of
the lazy, did-nothing, DEI types. We know them.
Ordinary or insufficient ability. They were the first to be laid off. The second, women with professional ability but not sufficiently outstanding.
What did the Godfather say before he passed? Winter is coming. And that was 3 years ago. Winter is here.
They were usually highly capable, but in the layoff wave, Japanese men in the workforce were more desperate than women. They not only met targets and then some, but also voluntarily took on all sorts of physical labor. Men holding several jobs at once had a natural advantage. Over time, women who had once been one-sidedly excellent were also forcibly laid off by their companies. In addition, many people say the continuing decline in Japanese women's employment rate stems from Japanese chauvinism forcing women back home. This perception is very superficial. It has nothing to do with tradition. Its core essence is the Great Involution War.
It's the we didn't need you because you're kind of useless at your jobs, and most of your jobs we just made up so you can have something to do and not complain.
Taiwan, exhausting internal competition.
No, I don't think I was. I think I was far of being a commie yet. Like, I had some ideas, but they rapidly disappear off my mind when I started to some like A plus B, and I realized it was all a piece of shit, like very fast.
Triggered by economic downturn. A huge number of women were squeezed out of the competition, unable to find suitable work.
I see women thought that they can compete with men. They were sorely mistaken. right? Look at
Yeah, I think with me lasted like 1, maybe 2 years drugs.
how men compete. Willing to put in more hours, willing to put in more labor, do more things just to get the exact same pay. That's true competition.
It's the strong devouring the weak. According to
It was
Japanese
around
survey
my
results,
14 years
the
old.
proportion of men who, after marriage, wish for their wives to become housewives does not exceed 16% in any age group, and more than half choose to respect the wife's decision. In fact, many Japanese men do not want their wives to become housewives. Put simply, when the broad environment is bad and income falls, all that talk of tradition and isms is fake. Isn't it nicer for husband and wife to earn money together?
I think
Do you really
so.
think Japanese men can't do this math? Tradition often has little persuasive power in the face of a plate of food. After the women left the competition, the cake still wasn't enough to go around. So the portion of men who weren't so involuted also dropped out, and this is the famous Japanese lying flat. To sum up, Japan's cake shrank rapidly. Apart from a small portion of involution kings, all the rest dropped out of the competition. It is this change of era that is the true
Same thing here, right? A lot of men dropped out of the competition in a sense. They walked away.
reason for the total collapse of Japanese feminism. The portion of young men who lay flat had their morale shattered. With no resources and basically no motivation, they stopped pursuing women. And after radicalizing, Japanese feminism had another big problem. It abandoned its initial purpose of elevating women themselves and instead turned to firing on men, hoping men would see benefits of their own accord. So almost all its demands were built on male cooperation. I think you should respect women. I think you have to learn to empathize. I think a normal man has to better himself, has to learn to give gifts, has to learn to provide emotional value. And at this point, the answer from the lie flat crowd was no. No, not a normal man. I'm just a useless
Nope.
wretch. Okay, done cursing me. Can I go back to lying down now?
That makes sense, all right? Men are beaten so badly to the ground. They're just like, yeah, I'm a fucker. Yeah, I'm a predator. Go on. All right, I'm done. I got it. I suck. I should die. I'm going back home.
With an opponent who had completely given up, who had lain flat even on his own life. Extreme Japanese feminism found that any rhetoric had already lost its effect. And what about the portion of men who won the involution? Surely they wouldn't lie flat too? They say, no, I'm also not a normal man. I involuted for so many years to finally get to sit on the rooftop of a building in Ginza, Tokyo, drinking coffee. You making demands of me, please recognize the situation. The one with the
Yeah, I got all the leverage. I'm the prize, bitch.
right to make demands now is me. A 2016 questionnaire by the Meiji Yasuda Institute of Life and Wellness showed that men who wished to marry were only 38.7%, while women were 59%. Men in large numbers lay flat. Those who didn't were few.
Me surprised, yeah, and then surprised to carry because she faced when no man when shouldn't be in the same room as them.
And women, after a round of involution in the workforce, found that in the marriage market, supply and demand had also inverted. In the end, Japanese women's marriage requirements went from the old 3 highs, high income, high education, good looks, to what everyone sees today. Just having a job and not committing domestic violence will do. In the anti-feminist tide of when the
Which makes sense. It's just be a good person, right? Like, you don't need all these ridiculous things
Be a
to have a
good
good life
person.
together, right? Just don't be abusive and care for each other.
economic bubble burst, many women began to rehabilitate their own image, saying they had never joined the wave of female privilege. Why should they pay the price for some extremists? But unfortunately, when individuals
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. When the movement pushes so greatly, everybody gets affected, not just the extreme ones. Even the good ones get looked at with a
behavior rises to the social level, Japanese men habitually paste on Japanese women the label demanding, unlikable, unapproachable. When extreme feminism began trying to dominate public opinion, Japanese men no longer wanted to spend more time and money to distinguish which women were normal and which were extreme. It's like when cases of the elderly running touch and blame, scams become more and more numerous. People stop discerning whether the elderly person needs help, everyone chooses not to help, since that's safest. Likewise, Japanese companies don't want to hire female employees.
Makes sense.
And Japanese men don't want to approach women or take responsibility for their own marriage. Because hiring a woman amounts to taking a risk. If that woman is an extreme feminist, the company or the individual will face irreparable disaster. So at this point, prudently preserving oneself became the most common way to solve the problem. Finally, after so many tumultuous years, whom did the Japanese feminist movement benefit? And whom did it harm? First, the ordinary women who did not take part in extreme feminism.
Definitely got
who
hurt.
may have been very independent economically and intellectually, but who, because of the feminist movement's overcorrection and the abuse of privilege, were forced to pay the price. Second, those who advocated female...
Yeah, just like in the U.S., there's a lot of good women out there that want to wait for marriage. Maybe
Yeah,
not a lot,
empowerment
but there's women
everyone.
out there that are willing to wait or have low body counts. But because how all women are just throwing it out there, most men are not willing to wait anymore. And that's
It harmed everyone, but the choice was female to do that. And we gotta admit it, you know? It all works like that. The end result is this because women chose that.
sucks.
privilege paid the due price for putting forward so many unreasonable demands. And more lamentably still, they, as a whole, ruined the image of Japanese women. For a certain period, they touted absurd demands, breeding in Japanese men a fear of women. Finally, Japanese men lost the desire to seek a partner, no longer wanted to take responsibility for marriage and love, which also gave rise to the low birth rate and the aging population crisis of today's Japan. The Japanese man...
We're actually not that far off. The only reason we're A-OK is, or somewhat A-OK, is because we have mass immigration.
And began to turn into a refined egoist, refusing to take on the responsibility he ought to take. The decline of Japanese feminism thus sounded an alarm bell for the worldwide feminist movement. The essential cause of today's tragedy is not that the feminist movement was wrong. Equality between men and women.
No, it sounded shit. Like, they don't care. They will keep pushing that. They don't give a shit that this is not working, guys. They don't give a shit. They couldn't care less. They will keep pushing that.
Women holding up half the sky is a normal right women should fight for.
Sure.
However, the spread of the feminist movement lacked an objective theoretical method, leading many women to mistakenly regard female privilege as female rights, thereby disrupting the normal feminist movement. On the other hand, the consequences of capital intervening in ideological innovation are frightening. When capital seeks to gain traffic or promote consumption...
I mean,
yeah,
internet
that makes
changed
sense.
a
You were
lot.
not.
Capitalism and he said innovation. Technology is crazy nowadays. The rapid growth of technology.
Yeah, a lot milk higher. Everywhere birth rate plummeted. China, Russia, Europe, even Brazil's in trouble. If I remember, the birth rate here is 1.6.
It's very easy to flatten and fog up the feminist movement, deriving from it all sorts of distorted values and consumption views. Once the contradiction rises to the social level, the side effects of extreme feminism bite even more innocent women. Every social current of thought is, in essence, a reflection of the economy. Any ism must, in the end, give a material answer. Japanese men either decouple from the marriage market or lie flat, or else, after breaking free of the shackles of marriage, turn into refined egoists. Japanese women find that after noisily thrashing about with feminism for a good while, they neither won real productive power nor raised their employment competitiveness. The only use was leading everyone in cursing men.
Yeah.
But after so many years of cursing, the other side not only didn't change, but either lay flat or became the opposition, while they themselves...
Yeah, they thought they can keep badgering men to do better and keep doing more. But what did men do? We're only willing to do more if the value...
For what? To increase their competitiveness and make to all other men even higher standards? It seems pointless. Because always more and more will be demanded if you guys keep accepting these terms. And we're always there, but there will always be more. It will always increase. So it's not like you guys really don't have another option.
was there, and there's no value for us to do more. So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing.
Suffered concrete losses in the workplace and the marriage market. Why then would I still follow you? And so the once fervent Japanese feminism dissipated. Some evaluate Japanese feminism this way. In fact, the Japanese feminist movement was a success. It's just that the ones who laughed last were not women, but those hosts, male escorts, host boys, who understood the logic of feminism. The feminist tide
Also, the billionaires and the company owners, that now can hire people for like way less than they use it to when only men use it to work and things like that. And also all the consumerism that came from women getting into the market and getting to receive payments. They spent everything in futile stuff, very materialistic futile stuff that just makes that even richer and the economy moves even faster.
broke the shackles of marriage and tradition.
It did.
And the host's gains also began
Do
to
not
increase
trust it.
enormously. They quickly learned the essence of that logic. Make no promises. Take no responsibility. Invest all their time, energy, and money in themselves. Package themselves. Say a few sweet words, and then
I don't think they are a large milk hire. He said, well, the same corpo doing this social engineering and also shitting the pens because of low birth rate. If this keeps going, they have no future. I don't think that they give a shit about that. They are probably think that they will fix this issue with the AI robots and stuff like that. So they are probably flipping the bird to man and woman.
begin using all sorts of pretexts to extract value from women, arguably. In the end, the true winners of Japanese society. And this is exactly why.
Yeah, the fuckboys, right? Like, he's not wrong, right? The men that have the good looks, the money, the status, yeah, they get to do whatever the hell they want, whenever they want. Those are the men that got the most benefit out of everything. It wasn't women and it wasn't men. It was just fuckboys, I guess.
It's worth looking at Japan as a mirror of what could come to happen in the West.
Yeah, women played themselves. They thought they can keep extracting from men endlessly without ever giving anything back or paying back anything. And men were men first. If there's no value to be had in doing something,
I don't think it will burst Lord's Milkaya. Everything that the companies are saying, oh, we are spending so much money with AI, it's not being worth it. We are losing so much money investing AI. They're just trying to get more benefits to government, like from government. Obviously they don't believe in that. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep persist on this and keep invest money like that. And by the way, it's undeniable that, like, you can tell by the same very corpus that are putting like AI literally every fucking where, that they really don't believe in the shit that they are saying. So never trust what they actually say. Like, just look at what they are doing, and they keep investing a lot in AI stuff, and more and more and more and more and more data centers and more, all this shit. So they clearly believe on that. They clearly are pushing for more of that. So no, the AI bubble is not gonna burst. The AI will be our nightmare on the future. The AI will probably overcome, destroy, and rule over all of us. Probably this is what's gonna happen because every fucking tool that the humanity creates end up being used by destruction, with the end in the end by destruction. So probably AI will be our I don't know, or worst nightmare in the future. But it's just my guess, okay? It's just my guess. What do I know, right? What the fuck do I know? I'm just a fox. So just want to remind you guys to join our Discord server. You can do that by hopping on the link tree that is on your screen, or by going through the link on the description below. There you will find not only the Discord server link, but you also gonna find like the Patreon and Ko-Fi, and also you can find the link to the Kick, my Kick stream platform, and there you can also subscribe and give the subs as well. Just avoid work to bed at all costs because it sucks, shadow bans me, and takes away most of my money. So yeah, with that said, let's go to the next one. So, oh wow. Entitled Mom takes cops on multi-county chase. Wow. A car chase with a woman? Wow, this is interesting.
February 3rd, 2025, an officer with the Findlay Police Department in Ohio was dispatched to the Dick's Sporting Goods in reference to a retail theft. What started as a simple call later involved officers from at least 3 different departments and a determined civilian who caught everyone by surprise.
We just had a lady walk out with 2 of our bog bags with products stuck into them. Here's my video of her. Yeah, she put them in, obviously you can see her putting them in the trunk of her car.
I just saw you walk out of my store with 2 bog bags filled with stuff.
Can you get me at least a price on the bags?
So that's 170.
It's got dark tinted windows on it. It was silver Honda.
Yeah, it might be behind me. There's one behind me right now. We're just coming up to Main and 99. Yeah, this is it. I don't think she's gonna stop. Of course, we're westbound.
Let's go.
I think they just got it.
Today, awesome. Yeah, that makes me so happy. I love that. Just like makes my day.
Oh, she's running.
She's running. Nice. Love that. Even better.
Officer 2.
Nate's trying to catch up to him.
Driver, stop your car. You in the Honda, stop your car. No, pull over and stop. Right now. Yeah, we're stuck in traffic. She's responded to the PA. She's gonna stop here at Reineke.
He said Nate's gonna be one with him in just a moment.
Driver, pull over now.
Well, she turned the light to the right.
Yeah, she's not pulling over. We're coming up to 75 now.
Contact OSP. Let him know the direction if I be going north on 75. Ask for assistance. Nate's right. Of course, I'll be with him. I'll be calling the pursuit.
Obviously, she's not gonna stop, right? For our... Guys, that's happening. For our delight. She didn't stop and now she's speeding up. Let's go! Car chase!
Speeds are 105, still middle lane.
Oh yeah, I get to fill out another one of these.
Hey, at least we caught this one.
Yeah, well, you guys had a
Now,
lady.
I will tell you, it's dangerous going out there, even to get a license plate, but the license plate does help a lot.
I know.
626, you want me to take over this?
What the fuck the officer one's doing? Is he flirting or something? Officer 3.
Okay. 148 for Rockville.
She was passing semis on the right. We're back in the left lane now.
Officer 1 like doing nothing.
Right now she's passing on the berm. Back in the left lane.
Should have a post unit jumping in here with you soon, 868.
We're just past the 173 northbound, passing on the berm again. Traffic's doing an excellent job of yielding to me, moving, so I'm pretty much able to stay in the lane.
Even if, for some reason, they call it off and they let her go, the license plate does come back to her. So I could tell by the video you took that it was her from her DMV picture. So they may call it off if it gets too dangerous in 75.
Okay.
But we got her either way, so we'll charge her.
Okay.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
I didn't understand, guys. I guess I missed something. What the officer one is doing? Can you guys give me tell me what's going on? Like, I understood that he was talking to that woman. He's related to the one driving, but I'm not sure.
You have a trooper with you?
No, I just passed a deputy in the berm, but he's not in the pursuit. He's just pulled out. No lights or sirens or anything like that. It's just me right now. Speeds right now are 107.
I'm talking about the officer in camera one.
Traffic, she's gonna have to either go on the berm or go right. And she's on the berm.
Now that trooper should have caught you by now. There's another one coming by me now.
Yeah, I don't have any other lights behind me. I got that deputy back there, but he's not in it. We're middle lanes, the 181. Just went underneath the overpass here. She didn't hit the spikes there for whoever tried that. She just took the 187. 187 here.
Oh, I see, I see. Thank you, mac and cheese. Thank you very much.
Gonna go eastbound. Eastbound here on 582. She's got a left turn signal on to go north on 199.
Guess.
Yeah, northbound on 199.
368.
Good.
When it's safe to do so, one of the other agencies needs to take the 1 position, and you go to the 2 position.
Okay, the troopers look like they fell out of this. I might have Perrysburg Township jumping in here with me. We're through the roundabouts. 199 here. Hold on. She's back to the west on Rocaton Road. They tried to ram her, but they missed. I don't know who that was. It was an unmarked.
Why is this thing censored? There is data there?
We are eastbound on North Dixie Highway. If someone can communicate to this Perrysburg Township unit behind me to come take the 1 position, I'll give it up.
Hey, which state is this? Which state? Which state is this happening?
Boulevard, westbound. We're at the traffic light at Davis Commons and Jefferson Street through that intersection. We're coming up to the Virgin Diamond here in 75, 475 split. We're going to get back on 475 southbound.
Like they think that they can run away from the cops. Why? Why they think that? Ohio.
Communicate with whoever's behind me to take this lead. Yeah, I got a car trying to play police and not let them through. We're in northbound. Yeah, just caused a 31 with them. 4911.
I'm asking because I wanted to get. I wanted to get more. Use it with the states and the places. The name of the place I hear. So I know already which place is that because I know nothing about this stuff.
on 75 north of 20.
I'm third in line now. I let two Perrysburg guys take this in case something happens where I need to fall out. We're still
So
northbound,
Ohio
Travis
is a
Light.
commie state,
Speeds are 150.
or is a Republican state?
Taking 201A. 201A going with Holy Water. She's gonna get stuck here in traffic. Now traffic move forward. We're gonna be continuing northbound under
Northern Ohio near the
now we're
Michigan
gonna be
border.
westbound on 25. Pit. They just took a pit on her.
Laser color. Oh yeah, Dread woman. Tattoos.
Stealing from dicks.
Oh no way! She puts a car chase all this long, and now she asks what she's doing. What she did for deserve this victim of society, guys. Exactly, mac and cheese.
Thanks, guys. Get caught up to do it too. Thank you, guys. 868 quarters. From Finley all the way up here.
What did I do? I didn't do nothing.
Females in custody. We're at 75 and 25 Anthony and Troy exit.
Woo! Y'all get a big reward, huh?
You get a felony.
Big reward.
You can go to prison now for stealing some clothes. That's stupid.
Guess what? Slap on the wrist.
All the truck stops in the area.
First time. Offense. Never did.
Nope. Not in Hancock County.
Nope. Wrong county, honey. You're not in Lucas County anymore.
Wow.
Wrecked my new car, man.
Wrecked it?
Yeah.
Just verifying you want in custody.
You see how they are? You see how they you see that what this creature, what this evil bitch said just confirms to us what we already know very well, like lack of law enforcement. She knows exactly what are the risks and how long exactly she will stay on jail and all the other stuff, like if she can pay just a fine to walk away. She knows everything, and she ruled that it was worth to her to still do it. You know? This is what I'm talking about. You know? We need to start like oh fuck, I wanna say that so badly. I wanna say that so badly. Oh my god, but fuck Vtubing, man. Fuck Vtubing. Yeah, I will not say that because of you, Vtubing. I will say that in a very tight way, like, we need to start unaliving these people and put them in public places to serve as an example, okay? Hello, Dread Pirate, hello.
Sorry about the new car, Lieutenant. It's okay. Good job.
We're stationary at the trail in 75. That's how you do it. That's a good one. No damage. Oh boy.
So the people will come to these public places, and they will see like people split in two there, you know, if you know what I mean. And they will think, well, I think I shouldn't do the same. You know? They would just like have these weird thoughts in their head, like thinking, what if I didn't do the same as them and just go find a job? You know?
Oh, I'm pumped right now. I'm so pumped.
Yes, the world finally. Who could imagine that, right?
Hancock and Lucas everywhere, baby.
Yeah, I'm on one.
Everywhere. See y'all soon. Great job.
Thank you. Hackworth. You got it.
You ain't but a bitch with a badge. All of y'all.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Good work. Good work, officer. Good work. Fucking dumbasses. For a fucking purse. Y'all slow as fuck. Did all that shit for a purse and they just fucked my car up.
Holy shit.
Hey! Hey! I'm trying to get you. Open the door.
There it is. Some pictures.
More attention kicks.
All for a little theft. Yeah, for a misdemeanor. Kind of dumb, but you need help with.
She's so lovely. Look
I'm
at
just gonna
her.
get our
You
evidence
see how
here
lovely
and,
she is. What a lovely woman.
So I've got a whole
I bet any of you would be so happy to marry with her, right?
bunch of Stanleys, some clothes, like a black rubber bag, a purple rubber bag.
You guys would be
and,
so
plastic
happy.
bag with clothes. Does that sound about right? That's all the stuff she stole. Stupid ass. I know. Why do they do this?
Exactly. Why do they do this? Exactly.
And he keeps touching my motherfucking wallet like you about to touch my money. Why is y'all in my money? What's wrong with y'all? Fucking pigs. Let's take my phone off the hood, please.
Oh yeah, we'll get there. You're not getting it though. So.
I mean, I just want to call and make sure my baby daddy and my daughter. That's it.
If you would have stopped in Findlay, and we would have wrote you a court date, and you would have left, and then you could have called your dad or your baby dad and your
I didn't
daughter.
know how Finley works, so I wanted to get to Toledo.
Toledo, and now what's
And
happening?
then I
You
went
got
to
a film.
Perrysburg, and then I'm like, Perrysburg, so I was like, let me get to Toledo.
It's terrible excuses. All right, but no, you're not going to use your phone anytime soon. So sit tight, enjoy the
Well, I
calmness.
had a newborn baby. I just need. Can you call him?
Let me tell you something right now. I am being. I don't give a. Okay, you know how many lives you just put in danger out there?
Yeah,
Myself,
no
all these
nonsense
officers, all the
cops.
citizens out
Yes.
there, and then you're worried about your little baby. You could have stayed home and taken care of him like a good mom.
I am.
Peace.
Oh god, this is so good. I love this. And like amazing cop. Amazing cop. Very nice. Very nice. Based Giga Chat. Giga Chat of the year.
Sit up. Y'all lucky, bitch. Not this damn.
No nonsense cop.
The suspect, identified by her DMV photo as Angelica,
She do all of that and then talks about her little baby. Oh no shit, no fucking way. She wasn't giving a crap about anyone, but now there's a little baby that she cares about.
was taken to Hancock County Justice Center. According to court documents, she was charged with 2 counts of failure to comply with an order
nice.
and theft. Despite her threats of having the best lawyers, she was assigned a public defender, and her bond was set to $25,000. Her trial date is set for August 25th, 2025, which will be her first case in
25,000.
Hancock County. However, a search of her case history in neighboring Toledo County revealed 17 different motor vehicle violations, including one for having an unbuckled child in her car.
And when we make a simple Dick's Sporting Goods retail theft call spiral into a
Delicious
multi-police agency
youth.
pursuit? The answer's pretty simple. Failure to take account.
So the Reverend Martillus, I didn't think nothing.
Ability and running. And some might think that the more police that are involved might get this resolved quicker, but that's not always the case. And the biggest issue in this Ohio incident wasn't the escaping criminal. It was the inability of the officers to communicate to each other. And trust me, it wasn't because of bad police work. Because imagine, just for argument's sake, there's 4 different departments with their own radio systems, their own supervisors, and their own pursuit policies, and they're all chasing one suspect. It could be confusing and chaotic. Commands can be missed, and units may double up or be left behind. But in Minnesota, all law enforcement channels are digital, which allows them to have statewide channels for pursuits called LTACs, allowing every officer in the state to hear a chase if needed. Additionally, there are other statewide tactical channels that allow police, fire, and medics to be all on the same channel, talking about the same incident. The beauty of Minnesota system is whenever an officer goes into pursuit, every other officer in the state immediately hears it. But I'll leave you with this: if Minnesota can build a system that unites cops, medics, and firefighters on the same channel, what's stopping these other states? Is it politics, funding, or just a lack of will from the people in charge? So of course, let us know what you guys think. Should all states adopt the unified radio system, or is it just part of the job?
Very good. Very good. Very nice. It was kind of boring in the beginning of the chase. Kind of boring. But it got a lot better in the end. Well, I liked it. Yeah. I'll probably cut some part of it to not be boring when I make a video, but it looks a very nice video. Yeah. I just want to remind you guys to join our Discord server. You can do that by hopping on the link that is on your screen right now, Linktree, or on the description of this video, and there are also many other links there, like for example Patreon, Ko-Fi, or the Kick link. So you go to my Kickstream, to the Kickstream website, and you know my profile and all, and you can subscribe and give the subs there. I just avoid the work to bed at all costs. It gets too much freaking money from everything that you guys send to me, and it always shadow ban me, so they don't deserve shit. Okay? So yeah, with that said, let's go to the next one. Yeah, I'll drink some water. Thank you, Mr. Brain. All right. Kyle Kulinski loses his mind over bombshell allegations tanking Communist Democrat Senate's campaign. Wow, what a fucking huge title, right? By Black Conservative Perspective channel.
I'm here because Washington needs fighters, and Graham Plattner is the fight.
Wait, what? Black conservatives exist? I'm joking. I'm joking.
Fighter we need.
We have Candace Owens. No, I'm joking. I'm sorry, guys. I'm joking.
I said to myself, that's my kind of man. Because that is a man who not only has the values, but a man who believes in accountability. And we need a little accountability coming out of Washington right now. We need Graham Plattner to come in and get rid of the corruption in Washington. Time for new laws.
He wasted the energy of the entire day on that speech.
First of all, shame on the part of the Democratic Party who stood by him. I think that there was...
I think she dropped another whole sentence, she would probably collapse there.
The Democratic Party was very much split in this race. There are some people that were speaking out against a Nazi tattoo, as I said it as well. There were a lot of other people. I think there were a lot of women after the last...
Oh, so guys, I think I'm not taking anything serious at all today.
Allegations that weren't willing to go out and defend him, but there were a lot of men in the party. I understand that Gillibrand was one of them because she is the head of the DSCC, but shame on our party to do that. And our party has to recognize, if you want to be the party of values, if you want to be the party of decency, of principle, then you do have to come out and call unequivocally for this man to resign, and that is happening.
Is no end of
I think that what this is a larger problem with both parties, which is how far will you go to hold on to power? And when there are...
The only thing I disagree with is...
Oh, you don't want to listen the answer to that question. Because, Oh boy, do I know how far people, these like politicians in power here, you know, commies. Do you don't want to know how far they are usually they are used to go for power. Oh, you don't want to know
is
that.
when she said that he hadn't been vetted.
Trust
no, he
me
had
on
been vetted.
this.
All of the things that have been stated, it was all out in the public. And people like Ro Khanna, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Tim Walz, the Bulwark, Pod Save America, all these people came together to overlook it all, to explain it all, to rationalize it all. He was vetted. People knew all these things. And a whole bunch of Democrats in Maine showed up and voted for him anyway. And a bunch of donors from around the country sent him money anyway. I agree with Alyssa's question. What changed? Why are you bailing on Graham Plattner now? You already signed off.
I don't know the story of the guy, you know. I don't know if these accusations are true or not. It's literally the first time I hear about everything of this. So if you guys are free to give some side on chat if you want. Some things, some more details about this guy and everything. Oh, he graped a bunch? Really? That's really true? Okay, well, I trust what you guys are saying then. But I mean, I trust what you guys are saying, but it's I mean, we are used already we are used already. Come on, we are used already to always like appear someone that was raped like 5, 10, 15 years ago and comes out of nothing when someone is on power or someone is near election and say, oh, that man, that evil man raped me. It's always like that. I'm not saying that this didn't happen, but don't you find that amazing, huh? I don't know the story. I know nothing about the guy. I know nothing about the accusations. I know nothing, okay? I know nothing.
Off on Nazi tattoo, a self-described communist, somebody who's had rape fantasies, somebody who has been on a social media platform.
But yeah, if he's a commie, like you guys are telling me now that he's a commie, and yeah, I heard like on the news here and I'll say it's a commie. It's way more believable because after all, they are always projecting over us this stuff. So we know that these are all the things that they secretly love to do. So I wouldn't doubt that. Yeah.
As a playground for predators, and on and on and on and on and on. And the difference between this accuser and the previous one is simply this: she's a liberal. It's okay, I guess, for Democrats that their candidates assault conservatives, but he broke into someone's house and apparently.
So here's the THEA funny part, said Pseudobrains. He was accused by conservative woman. Silence. Now that a progressive woman came forward, he had to step down. Oh, I see. Funny the difference, right? Like it's so weird. These nuances, you know. Yeah, Mac and Cheese. He also fell out of the Senate race because of the accusations. It's not looking good for him. Oh well, they should try. On this one, they should try the chemical castration, huh? I guess. No. Just give him the fucking death sentence. Yeah.
According to her, raped her, and because her politics
Take
are correct,
me out
they
of
can now
society,
believe it.
please.
All of this whole thing is disgusting. But to say that they hadn't vetted him or that they didn't know about all this is totally false. They knew it and they signed up for it. And I don't know why they're backing away from this scumbag today when they had already signed off on all that other crazy behavior.
Christine. Boy. So we gotta react to the hilarious cope from the far left lunatics who decided to support a communist Nazi and Graham Plattner, who looks like he's going to drop out of the Senate race because of these new bombshell Me Too allegations. Now, I find this story to be so delicious. Okay? I'm telling you, I love this story for so many reasons. Again, the main reason being that Democrats are actively taking their chances of a blue wave, of taking back the Senate because they've decided to get in bed with far left lunatics. Vote blue no matter who. It doesn't matter if they have a Nazi tattoo. It doesn't matter if they have all these weird allegations. Right? Doesn't matter if they're communists. Trump bad, so therefore we have to get in bed with the worst of the worst. It doesn't matter. As long as they're Trump deranged and they're communists, this is who Democrats, the Democrat Party base, has decided that they're going to support. Remember, Elizabeth Warren said that Graham Plattner was her type of guy, right? Her type of man, okay? An alleged rapist is her type of man. Just saying. Just saying. So again, I find this to be hilarious because I'm telling you guys, the cope from the far left, from these people who support
The left always
Graham
accuses the
Plattner
other
is
side of stuff
so
they do. Yeah, exactly.
delicious.
Hey everybody, I just wanted to jump on here to address the serious, credible allegations against Graham Plattner. This story is devastating. I believe the victim here. I think that Graham should drop out of the race. He has betrayed many, many supporters by not being forthright about this. I would include myself in that. I believed his campaign when they said that there was nothing new coming out. And it looks like an awful, awful accusation, and a credible one has come out. Now,
They probably will not drop. We know that these people do everything for power, right? Like, obviously the guy is not gonna drop. Not only that, but I don't doubt that commies will even like still vote on him anyway, because I mean, he's one of us, one of us, one of us, one of us, one of us. So it doesn't matter what the fuck he done. They will still vote him just because they are one of them. It's simple like that. They don't give too much thought. They don't care. They don't fucking care because they don't give a shit to what is actually right. They just care about what they want.
this movement has never been about one individual. Any candidate that takes up the mantle here should share Graham's belief or the campaign's belief in ending complicity in the genocide in Gaza, Medicare for all, taxing billionaires, and more.
Lifestyle.
But obviously, this is a devastating development, and we'll be talking about it more on the Majority Report tomorrow.
I'm very interested in experimenting with lots of different kinds of candidates in different kinds of places because I want to win. I want Democrats to hold the Senate, to win the Senate and to win the House. I want Donald Trump's corrupt agenda blocked. Okay? I would do just about.
I find so funny how they talk about corrupt agenda when there is no more filthy things in the world than that.
Anything.
And I'm not saying Donald Trump is perfect. I mean, come on. I pointed out, like, I'm tired of pointing out a lot of flaws of Donald Trump here as well. But it's like, it's incomparable, you know? It's just incomparable.
To see Donald Trump out of political power or in a contested political power situation. That is my ideal scenario. Graham Plattner is in an incredibly weak position to do that now. And I think as a moral matter, when somebody's credibly accused of rape, that's game over. That's me. That's me. That's one of violence and rape. Those are my red lines.
It's not that Trump is not even like half good, but you have like one option to vote. It's like Republican or Republican. Literally. Why? Like, why? Why would you vote Democrat, right? Voting Democrat just proves how retarded you are. So you only have a choice. It doesn't mean that it's good, but it's just what that is. The thing is that I'm seeing, that we know very well already, but people don't seem to realize that, is that people don't have representation. I don't think they ever have. But it wasn't, I think it wasn't so clear, like, it's so crystal clear like it is today. Like, literally, like, I don't think you can see that more clear than how we can see nowadays, you know? Yeah.
And I don't care that Donald Trump got away with it. I think that's bad and been bad for the country.
And as you're talking to your sources, what are they telling you right now?
Exactly.
Yeah, Aaron, we actually have some significant news that was just released by the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee. This is a joint statement.
But I just want to remind you guys always that it's always them against us. All of them work against us, and that includes Donald Trump and the Republican side. But you gotta vote, right? You gotta always, like, decide one side, decide who is gonna win. Oh, the people are choosing, guys. The people are choosing. Yeah, I totally believe on that, right? They give you two sides to vote. One is bad, and another is worse. And it make you choose between one of these, right? So yeah, you're making a choice. It's so good. Wow. democracy is so amazing, it's so lovely, right? So yeah, you gotta vote the Republican, but you don't get satisfied with that. People are not being represented at all. It's us against them. It's us against them. And we can see that with the certain things that are pushed, like for example the digital ID and everything, and a lot of this stuff like Agenda 2030 that we know very well, and Jews, blah blah blah, billionaire, blah blah blah. You guys know already what they're gonna talk about. That all of them push together, and there is no Republican and no Democrat anymore when it's time to push those agendas. They always pass through Senate, to deputies, like to congressmen, like always like unanimous from both sides. It's always like that. It has been like that in my country for ages. But now you guys are starting to realize that there as well.
Between the chairwoman of that committee, Kirsten Gillibrand, and the Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer. Here's what they wrote, quote, "The allegations reported today are incredibly disturbing. Violence, abuse, and sexual assault are absolutely unacceptable. Graham Plattner needs to immediately withdraw as the Democratic nominee for Senate and allow Maine Democrats the opportunity to choose a new candidate who can defeat Susan Collins. The DSCC will not invest in the Maine Senate race if Plattner remains on the ballot." So a very, very serious threat there from the DSCC, saying that if Plattner does not get out of the way, they are not going to help fund this campaign. And obviously that is extremely significant given what you just pointed out. Democrats need to win this seat in order to try to take back the United States Senate in the midterm elections in just a couple of months. But clearly they've...
Yeah, so you see that? You heard that. Hilarious, right? Chef's kiss. Mwah! Democrats are effed when it comes to this Senate seat out in Maine. I'm here to tell you that right now. They are cooked. Either way, it doesn't matter if he stays in, doesn't matter if he drops out. They're cooked, okay? They're 100% cooked. So, with that being said, I want to react to Kyle Kuklinski here, who I personally think was the biggest cuck in this situation, right? He was the biggest fool because, again, this dude was standing behind Graham Plattner regardless of the allegations coming out, and he wasn't smart enough to see this coming, which everybody saw this coming, right? Everybody saw this coming, okay? Everybody knew, okay, there's going to be more allegations against this guy. The token cough tattoo apparently was not enough for the communists, right? They believe every lie that this dude told, right? And Kyle Kuklinski went as far as to claim to the world, right? 2.2 million views on X. Plattner could have sexted my mom and I'd still vote for him. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that Kyle Kuklinski would allow Graham Plattner to crack Crystal Ball, his wife, with his token cough if that meant he would win that Senate seat, right? That's how cuck this dude is. So let's listen to him cope over Graham Plattner, basically at this point being forced out of the race with these new allegations. I wonder, would he allow Graham Plattner to assault his wife, right? I'm just saying, because again, clearly he didn't mind Graham Plattner sexting his mom, right?
What the
In
fuck
order to
that's
win.
supposed to mean?
So
Civil
again,
right?
these reactions are hilarious. Let's get into it because you already know what's coming, right? You already know what these people are gonna say, how they're gonna deflect from the criticism of Graham Plattner.
All right, y'all got some major breaking news here that dropped earlier today. So Politico is reporting that Graham Plattner was accused of sexual
Well,
assault.
that's really
If you
fast.
actually read the article, the headline says sexual assault. If you actually read the article, it's very clear that the allegation is not sexual assault, it's rape. Okay? There's a few things about this that are extra concerning.
Yeah. Hey, I'm glad that these people are acknowledging that. This is why I said yesterday. I was like, no. These allegations aren't sexual assault. Sexual assault is like, it sounds like, oh, you smacked a woman on the butt, right? Without consent, right? I feel like that's sexual assault, right? That is what sexual assault would be considered, right? But again, those allegations against Graham Plattner are much more serious than that.
The previous allegations were easy to dismiss because it was a literal Heritage Foundation Republican insider who was making the allegations. Also, the allegations were effectively, he's a bad boyfriend. This is not that. This is much more extreme.
Well, it was multiple women, right? So you had multiple women come out and say this stuff. And again, they're trying to make excuses for why they didn't see the obvious coming here by saying, oh, see, some of the allegations came from a Republican. right? And it's like, okay, so is that what we're doing now, right? Again, apparently it's believe all women except conservative and Republican women, right? Is that how this works? Only liberal women should be believed when it comes to allegations of assault? Amazing. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Believe all women except conservative Republican women, apparently.
Lovely.
Allegation is point number one. Point number two is she does have some corroborating evidence, and it's also, if we're being serious here, a Democrat who's making the allegation. In fact, she was hesitant to come forward because she says, I agree with Graham's...
Amazing how this guy is just openly saying, well, we don't believe rape allegations if it comes from a Republican woman, right? So I guess believe all women in the eyes of these so-called progressives, right, it's just really, well, believe all liberal women, right? Rape allegations are only legitimate if it comes from a liberal woman. Does this guy actually hear himself, right? Like, I mean, seriously, did Crystal Ball watch this video before he put it out and say, maybe this is not the type of message that you want to put out there, that we shouldn't believe women who are conservative or Republican when it comes to these types of allegations, right? That they shouldn't be believed. Their allegations are less serious. Now, again, me personally, I don't believe all women, right? Conservative or liberal, doesn't matter. I don't believe in that, right? Men lie, women lie, okay? I don't know if, this happened to Graham Plattner, but it doesn't matter what I think, because I would, first and foremost, I would never vote for a communist, okay? If I lived in Maine, I would never vote for him, right? So it doesn't matter what I think. Okay, what matters is that these leftists clearly are not living up to the standards that they set for themselves and for everybody else, right? Again, it's believe all women except conservative and Republican women. At that point, it's like, nah, I don't believe them, right? They're lying, okay? But again, if it's a Democrat, right, a liberal woman, well, I guess we got to believe that. We got to believe her. Amazing, absolutely amazing. And these people try to convince you that they're good people, right? Fascinating.
Politics, and I was caught between, like, what do I do here? Do I come forward? Do I stay quiet because I agree with this politics? And Graham dropped an emergency video earlier today. Take a look at that.
To directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior
Yeah, it's all false. It's everything false.
is categorically false. Over the last 10 months, I have been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in me. You have welcomed me into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible, but is inevitable. This movement we have built, the largest volunteer base in the history of Maine politics, the hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors, and the supporters across the ideological spectrum, we were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins. Those were the goals when we launched this campaign, and they remain my goals today. On June 9th,
and they remain my goals today.
Mainers, the most in primary history, voted to reject a broken politics beholden to Washington and the donor class. They voted for hope, for change, to take back our economy, to take back our power, and to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you...
I'm pulling guard. 61. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a cook. It's very good.
Deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated. And we will use every tool at our disposal to do so. As Maine goes, so goes the nation. As always.
So needless to say, very serious allegations, and there's evidence this time as well that there wasn't previously. And I honestly...
Mac and cheese, they better not turn their back on him and my grape then if they do.
I think he's going to drop out. I think he's almost certainly going to drop out. He's going to throw his weight behind whoever takes his place. There's some conversations about who that'll be, which I'll get to in a second. But let me also just say real quick,
I
you're a
wouldn't be
Republican,
so fast.
I am
These
not
people
remotely
stick to the
interested in your
power.
Plattner take.
Every,
Because you
every,
have nominated a guy
every
3 times
possibility that
who was
they can.
accused of much worse and much more than Graham Plattner. I simply don't want to hear it.
Turbo
There's a
Lux.
literal
Really. Again, are any of these allegations actually credible? I don't think so. So again, it's unsurprising that they want to turn this into what about Trump, right? And it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter
Oh
what
no,
Republicans have
not
to
the
say because
legendary.
we aren't voting for a
What
communist.
about this?
What actually matters is, are you guys going to live up to your own standards? Can you simply just say, hey, we were wrong to support this guy? All the warning signs were there and we effed up. Can you say that without invoking Trump, right? Coming out and claim, oh, but Trump did this, Trump did that, Trump was accused of it. It's always but Trump with these people. It's always but Trump. Again, you guys are the ones that claim you got to believe all women. We don't believe that, at least for the most part. Conservatives don't believe that. Conservative men, that is. I don't know. Conservative women might be a different story. But I'm just saying, like, for the most part, we're not on board with that. We're not on board with the Me Too stuff. We know women lie, right? Shoot. When a woman accuse somebody of something, the first thing I do, I'm skeptical, right? Innocent until proven guilty, unless I have some real solid evidence, right? Not just he said, she said, not just, oh, I think this happened to me 20, 30 years ago. I vaguely remember, but I think it happened, right? Nah, we need more than what's the woman name? E. Jean Carroll? Whatever her name is. Yeah, we need more than that, right? I don't find her allegations to be credible, right? I don't care if Trump was found civilly liable in some liberal court. I don't give a damn about that. The allegations aren't credible. So we don't believe in that, right? Or at least I don't. I guess I can't speak for all concerned. I don't believe all women, okay? I'm not on board with the Me Too stuff. You guys are the ones that believe that. So talking about Trump, right? Or Trump supporters or what Trump supporters got to say, it's like, it's just cope. It's cope, okay? You guys are the ones that ran with this dude despite all of the warning signs that he was a radical lunatic, right? Which, I mean, all these individuals are radical lunatics, but again, they want to beat Trump so bad. They want power so bad. They're willing to get in bed with anybody, right? Anybody that says the right things, right? They say the communist stuff. If they hate Trump, they can run. You literally can run to be a senator or representative if you call yourself a socialist, right? Or a communist. These people will support you, okay? No matter what. That's the problem here. That's the problem.
Wikipedia page dedicated to all of the allegations made against Donald J. Trump. There's nearly 30 different sexual assaults.
That's true, Pulling Guard. Pulling Guard said, "What's sad is how we got here. Modern feminism has defined male/female dynamics as a struggle for power. Now every accusation from a woman now has to be examined through the lens of, is this a power play meant to ruin a man's reputation? Exactly. And they did that themselves, because most of the cases, actually that's true. It's not even like some cases. Most of the cases are a huge fucking lie, So, yeah, we actually need to investigate that to know. But I mean, I gotta be honest. I mean, of course, this is a biased take of mine. But we've seen lefties commies enough to know that they love the grape thing a lot. I'm not talking that Republicans don't do that, but we know that we know each side loves to point out that we are the ones that are in favor with that, when they're always projecting their own ideas that they have in their filthy minds, So I kind of believe, I really believe that he actually raped them, because that's simple fact. But I mean, he has the right to be judged and to prove that they are wrong and blah blah blah, all that stuff.
Sexual harassment and grape allegations made against Donald J. Trump. Every Republican knows.
But there is the problem. How do you prove that a grape that happened 5, 10, 15 years ago, always happen? A woman come and say, oh, I was raped 10, 15 years ago. It's always near elections. Didn't you find amazing that this happens? It's always near elections. always in a very like opportunistic moment.
Knows that no Republican fucking cares. Okay, so I'm just simply not interested in you pretending like you have a fucking conscience.
Always
now.
convenient.
And you're-
Always.
No. We don't care because we're not on board with believe all women, right? You're on board with that. So again, bringing this up is just so it's like it's irrelevant. It's cope. You're distracting from the fact that this was your guy, right? This was your boy. This is your man, okay? Elizabeth Warren said, Graham Plattner, a rapist, is my type of man, right? My type of guy. You can do all of this. Oh, I don't want to hear from Trump supporters or butt Trump. You can't butt Trump your way through this, right? Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
You're moral now when you're not remotely any of those things. So all of you go to shut the fuck upsville, sincerely from the bottom of my heart. This is an internal issue between liberals and leftists and Democrats.
At least end up like being terrible for all women in general, because it's always like this. It's all these false accusations, all these opportunistic moments that they take to do that as well. All of these like just make everyone like more pissed off with how we reach at this point in history where we are actually like seeing this everywhere like all the time for literally nothing. And then the real woman that goes through a struggle like this, they will be seen because of these fucking feminist tards, opportunistic woman that uses their fictional stories to enrich themselves or to punish someone that they don't like, for every fucking shady motivation that they have. Like they make women that really, really happens to pass through this stuff, like being seen with doubts when they do, because a lot of women are making like bad usage of this and falsely accusing everyone left and right. And that's really sad and terrible. And I had something else to talk about too, but I ended up forgetting. It has to do with this. If I remember later, I will touch on that on that part. I forgot.
Okay, you can go sit in the fucking corner and be the peanut gallery and wear the fucking dunce hat for all I.
Hey, look. I'd rather sit in the corner and laugh than sit in the corner in the cuck chair, right? Which is what this guy's used to. I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying. Look, yeah, we're gonna sit and we're gonna point and we're gonna laugh, right? Because you should have known, right? You should have known, okay? You should have known. So, again, I just find this to be so hilarious.
I care. So all you can shut the fuck up. That's point number one. Point number two is, if you are Neera Tanden, shut the fuck up. She's going after Plattner now as well. You worked for Bill Clinton. You worked for fucking Bill Clinton, okay? This guy was accused of rape and all sorts of issues way more than Graham has been. Let's be serious about that. I'm not trying to downplay what Graham is being accused of here, but let's be serious. You don't get to pretend like you have a conscience and pretend like you have morality now in this moment. You simply don't, okay? It's convenient when you decide to trot it out. And then finally, I'll point out, listen, man, everybody's now abandoning Graham, and that's going to be effectively the death blow to the campaign. Ro Khanna took back his endorsement. Ruben Gallego took back his endorsement. I'm seeing everybody take back their endorsement. Apparently, Plattner's own staffers are now talking about replacing him. And so there is a legal mechanism at this point for him to drop out, for him to be replaced. And right now it's looking like Troy Jackson might take his place. And Troy Jackson is a former candidate for governor in Maine. He's the most progressive of the potential choices. Bernie backed his gubernatorial run. He's from like the same wing of the party. And like I said, I do think ultimately Graham is going to step aside and basically pass the torch to this guy, realizing that this is going to absolutely jeopardize the chance that he's able to defeat Susan Collins. There was a poll that came out, like a week or so ago that had the race basically tied. And there's some polls out today that have Troy Jackson beating Susan Collins. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but my guess is he's going to drop out. My guess is it's going to be somebody else who's, either DSA or DSA aligned. And this will all...
It looks like a gay feeling from my advice. Yeah, he definitely has a very weird and funny face.
Be a moot point anyway. But needless to say, it's a horrible story. There are horrible facts in there. You can go read the whole thing over at Politico if you want to see it. And that'll do it, man. As many others are saying, I think Hassan came out and said this too, stick a fork in him, he's done. Final thing is, we'll know the country is in a better place when people react with the same sort of moral outrage and condemnation to arming and funding genocide as they're reacting to this.
Oh my god.
It honestly drives me.
Oh
Okay.
no!
We don't want to hear
Oh
about
no!
that. You guys get it, right? You guys get it. So they're replacing a communist with another communist. Now, I wonder what skeletons are in this guy's closet, right? We're gonna see, because clearly they don't do a good job of vetting, right? But again, the cope here is hilarious. These socialists, man, they're gonna be the downfall of the Democrat Party. I'm telling you, the Democrats, again, they took a very winnable situation, right? Where there was supposed to be a blue wave. Again, we're going to see. Again, nobody's voted yet. The midterms aren't here yet, right? There's still some time, right? It's just July. So we got a few months. But it is looking like Democrats are blowing. They're blowing a 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals, right? That is what it's kind of looking like here. Okay? That's what it's starting to look like. Because, again, as I talked about a couple days ago, they got that race out in Michigan. They got a
Oh, I guess I agree with you, Boulingard.
I think
of course, there are exceptions, but I agree with
Senate
you.
seat in Michigan could flip red, right? If it's El Said, if it's that guy, right? Yeah, that Senate seat might flip red. Okay, this situation right here, Graham Platter dropping out, replacing him at the last minute with another communist. Probably not going to be good. Okay, again, Susan Collins historically underperforms. I'm telling you, by like 10 points in the polls, right? It's very hard for pollsters to gouge the support for Susan Collins for whatever reason, right? I'm not entirely sure exactly what that reason is, but typically she tends to underperform in the polls, right? And she overperforms when it comes time to vote, right? So again, we're going to see what happens. But again, these far left lunatics, they're going to start losing general elections
Far left
in
lunatics.
elections that otherwise Democrats should win, because again, these people are too far left. They're too radically far left, and clearly they don't care about proper vetting of candidates. They run anybody. Again, as long as they're communists, as long as they hate Trump, they're running Nazi. They're running Nazi, and then
They don't care. It's like I said, they will not care to anything that these people do. They don't give like a shit if they murder people, if they rape the people, whatever the shit is. That's the reality, okay? They can even fake that. But they don't need, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit, you know? So because of that, they will just like, truth is that if they believe that this guy can win, they will still allow him to continue the run, you know. And you see that they are making huge insane defense of him, like even if that is be proven true. The only reason why they will take him off is because he doesn't have a chance to win, but not because oh, this guy is actually a graper, we don't want he here. No, it's just because it's what is best for the party. No, let's put someone else that actually has the chance to win. It's just because of that, but they will still love the guy anyway. That's really insane, you know?
When you have these type of allegations that end up coming out, egg on their face, right? This is humiliating. This is embarrassing. These people are not.
They are
to be taken
literally
seriously. I mean,
everything
let's be
for
real.
power.
If you
Everything.
take people like this
Everything.
seriously after all this, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, I really don't know what to tell you. Ro Khanna should be ashamed of himself. Cal Kalinske, Crystal Ball, Emma Vigeland, Elizabeth Warren, Midas Touch, the Bullock, all of these far lefty outlets and politicians who got behind this guy, the whole Democrat Party really should be ashamed of themselves. Again, I love this story for so many reasons. But hey, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
You know, I actually find incredible how they allowed like Zohar Mandani wins in New York, you know? I know it's not like it doesn't have to do with what we were talking about, but that was so fucking ridiculous. I still don't believe happened to this very single day, like. Oh my god, I cannot think any other reason if not like all this mass of illegal immigration from the Muslim countries and etc. Somehow they were able to vote on him. Like, I cannot think any other reason for this guy to win, honestly. I honestly don't see any other reason. Or I cannot believe that women there were so fucking stupid. After all, it's the majority of the voters. I don't know, or both. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't understand how that fucking guy won that. Do you think that people are still satisfied with him there? No. Today, do you think he would, if he would run again, he would win again? Do you guys think that? I'm not sure, but I'm kinda, honestly, I kinda don't want to know the results because I actually think it will deceive me. Like, it would make me depressed, to be honest. Oh my god. Yeah, I just want to remind you guys to join our Discord server. You can do that by hopping on the link tree that is on your screen. Like, type that on your browser and blah blah blah. Or going to the description, you're gonna find the link there and many others as well. While you are at it, like going to the Discord server, though, you will find many other nice links as there. There, such my other socials and Patreon link and Ko-Fi link. So yeah, support Foxu because Foxu wants to escape Brazil. And yeah, avoid Vtubing at all costs because they sucks. And if you don't wanna support you Ko-Fi or Patreon, you can always like go to my Kick and gift subs or subscribing to the platform as well. That also helps. And yeah, that's it. If you cannot support it any way, shape, or form, just subscribe and leave a like, leave a comment. And even though I actually don't believe that this is gonna help him, algorithm, to be honest, when you're a shadow ban, I don't think anything matters. But do that anyway, so we can hope to see if it gets better. Yeah, that's it. Let's go to the next one. No more arrests. Mandani and... Oh my god, I can't believe it's about Mandani now, really. I didn't even remember that this video was about Mandani. Oh my god. No more arrests. Mandani and his... how to read this? NIPD? NPD? NEPD? What the fuck? New York Police Department. Okay, subway patrols has gangs take over.
On a southbound Q train, police say that 41-year-old man who was robbed that morning didn't even know the two men who walked up to him.
So, underneath the surface of New York City's communist revolution, there's a big problem, which would be out-of-control crime taking place on the largest, worst-run public transit system in the Western Hemisphere, which the communists constantly tell us need more of everyone's taxes so that it can be free. Meanwhile, criminals are allowed to...
I'm seeing a lot of videos like this on X. Like they put like these like mirrors here, or not mirrors, like glass thing, and they just break the glass and that's it. And I think they already removed the glass. I don't know.
Plunder this place 24/7 with zero police.
Pseudo braids. I'm not joking. Siege will inevitably be necessary. It's like I said, things will not ever go back to the closest thing as normal, which I think it will never go back anyway. But if you don't actually put any fights, any blood at all, like, things don't have a slight chance of getting better.
In sight.
An MTA worker attacked.
In other words, what I think it will have to, in order to things ever can get better again, it will have to get a lot worse before you guys can ever dream of it actually getting better.
Packed on the job in Queens.
By a man who then took off on a subway car.
Seems to me like we're prey for these monsters.
It should be more security. You have to be very, very careful.
Waste of money.
New York City is trying again to stop fare evaders. They just added these pointy panels onto the gate, but I think they forgot to address that you can still slip through the middle or just crawl under.
Policing is something that does not create safety. And what we need to do is reinvest into things that are proven indicators and creators of safety.
There are no cops down here. Maybe having a couple more cops down here.
They want to hike fares up and they want to do certain things, but they can't even keep the people of New York City protected.
I think we absolutely, without question, right now, have the most dangerous job in New York City. We don't feel that we're adequately protected. We don't feel that there's enough police. They're doing the best. There's enough police on platforms. We don't feel that the folks who attack us and assault us are given adequate prison sentence. Hopefully that stops today.
He's taking over? For me, it took over long ago already.
So, the socialists taking over New York City and America have made it no secret that having police isn't part of their plan. And nobody running this madhouse that is New York wants to admit that if you want to be a sanctuary city and you want to fund everything except police, lawlessness can only go in one direction. And that's what we're seeing in our subway system, which is supposed to be the hallmark of communism because this is public transit. It eliminates private transportation, like cars. It's great for the masses. It represents collectivism, but it also represents a security nightmare, which is why the NYPD and city officials do everything they can to downplay incidents that take place down here as they're forced to combat crime with one arm tied behind their back. And you know something? The best way for the city and its leaders who don't really like the police and want to protect criminals to say that this is the safest place ever is to just have less police. Because then the police won't be around to record all the crime that happens, and hey, problem solved, the stats drop. Unless, of course, you're one of the defenseless individuals trusting in socialism to care for you as you take the train and go to a job that may not exist after a few months. Without realizing your career might get sidelined before you even show up as the career criminals on the train single you out and do their thing, which has been the name of the game in New York for years with decriminalization and a revolving door justice system that sees every bad guy as a victim and wants to release them as quickly as possible. But that brings us to the real reason the public safety situation in New York is headed off a cliff. Right now, the city's got the lowest number of police it's had in decades. And even though the mayor just passed a record budget, there was
I find this stuff very amazing, guys. Like, I always see, like, people in my country say, oh, Brazil is becoming, it's big. I saw today we are fucking 2026. My country is a commie country. A commie dictator country for years ago already. And I saw the news saying today that we are becoming, you are heading to becoming a dictator, like a totalitarian country. We already are for many years, and they are saying that. I started to laugh of nervousness, like of how angry I got, you know, like that made me so pissed off when I saw the news. Like, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, you piece of shit? Like, we have been like a totalitarian country for ages already. We are a commie country for ages already. What the fuck are you talking about?
no new money in it.
It's the exact thing that he's talking here. He's talking about New York as something that was ongoing, like something that was gonna become in the future. But it's something that is already or. The guy is late, you know? He's too much positive. Oh, every video that I see of this guy, okay, I like his videos. Okay, it's fine, but he's overly positive with everything. It's always like, if it's something worse, he kind of postergates it, like saying, oh, it's gonna become. No, it is. It is already in the present, you know? It's not gonna become. It is. And when it's something is slightly that can be slightly good, for him it's like the most ultimate marvelous thing of the universe. Entirely. The ultimate shit, you know?
For New York's finest, which is a problem because now that stealing and assault are considered misdemeanor offenses that don't result in jail time, the only hope the law-abiding have is for the bad guys to be temporarily detained, which ends their crime spree for just a few hours before they're back out on the streets and at it again. But if you listen to the communists, they'll say, we've already got too many police. They'll tell us the
You're talking about like New York, like totally unruled place on earth. It seems like everything is possible now there. Like everything. Like it seems like It's total unrestricted chaos every fucking time, every single day there. It's like, it's almost looking like a parallel country or something inside US. It looks like a total different country inside US. Like, it's like an invasor country in US. You know? Trump should have been using the army long ago on then, like very long ago on then. I don't think it's ever gonna happen, and if it will take so much time. So much time. Oh my
The
god.
force is bloated, it's already so big. But if public safety is not a problem in New York, why are videos like the one you're about to see an everyday occurrence during people's commutes?
Stop it. Stop it.
Wow. Thank God there weren't any police around, because if there were...
Yeah, totally. Yeah, you know what? What is fun is like, if you are in a country where like this insane shit wouldn't happen, where someone has a pew pew there, you know, a pew pew or a bang bang machine, you know, and show to him, he would stop immediately. He seems like a freaking insane piece of shit here. Like very crazy people, like mentally ill. But at the moment that you show a bang bang or a pew pew to him, he changed from water to wine. It's impressive. Not from water to wine, from oil, from petroleum, for you know, from oil to wine, literally.
Were police around, an officer could have escalated this dangerous situation and a crime may have been committed. You see, not having police around means nothing wrong happened here, and technically nothing happened. This guy was obviously trying to intimidate people on the train, but he didn't touch anyone. See, we don't need police at all. They don't make things safer, and that's according to the mayor's own words. And tell me if you see a problem with this.
It comes out of an understanding that policing is something that does not create safety. And what we need to
What's that more are you talking about?
do is reinvest into.
But I agree that in parts, yes, the police alone is not even close to that. Because it doesn't matter, like, again, my country's example, like, the police here, it's always like trying to dry ice, you know? They arrest people left and right all the time, but these people don't get to stay arrested, not even one fucking day, you know? And for the most ominous crimes, they get to stay like less than 1 year behind bars. This is my country for you, okay? This is how it is here. So many of these actually get even depressed because of that, and don't even care to work like they are supposed to. But many of them are still trying to dry ice every single day here. So it's better for you. I agree with him. Like, the police officers don't fix shit alone. What does fix shit is the law enforcement that will happen after these cops arrest these people. If they will get to stay inside the jail for a long time, in preference forever, or if they will get unalived, you know, death sentences, that is what fix things, you know? It's ruling by the example. It's making those people actually pay. Is what actually reduces the crime and increase the safety, you know? This and allowing people walk around left and right using bang bangs and pew pews.
The things that are proven indicators and creators of safety.
Like what?
And the city council budget did not do that. And it's just mind-blowing. They cut 1 out of 4 cadet classes next year. The headcount of the police department will go up next year.
So that was the mayor back in 2020, very upset that the police force had rising numbers, as if a growing population doesn't necessitate a police force that keeps pace with it, especially during a crime wave. And I know what some people are saying, well, that video's from 2020, the mayor, he's different somehow now. He still, you know, he's changed. He's a law and order guy. He's older and wiser. Really?
I noticed that the budget doesn't appear to include any increased numbers for NYPD headcount. Can you explain the rationale for that?
Yes. So I've been talking to all agency heads about ways to find savings, and Commissioner Tisch and I were able to identify ways to keep the NYPD headcount at the originally authorized 35,000.
Which isn't enough police. It's the lowest it's been in decades. And you know what? I don't even blame the chief of police for being called into the mayor's office and being told, hey, figure out a way to not hire more cops. I mean, what's she supposed to do? If you're the chief of police of a sanctuary
As Real said, he did change to become a better liar. I don't think he was ever a good liar to begin with.
city, you're
I don't think he actually became better at it. And like, I don't understand how people fall for that. I really don't.
your job, even though the rest of America wants it to be your job, isn't actually to stop crime and obey the law and turn the administration around. Even though we all want to see that, your job is actually to do what the mayor says, or you're going to get fired. And the chief of police here knows that. And here the mayor is with his record-setting budget. More money than New York City has ever spent on anything ever, and $0 extra for cops. But the real problem here is while the police get nothing, the criminals in this city are able to get pretty much everything. Watch.
Of money.
New York City is trying again to stop fare evaders. They just added these pointy panels onto the gate. And the idea is that it's supposed to hurt the people that try to jump over. But I think they forgot to address that you can still slip through the middle or just crawl under.
If you go like, you can just go like that, and you can go under. Yeah. That's crazy. He'll be installing even more.
So we decided that instead of hiring police, we're gonna do useless things to try and make the subway safe. We're gonna put some raised edges on something that people can just crawl under. People do this all the time, by the way. It's not like crawling under is something that criminals in New York City are against. And the worst part is this behavior is justified as being perfectly acceptable. Why? Well, because New York City's expensive. And if you're doing something in a world that is too expensive for you, whatever it is, you're innocent. Watch.
It's humiliating, you know. It's either you make the decision to hop the train or eat breakfast sometimes. You have to deal with people making comments if they decide to help you. You know, everything from get a job, you loser, he's probably a crackhead. You get all these stigmas because you can't afford to pay your transportation.
Don't give me that crap. Don't give me that fucking crap.
And you're asking for a little help.
Okay.
And when you deny New York City residents access to public transportation, you limit their opportunities.
I agree with only the last thing that he said. If you're going to deny people access to public transportation, you do limit their opportunities. And you know what denies people access to public transportation? Nonstop crime that makes that public transportation so dangerous, nobody can use it. But let's look at a play-by-play analysis.
He shouldn't have such a thing as public transportation to begin with. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. Okay? It shouldn't.
Of who this person actually is that just told us stealing from the train is acceptable.
Who says he can't afford the subway fare, and yet he's got a smartphone, new kicks, he looks able-bodied.
Giving power to the government never doesn't help. Like, oh my god, never help with shit. Okay, giving more power to the government, like with such a things like public transportation. I live in a country of public transportation, guys. You know, and trust me when I say that shit doesn't work. Okay, and even it becoming quote unquote public, it is still paid, and it's expensive and not effective. And you don't even have AC in the fucking buses in a fucking very hot states like mine, where you melt, you know, on the street, and the buses don't have freaking AC, you know, and it's so freaking expensive, and it's public transportation, you know, public transportation. My fuck, okay? No, it's always less government, less government. You don't have money to pay? Fuck you. Your problem. Get a job, do something, okay? I live in a fucking poor third world country and I always paid for every transportation service I got. Okay, you can do that in fucking US too.
And that's who you cast? One of the most unsympathetic characters you can. Like, you couldn't go out and just find, I don't know, like an elderly woman in a wheelchair, anything. There's literally millions of New Yorkers who are more sympathetic than this bum that you went with, who is basically warning you. He's like, if I can't take the subway, I'm going back to jail.
The Daily Mail says that this individual is a New York City career criminal who has been rebranded as a justice-affected individual, and who says that crackdowns on fare evaders like him are a big problem and are totally against what the mayor promised. Now, have there been some increased crackdowns on fare evasion? Yeah, there have. But here's the problem with that. All these crackdowns on fare evasion, they're a Band-Aid solution, because the real crackdown on fare evasion would happen if people got arrested and lost their freedom. Because the way fare evasion works now is if you go to a heavily guarded subway entrance and you see police all over the place, if you just cross the street and go around the corner, you may see another entrance to the exact same terminal that's got the exact same trains you want to take, and the whole thing is totally unguarded. Happens all the time, every single day when they do these highly publicized crackdowns at the Penn Station terminal underneath Madison Square Garden. They'll have bag checks at one terminal, and then upstairs, there's zero security. And the criminals are totally aware that this is how things work, unfortunately. And watch what this is doing to our police.
Yeah, very nice. So you make the life of the ones that are actually paying more difficult by checking bags of random people that just want to get to the work, and while at the same time the people that are actually getting to the trains, to the metros.
New donation of
they
80
they
from
are.
someone. I hope this helps.
Thank you, someone, for the $80. Thank you very, very, very much. You're a good someone. Thank you, someone. Nice someone. Very good someone. Thank you, someone. So these people are still getting to join the service, without paying anyway, and it's just making the life of the other people terrible, more terrible. You know, the people that are actually paying, you just wanna use the service to go to their jobs. Think that actually most of those that are not paying are not even going to. Probably they are not even traveling. They are not even committing to that work, because they probably don't fucking work to begin with.
Watching
They're probably going there to rob people.
TikToks. Watching TikToks in the patrol car. Look at that. Oh, got spotted.
Bad, bad, bad. You shouldn't be on Facebook. Bad, bad, bad.
And then you're gonna get late to your job, to your work day, and then your boss will look at your face. You're late, and you're gonna say, "But the police officers wanted to see my bag, and fuck it, your boss. It doesn't give a shit. It doesn't care what the fuck happened. You know, you will still be seen badly for what happened. They don't give a shit to that."
Bad. You should do your job instead of being on Facebook. What? I said you should do your job instead of being on Facebook.
Thank you again, someone, for
you
80. Oh my god,
Man,
$80. Thank you very much.
Oh, this retaliation? Oh, thank you for my safety. Oh, very good, very good. I'm sure you don't.
You know something? I feel so bad for our police. Were they
Oh, of course it was Kryptonia, someone Jedi. Thank you, someone Kryptonia, someone Jedi.
on their phones? Yeah. Is that a good look? Absolutely not. But when they're surrounded by a sea of criminals who get arrested and released over and over again, what are they supposed to do about that? Are they supposed to arrest the same guy for the 101st time just to see him
Thank
get
you very much.
released?
I
At
very
some
agreed.
point, they're going to give up. And although this is their fault,
By the way, that value that it's there, Kryptonia Jedi, I'm telling you because you probably don't know. I already spent like 5,000 already yesterday. I'm trying to recover what I spent, you know, but I already paid for that. And that's actually only the legal counseling. I'm spending way more than that. But if I can get to fill this bar in the next 2 months already, that's already awesome. That's already amazing. I will recover at least part of the money. Will be very good if we can do that in 2 months. I know it's a huge amount for what we are used to. I usually put like 500 per month, so yeah. But yeah, it was so freaking expensive. Thank you very much. It helps. Obviously, it helps. Any donation helps. Thank you very much.
Fault. It's also the fault of the city that employs them and puts them in this situation. We have a public safety nightmare on our hands in New York City, and nobody wants to admit it. This is what's going on everywhere. It's not like those are the only police that have ever been spotted on their phones when there is something else going on. But here's the problem. If these cops get out of their patrol vehicle and stop any crime, they've got to do some math in their head. They've got to say, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is the crime going on around me right now? If it's a 3 out of 10 or a 4 out of 10 crime, and I go after that, and then because we're short-staffed, if a radio call comes in and says, hey, there's an 8 out of 10 crime or a 10 out of 10 crime, we need somebody to respond to that, and I'm busy arresting somebody who's just gonna get released in a few hours for something like shoplifting, I'll wish that I had released that person so I could go to the worst crime that's happening. And that's what happens when you short staff your police. That's what happens when you refuse to fund them.
Exactly. It's what I taught to you guys always. Like when we see this police cam like videos, these body cam videos, and I always see like, look at the amount of people. Did you saw that car chase in that woman? Did you saw how many cars with how many police officers were there just to arrest that fucking retard? You know? So many people there. Imagine that they could be doing like literally everything else, and all that resources were being spent on her, on that chase. You know, like that's so freaking insane. That's so insane.
Police released, you can see
That's
the two they're
always
looking
so
for
insane
walking
to
on
me
the
to imagine.
platform. One is
It's
wearing a
always so
black
hard
top,
for
the
me to
other in a
accept
white
that.
t-shirt.
No masks.
Investigators say this happened around 4 in the morning. That was on June 14th. They say a 41-year-old man was standing on a southbound platform here just waiting for a train when the two men approached him and his backpack taken. The two then took off. Now out here I've been speaking with neighbors that say they are not entirely surprised.
Why are they not entirely surprised to hear about stuff like this happening in the subway? Could it be that stuff like this happening in the subway is completely normal in New York? So normal, in fact, that the criminals don't even bother to cover their faces anymore. They are not even masked assailants. They're just out there doing their thing. They don't even care if they get spotted. Why? Because they know that if someone spots them, they know that if they get recorded, nothing's gonna happen to them. They're not afraid of the consequences for getting caught committing a crime, even though there's cameras everywhere. We got so many cameras in the subway, that should stop all the crime. That's what the progressives love to tell us. They love to tell us that the raised edges on the fare evasion proof gates that are not fare evasion proof are gonna get rid of all the criminals, and that if there is a criminal who gets around that somehow, we're just gonna have a camera that catches them. But look at this video right here, these gang members running out of the subway after committing a crime. Do you notice anything happening here? Look at the guys that are over by the door. What are they doing? They're breaking into the subway using the gate to get into the subway. So we got people breaking in while we got people breaking out. It's just a disaster. No police.
An MTA worker attacked on the job in Queens.
By a man who then took off on a subway car.
It's bad. It's bad. Should be more security. I think there's a better police presence than there used to be, but it's still, you have to be very, very careful.
So the attacker who went after an MTA employee, like the gentleman you see right here, committed a crime and then escaped on the subway. So the subway was his getaway vehicle. That's wild. That shows you that inside the train, you might see police sometimes, but not all the time. This is a security disaster because these criminals have just been emboldened by a system that tells them they can do something and get away with it.
Yep, it's exactly what happened in my country. No law enforcement leads to them getting emboldened and do every single time worse than the before, worse than the previous one. And each time they commit a crime that they get away with no jail again, they come back even more confident than before because that actually works. He doesn't get to be punished for what he do. So he gets even more confident and do every fucking time that he's released or she's released, they start to do more and more terrible stuff than previously. Like kind of testing the system to see up into where they can go without getting screwed. And for that surprise, they keep raising the bar and raising the bar and raising the bar, and there is no limit. They can murder people, they can rob, they can grape, they can do whatever they want. Enough is ceased to be enough to get them permanently arrested or receive a death sentence. And that's where the points that we are right now, you know?
And even if they get caught, they're not going to lose their freedom. Nothing's going to happen to them. They're going to get set free. They're going to be put on some path towards diversion. Perhaps this is the non-policing success programs that the mayor is talking about that we should fund, which doesn't have any examples of, instead of jails and jumpsuits. I think if we were to fund jails and jumpsuits, we'd have a lot less criminals roaming the streets.
All we're trying to do is get you home safely.
There have been at least 7 reported attacks on transit workers on buses and in
Get you
subway
home
stations
safely.
across the city since the start of the year. Union leaders say while the NYPD beefed up patrol in the subways last year, the attacks persist and more needs to be done.
They
We
persist.
don't feel that we're adequately protected. We don't feel that there's enough police. They're doing the best. There's enough police on platforms. We don't feel that the folks who attack us and assault us are given adequate prison sentences. Hopefully that stops today.
He's 100% right. There are not enough police on these
He's
platforms
right, he's right.
because
I'm making fun
criminals are
'cause
wandering around
I'm in
on the
that vibe
platforms
today,
doing
but he's
whatever they
right.
want. There are not enough police in the actual trains because we learned that the criminals are using the trains to escape. That is their getaway vehicle after they commit crime. And then we learned that when these individuals are finally held to account, half of what they're charged with either gets thrown out or doesn't get prosecuted. They're not in prison long enough. They just return to the scene of the crime. There needs to be real accountability. If you want to secure the New York City subway system, you could do it in 5 minutes if you would just start arresting.
And again, one point that I always like to bring back to you guys every time that I see this is the following. If we know that everything, the root of all these problems is lack of law enforcement, how did they don't know that actually? Why did you know that? Why do you think that they don't know that actually, huh? What makes you think that all that people that always so well well paid for so long, and the huge amount of people that they have around them, none of them ever told them that, well, I think that if you guys, actually start punishing people, you'll fix all the problems. Do you guys really think that they never told that this is totally unheard of? It's something to think about. I mean, I think for us it's pretty much obvious the answer. We know that none of them has interest in fix all this crap, all this shit, Because truth is that both sides have interest in this. Obviously, one side has way more than the other. But the truth is that both play with this stuff, And what to say, man? What to say? We're tired to see this, They will think that I don't know. We might actually have the solution. Vote on me because next on the next mandate of mine, I have amazing ideas that will fix your problem. No, you're not. Everyone knows what we should be doing. Everyone knows, not just for the security, for the economy as well. Everyone knows that. Everyone with tuber cells, if me knows that, if I that know nothing, could fix like a lot of U.S. U.S. problems. If I was in power, what makes it impossible to you? That is a lot smarter than me, probably has all these graduations and blah blah blah. Has a lot of capable people around you that is paid with public money, with taxpayer money to think for you. Even if you're stupid, you pay people to think for you too. To know all this stuff. Yeah, how do you want me to believe that you don't know the solution for that? And that you actually couldn't fix that? It's totally out of malice. It's totally out of being evil, of being terrible, It's the only fucking reason.
Every single person who jumps and doesn't pay, and you were to put those people...
Why me can think of that here in this hellhole with my true brain cells and you guys don't? Explain that to me.
In jail, even if they were in jail for one night, right there it would stop because people are getting on the subway to get somewhere. And if they get to jail instead of where they're going, they're not going to want to do that anymore. That would eliminate most of your crime right there. And then, of course, if people engage in behavior that's been decriminalized, well, we should probably recriminalize that behavior, shouldn't we? If people are down there stealing and that's just a misdemeanor and it gets you a ticket, well, that's not an incentive. That ticket's not stopping that person.
But yeah, I'm not joking. I'm confident that I would do a better government than any of these starts that there is, including Trump.
From being a career criminal. So if that person...
Anyone could do that, even you guys. I bet that most of you guys here that if we were to choose randomly, probably would be difficult to get anyone that's terrible than any of these on power right now. All of us know that very well already. But we don't actually got to choose. All the options that are handed us to vote are actually already market cards. Like, we don't actually have a choice. The choice is an illusion. And people got to understand that.
Person should be in jail too. Jails are the answer. Police are the answer. If you had cops on every single platform and in every single train, the criminals wouldn't be able to use the platform as a base to plan and commit crime, and they wouldn't be able to use the train as a getaway vehicle. This is so simple. It's fascinating that nobody understands it.
The NYPD, meant to protect and serve.
I thank officers for the work that they do.
But with grueling hours, no contract since August, and uncertainty with the incoming mayor, the police union says it's time for the city to protect them.
We deserve to get paid like the professionals that we are.
The data speaks for itself. Since October of last year, 3,668 officers have left the force.
Not good.
The NYPD's current headcount, 33,745, a stark contrast to 25 years ago, when the force had 40,285 officers in the city.
Crazy.
I spoke with PBA President Patrick Hendry.
Police officers aren't getting their days off, their meals. They're getting forced to work overtime.
So this report came out before the mayor came in, and the mayor told everybody, look, police, not going to be a problem. I might have said things in the past that perhaps made people question my commitment to law enforcement, but don't worry about it. I've got it. Well, how's that working out? Well, just in time for America's 250th birthday, the payments that were supposed to go out to the police who are putting in 12-hour shifts aren't going out. Is anyone surprised by that? City officials informed union leaders that cops' holiday paychecks will be sent the third week of July rather than the second as done in past years. Why is that? Are we spending the money that's supposed to go to the police on things that don't make...
Always when I see his face, I want to do unspeakable things.
The city any safer? Are we wasting and squandering the resources of this great city on a bunch of nonsense? I happen to think so. What do you think? I'll see you in the next video.
I think we will keep like drowning in a fucking sea of crap, of very creamy brown putrid crap until we all drown and die and become part of the sea of crap ourselves too. And that's it. Yeah, I just want to remind you guys to join our Discord server. You can do that by hopping on the link tree that is on the screen right now, or all the links below on the description. Through the link tree, you also find many other links to many other of my other socials, as well like to my Patreon and Ko-Fi as well, so you can support Foxu in the goal to escape Brazil finally once and for all. Hopefully, not hopefully, because I will miss my parents, but hopefully forever. And yeah, Spot Fox, I avoid work to bed at all costs because it drains all the money I receive enough and it shadow bans me, so it doesn't deserve a fucking penny. And if you can't go through Ko-Fi or Patreon, there's also the choice of subscribing on the Kick, or gifting subs there. Yeah, thank you so much for your attention in this matter. I think I will always say this right now because it sounds fun. Yeah. Thank you very much, guys. Let's go to the next one. Oh, what countries the fox will escape you for? Himitsu. I will tell you guys when I'm there. Some people know already, but I'm avoiding telling all the time, But some people know already. When I'm there, I maybe tell where I am. Where am I? Okay? Yeah. North Korean. A good amount of people know actually where I'm going. I said here a few times, but I'm avoiding to say often. I think I shouldn't even be saying. But yeah. It's Zimbabwe. Yeah. Sergeant called stealing from Walmart in 4K. It doesn't seem like 4K quality. I got you. I know the joke. I know.
You lost your keys, got flustered, and it was
Yes.
unintentional. It was a mistake.
Yes.
Nothing was intentional.
Yes. I am a detective.
Okay, grabs a receipt. Why is she grabbing a bag? Something weird's going on.
On October 6th, 2025, at a Walmart in Show Low, Arizona, Loss Prevention reported that a woman in uniform was acting suspiciously, placing items inside a tote and attempting to leave without paying. When officers arrived, they immediately recognized her as Sergeant Melissa Ward of the White Mountain Apache Police Department. She insisted it was all a mistake, but the cameras told a very different story.
So, what's going on right now?
Hey, Butler.
Melissa, how you doing?
Surgeon. What is she?
She got totes. I saw her in totes grabbing them, and since it's such a big issue,
What
we're
is
calling
she?
her. Every single item she got, she opened the tote, put it in, and closed it every single time. And then when she got to the front end, the only thing she purchased was the tote. And then she tried, before she even bought the tote, she went to the GM exit, was stopped there by the doorhouse, went back, went to customer service, then went back, purchased the tote, and then went through grocery. So it's kind of where we're at right now.
Can you send me that video?
Yeah, it's through. We'll see. He's gonna chat with you and stuff. Were you just getting off work and stuff? Okay.
So I'm getting stuff for PD for the. I lost my keys.
Oh.
So I was gonna ask the lady at the front if she could give me a card
Okay.
while I go out to the
And
parking
then I
lot to
don't
get
know
my keys.
get your keys and stuff. Okay.
So I'm flustered because I got a phone call too.
Okay. Yeah, he'll chat with you about it, and we'll try to figure out.
Do you have your weapon on you?
No, I took it off.
Professional courtesy, I'm not putting you in handcuffs, but we're gonna take you to a car, put you in the back. I'm gonna take your bag and just make sure you have nothing on you, okay? Fair enough?
And then we'll chat down at the PD and stuff, okay? We're gonna walk around here real quick. So she's got her patrol car here.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have you sit back here, and then I'm gonna read your rights and interview, okay? I heard her telling you.
Yes, she was. So that's why I was like, let's double check with Miles, because she was trying to claim that she was gonna go intercept somebody at the front to watch her car, so she can go back out to her car because she can't find her keys.
Why was she stuffing it in the bag?
Exactly. So
Did we find
the keys? That's another thing too. We'll search the bag and see if she has her keys or not. But
Why
as we
does
pulled
one
in, you
see
see her patrol
familiar?
car chilling there.
I might be
So
wrong.
She came here, just got off work, came here.
I'm gonna read your Miranda rights. You had a right to have one appoint to you prior to question. Do you understand these rights? Okay, so what happened here?
Oh, look at the face now. Oh my god, poor her. Oh, I feel so bad. I feel so bad, guys.
And just be straight with me. I mean, we all make mistakes.
I'm looking for my keys. So what ended up happening was I went over. I'm supposed to get 2 totes. So I ended up grabbing 1 tote and I put some stuff in there, and then I got a phone call. Somebody was letting me know we had a family member pass away this morning. So I was just getting ready to leave, but I thought I could go to the front and ask for my keys. There's a lady that's usually right here. She's pretty good about letting somebody like park your cart and then go. I went in and I got one of the totes because I need to get candy for the department, and then I was going to put the other stuff in that tote it's my personal stuff that I'm going to buy for today. So I couldn't fit the other tote in there because there's 2 lids. There's only 1 tote, right? I paid for the tote.
I can go. Did you see the video at all yet? No. Do you want to just confirm? Yeah, I'm gonna go watch.
So the tote you have, how come you were putting it aside and then putting the lid on it?
Because I'm going to fit another tote in there with candy, if that makes any sense. It just fits side by side.
I just want to see the video because she's telling us something, and I want to make sure that what she's trying to tell us doesn't match up.
Watching her on the video.
Yeah.
From when she was in the front end.
The phrase was very good. Like, I want to make sure that what she's telling us doesn't match to the video. So, by the sense that sentence already sees that the guy already wants to arrest her so badly.
Those self checks that are closed, she went through there, she had her phone out.
Okay.
Then she cut.
Finally, she's stealing. She's getting paid better than some of those officers. Like, it's really crazy, right? It's really crazy. You're working. You're a sergeant, and you do some. You do some shit like this. Like, it's really insane to me. It doesn't make any
Goes
sense.
around the corner, goes over to Clint at door 2. Clint talks to her, she turns around, she goes to customer service. She waits in line in customer service for a minute or two. She rolls up, says a couple words to generally the team lead.
Don't choose women in power. Yeah, this serves to remind us that. Yeah, that's really sad, but it's true. What can I
Comes
say?
out, heads back to door 2, talks to Clint again, circles back around, and then she cuts through, up through the self-check, turns around, gets in line to self-check 5.
I guess facts, there is no
That self-check
arguments.
5 she scans the tote, just the tote. Doesn't open anything, scans the tote, just the tote, gets her receipt, heads out, goes right past the door host on 1, and she's passed everything, she's passed the scan.
Yeah.
And that's when we stop her and
Okay.
say, hey, what are you doing?
So, because she's claiming that she was trying to find someone to watch her cart because she
Right.
didn't know where, but that doesn't explain why she would then try to push out the merchandise.
So you said you came.
I didn't understand nothing of her story actually. By the way she explained. First, what the fuck is it told? I don't know what's it told. Well, we could begin from there. And she kind of was. This story was kind of confusing to me. Even if I knew what is it told, I would still think it's difficult for me to understand. A plastic container? Oh, okay.
Came here and you're buying it for the department?
Yes.
What were you buying
A
for the
cloth
department?
bag.
Candy.
For what?
It's the trunk or treats.
Your department pay for that?
Yes, they gave me $500.
And you're telling me just make sure it's clear because you had a family member die.
Yes.
You lost your keys, got flustered, and it was
Yes.
unintentional. It was a mistake.
Yes.
Nothing was intentional.
Yes, I am a detective. No, this is not
Okay.
my intention.
And so that's your bag, your personal bag?
Yes.
So do you have any problem if I look there, make sure no keys or nothing in there?
Yes,
Okay.
that's fine.
And you have no keys on you?
No.
And so that way I'm gonna sort it out because honestly, if it's truly a mistake, the last thing I want you to do is in our
No,
car.
me too.
Okay. So just give me a minute. Let me try to figure this out, and that's what I want to respect you and put you here so you're not in front of everybody out there.
No, I'm feeling already embarrassed.
I know.
That was not
Okay.
my intention.
Okay. Just hang tight for me. Okay.
Thank you.
Did she say any reason why she was like stuffing it at all?
Oh, she's cooperating and also. I mean, we always see people like fighting and screaming and blah blah blah. That I actually find it weird when they just like comply and do what they should be doing. But I mean, I don't know. But this is new to me. She still can be the culprit, like by the title and what the title implies. You know, I don't know.
Like she told me because she had 2 totes, and so with the 2 totes, it took all the carts, so that's why she's putting it in there.
Yes,
and then
she's
there,
being
'cause otherwise she would
surprisingly
have it full. So it kinda makes
cooperative.
sense.
Yes.
Okay. But she ended up purchasing 1 tote, though? Is that what they said? But then okay.
Well, Toast looked at the video, so we can put her, if we want, we can put her bag in here and we can go take a look at that video.
Okay.
Just to make sure, I agree with you, just to make sure.
Hey, real quick question. I was talking to the officer, and when you went through there, you did pay for one of the totes. How come you only paid for one and none of the stuff in there?
Well, because I was like I said,
My
I got a phone
Fox
call. I was
link
flustered.
says
So you got
Trying to get out,
a
trying to
phone
find
call
my-
when you're checking out, or when?
No, I got it on my way out.
So after you checked out.
Yes.
So, but yeah, so.
Well, no. Let me rephrase that. I got a phone call a little bit earlier than that, on my way out the other side. I forgot that there was other items in there, and like I said, like in my mind, thinking, okay, I gotta go look for my keys to get out of here.
Okay. Okay, hang tight. We're just gonna check the video, okay?
Yeah, we just want to make sure that we can clearly refute what she's trying to tell us.
She's gonna fight this. Like,
Oh yeah, I mean, I get
She
it.
has to fight this because she wants to keep her certification.
So under our criteria, this is,
She's already staged the tote.
yeah, so the tote is full of all the stuff you've
Yeah.
seen already.
Okay. Okay, grabs a receipt. Why is she grabbing a bag?
This is confusing to me. She grabs a bag and sticks it in there, and then she never does anything with it.
My man, is she planning to like go try to do returns on the merchandise with the bag? Like, what is the plan here? Something weird's going on. Okay. All right, she's full of it.
Yeah, we're thinking so. The more we talk to her,
she picks out a bunch of stuff. She keeps putting one item in the tote, closes the lid. She went to a door host, went to customer service. At no point did she leave the cart or attempt to leave the merchandise. She has the tote staged in the cart. She goes up to the self-checkout, scans the tote, takes the receipt, grabs an empty Walmart bag, and then proceeds right past everything to come out the doors. And that's when they stop her. The tote was like this.
Was there any candy items? Nope. That don't make sense because didn't she say she came to buy candy for the PD?
She's just trying to play.
So she got this toad, and this toad is like like a niter. Let me see if I understand. This toad is like a niter of the supermarket, but she filled this toad with a lot of stuff, and then like a lot of candy, right? And then on the auto checkout, like the auto payment, she paid only for the tote and not for what everything that was inside, right? Yeah. Let me see if I understand. Is that what happened? I'm not
Play
sure.
on her emotions with the trunk or treat thing. She's lying. 1 tote, 2 lids, and then the empty.
Not candy, just a lot of other things. Other than that, you are exactly correct. Oh, I see.
Bag. I'm thinking she grabbed the bag to try to probably stage it as legitimate if she got
Oh,
stuff.
so I got it.
I guess.
Oh, hello, Avery. Hello, Avery.
Everything I've seen, she was super nervous.
Yeah.
And I recognize her, and I swear I've seen her on camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let us know too if you see anything else.
Yeah, I'll definitely tell
Would you like her trespass on top of this too?
No, it's her first one, so...
My thought, when we go back to re-interview her, just straight up lay it out and say, listen, the difference between you getting booked into jail today and getting cited for shoplifting is you telling the truth.
Yeah.
Because I think if she wants to continue to lie about it, we also charge her false reporting, dude. Like, because I mean, what's the reason? Why lie at this point?
My issue is her doing this makes all of us look bad, so it's kind of BS.
I think if she's willing to tell the truth, we consider that off.
Yeah, 'cause she has her card.
But I think if she wants to try to dig in her heels and stick with her BS story, then dude, no, we're not playing.
The car is here. Call a supervisor. You need to pick up cars at Walmart.
Yeah, I'm game for that.
That's my feeling.
I think it's a good strategy. I really do. Let's do it. This was a personal bag, right?
Yeah, it's all her personal. Yeah.
Well, belongs to the White Mountain.
What is that?
C10 Pro, dude.
IR scanner.
You know?
What's an IR scanner?
I don't know. Let me look it up.
Pretty high tense there.
It's a camera detector, like for detecting surveillance cameras.
Oh, what is that thing? Detecting surveillance cameras. Like
Yeah.
Why does she have that? Her job implies having one of these? It's kind of weird.
Or bugs like RF frequency stuff. Is that that's the bag that she took with it, I bet you.
Yeah, weird. Weird, but I gotta get one of these when moving, you know? I gotta check the entire
She
place.
said she claimed. Oh, she got
Oh, nice, dude.
She's probably been doing this a while.
Well, and so Miles said he swear he has seen her before.
Okay,
So I'd be
mac and
interested if he
cheese.
goes back and finds anything.
Have a
else.
nice dinner.
Dude, you know he will.
Yeah. Captain Steele's calling.
Oh, nice.
Okay, real quick, I'm gonna tell you, after going in there, went to a video and saw the video on that, and I was just seeing where, you know, each time going through there, concealing items, and then why did you grab an extra Walmart bag when you checked out?
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Well, even in your bag, you got a bunch of empty Walmart bags.
Those are for poop, for my Belgian melon one.
So you keep them when you buy, but you don't recall grabbing one today? Okay. Well, and then initially you told me you came here because the trunk or treat
Yes.
the city gave you. Well, none of the stuff you had with you were nothing with candy or nothing like that.
Well, yeah. So I was gonna do my stuff and then come through and get the candy stuff because it's really heavy to carry in a tote.
It just doesn't look good, the whole thing, but I just asked you to be honest, because here's the situation here. Video's here, the other officers reviewed it, and it said, that's why I'm asking you to be honest. You were both officers, so
No, that was not my intention.
you never had attention, you're saying it's totally accidental.
Yes.
All right, hang tight to me.
Do you mind if I talk to you?
Jump in, yeah. She's already been Mirandized.
So, here's the situation. Obviously, you know why we're over here?
Yes, I do.
Yep. So why were the items inside of the tote?
Like I said, I have 2 separate totes. I was gonna do one for the candy and then one for my personal stuff. I was on my way home.
Now we told her, professional curse. She's not even a cuss. We don't do that to no one else.
And when were you going to get the candy then?
I was gonna get them probably at the same time. I was going around to make candy. Usually melts. I didn't want to put it in my car right away.
I believe that you're looking for your keys, but here's the deal. You did a crime today.
I know it doesn't look good.
No, it's illegal. It's not that it doesn't look good. It's shoplifting.
That was not my intention.
I'm not
I
asking
just
you
got
what
a
your
phone
intention
call.
was.
I know.
Okay?
I know. I got
I'm
a
not
phone
saying
call.
when you got here you planned to steal stuff.
No.
I'm not saying that.
What's the boss's number? You might call him,
Oh.
give him a rundown. What's the number?
Oh, they will not like they will not let her go on this. Oh my god! And I love this. I love this. He thinks gotta be valid for everyone. Like, and also like fuck. There's the fucking boy can camera. Like, I mean, they gotta do what they gotta do. They gotta do their work. Am I all for it? I'm all for it.
Work right now since we're
Yeah. You're a certified peace officer, correct?
Yes.
Well,
If I
can you
lost my
perfect
keys,
it?
what are
You
the
need
keys for?
something?
My car, my unit.
Yeah. So if I lost my keys from my unit, I would leave my merchandise and go find it because it's kind of important. Especially you said your weapon's in there, correct?
Yes.
So why go through self-checkout, purchase the tote, and then try to leave the store?
Hey, how's it going? we're chatting with her. If you just give us a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Actually, can we talk over here real quick? You're her captain.
So so she's the captain of her? Oh, she's so doomed.
Is that your captain? So they have her on video, and it looks pretty clear that she was concealing items into a tote.
They've been watching you. I watched the surveillance video. You look like a thief. I'm gonna be honest with you. You look like a shoplifter on the video. I've watched.
I think it will be a nothing burger after all. Like, I mean, if it depends the captain of the or if the captain can alleviate to her, that will happen because I mean, yeah, we know how that
A
works.
lot of shoplifters on video. You look like a shoplifter.
Okay, that's not good then.
It's not. I mean, we deal in probable cause, right? What's probable? Let me ask you. You have this call right now. Take your profession out of it. What's probable?
Evidence, whatever you've got.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you what's probable.
I guess what it looks like.
What does it look like?
It looks like shoplifting.
It does.
What a day.
All right, sit tight.
Joe, this is her
Hi.
captain.
Oh, hello.
So she's saying she did need to buy a tote. So
Cool.
probably-
Well, she also shoplifted.
Yeah, that's what I told
So,
her.
problem is that she's
Yeah.
given us 7 different stories about what she was doing and how she was trying to get that accomplished.
Yeah.
And asset protection watched her load a tote with personal items,
Yeah.
1 item at a time, close the lid every time. She had ample opportunities to stop.
But guys, she didn't do nothing. She didn't do nothing. Her parents died. You gotta believe her. You gotta trust her. She's confused. She doesn't know what she's doing, guys. She doesn't know what she's doing. You know? You can arrest such person like that. You know, so comprehensive. You know, so willing to help the cops. You know, like you can arrest her. Obviously not. You know? Yeah, she's so good. You see, like, did you watch it? Like her face of victim.
What a day.
Like this is the face. This is the face of justice. You know, this is the face of a person that truly repents her sins. You know, yeah.
And asset protection watched her load a tote with personal items, 1 item at a time, close the lid every time. She had ample opportunities to stop and leave her cart with someone. She decided instead to purchase only the tote that was full of the items and then attempt to leave the store without stopping to talk to anybody before she was confronted by asset protection.
Does she have her Unikey?
No, she's saying she still doesn't know where that is. But we also haven't dug through her pockets or anything like that. But I mean, she did shoplifting, so that's where we're at today. Is at the very least she's getting charged for shoplifting.
Okay.
So
I was just talking to the supervisor and make sure it was okay. He said it's okay if you want to see the video, so that way you understand what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
By now, officers had reviewed the footage, heard her story, and felt confident they understood what happened. But before making any decisions, they wanted her own captain to see the video for herself. But when they stepped back into Walmart, they were met with new information.
Hey, can you show us that video again real quick?
So I'm pretty sure I found her doing it. I think I found her doing it again.
Hey, you found her doing it another time, not just.
Oh my god, that's so good. And that's what I was thinking. I was thinking like she might have been doing this for a while. Like, it's not possible that this is the first time that she did. She might have been doing this for a while and never been get because after all, she's a cop. Who will suspect of her, huh? And who is confront her as well, even if they did so, because I mean, she's a cop, so she's the law enforcer. So yeah. and I was really imagining that. I was like, oh, this cannot be like the first time that she does that if it was intentional. And then boom, and then disappeared. This is amazing. This is amazing.
There's another one. This one's gonna take a lot longer.
That's okay. You found another one too?
Yeah, so I found another one. Okay. This one's the most concerning because I gotta make
You
sure.
heard one.
I don't want to say anything out of turn, but
Sure, yeah. No,
she has a tote with a bunch of stuff around it. One of my associates actually does their job for once and takes the top of the tote off.
Holy cow.
Yeah, there's Lego sets on Lego sets on Lego sets. So that's all inside of there. I want to make sure that she didn't at any point pay for this already. But that's pretty suspicious in our line of work.
Give me the dates on today's the what? The 6th?
Today is the 6th, the 30th.
9:30.
And then the big one was going to be 8:27.
8:27.
If that is what we see.
And she looks like she.
Yeah, so she puts it back on without. No, she got her back, but that same. Maybe it's that backpack she carries always, but.
Maybe that's like her purse or something.
Yeah, but this one, the 30th, she
Legos again. Oh my god, yeah,
Looks like,
true.
yeah, work boots
It's
on
always
there.
Legos.
So on
It's
the 9:30 in
insane.
uniform and today uniform, and our patrol vehicle's out there now. So, like I told you,
We can't skip the Lego thing, as we cannot skip the Morning Glory Milky
being
Fight.
honest straight with me, and I'm gonna be straight with you right now. Okay. So after loss prevention saw you this little time, he found 2 other days.
Oh my god, it has to be 26. People are getting arrested, are getting huge like financial fines and stuff like that over Lego. You know, and what the fuck? And the most the book most read by women is Morning Glory Milky Farm, a woman literally milking out a minute for what the actual fuck we're living in 2026. Like people are making memes like 6'7", and people are becoming retarded. Like 6'7", like what the hell is happening with humanity?
Where you're filling it with the toys, filling another one with the candy. So if it's
Farming
truly
Aura?
those 3, then they want to
Aura
book you
Farming
in
or
for a
whatever
felony
shit?
for the value in that. Because the one with all the toys that you didn't pay for, the other time when you came in, so they have 3 videos they're pulling right now and it's showing the 10. That's why I asked you to be honest. Just I'll give you opportunity. So we're human. We make mistakes. And did you do it or not? I mean, that's why I said it doesn't look good, especially you being an officer if you're lying to me. But straight, I made a mistake.
Wait. Guys. Did you guys ever thought that all the situation with the bricks and minifigs, you know, and the reckless ban and everything? Did you ever thought it was like if there I will say something that will sound ridiculous, but come on, we are in 2026. Everything is ridiculous around now, right? Like, imagine that there is a fucking huge elite of billionaires that owns like a lot of investments in Lego, and they decided, we gotta make something to make the price of these Legos skyrocket. And what they do the entire situation of the brick and many things happen. And they do all of that shit to they make it all get postigated to them to increase the value of the legal assets, because after all, like, all of this is giving so much visibility to Lego, right? And now, like, Lego is worthy like a lot more. I'm not saying that it wasn't before, but it certainly increased like the prices. That thing I didn't check the price, but I doubt that the prices didn't skyrocket like even more after all the bricks and minifig situation. And I bet a lot of these people that has a lot of money in Legos actually gained a bunch of money with that.
I did this. Tell me.
I don't know. My mind is always like spinning in conspiracy theories right now, guys. It's always I always go deep thinking into this stuff now. It's like I don't believe, like, for example, in World Cup, it's always a lot of very rich people that are buying people left and right in these games, like soccer players, you know, the arbiter, I mean the judge. They just buy people to win or to lose, you know, to make them multiply even more that huge freaking insane sums of money.
That's all I'm asking you. So is that something you commonly do and just...
No, I wasn't trying to take anything today.
Today?
No.
But you have in the past?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. That's all I'm asking. Be honest with me. Because that's the worst thing is when I see those videos and then you're telling me today. You know what I mean? So in the past you did, but today it was truly...
Stop paying attention, Mizaki. We're not supposed to know the civilization falling apart. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'll become dumb in 3 seconds. Like 3, 2, duh.
Okay. Fair enough. I appreciate that, okay? And that's what I'm trying to work with you. Yes, I just don't on handcuffs. I'm not doing that. I would expect you to do the same to me if you dealt with me, okay? Yes. So just hang tight. That's why I'm going to keep you posted as we go. I told you at the beginning to be straight with me, honest, and obviously you're having, because when I went in there, they showed me 2 other videos. And I said, so if there is 3, we're booking you for a felony. And she's like, today was not intentional. I said, so are you telling me you never stole here? She's like, I have stole here. So she's admitting to it now. Yeah. But not today.
But it'll give Miles some time to give us the evidence. But he
told me within an hour. He told me, I gave my number. I said, so you have an answer within an hour? He said, within an hour. And just to tell you, she asked what was going on after you were here. And I said, after reviewing that video, I realized you lied to me. I said, have you stole here? She's like, yeah, I have stole here. but today wasn't
The
intentional.
finest
So
is
we're
cool,
gonna
man.
discuss it
What
with
the
our
hell
boss,
is
go
a
back
school,
to see
man? I
if we're
don't know.
doing the long form.
It'll be nice to do a long form so she can come in tomorrow and place her on leave or something, pending investigation.
We'll let you know here in about 20 minutes or so.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Appreciate it, Captain.
Hey, Melissa, what were you thinking? I mean, I don't understand. Why would you put your career on the line for something foolish like this? You know what I mean? It's not worth it. Even if you say today wasn't intentional, they've already got 3 other videos. Why would you do? I don't understand.
In the days that followed, loss prevention
Oh, I would love to see her answer to that, but I bet that she just stayed in silence.
completed a full audit of Melissa's past visits, and detectives reviewed the transactions tied to her employee status and the items she claimed were for work. That review uncovered additional concerns, including purchases made with department funds that didn't match what was taken.
Oh my god, she was robbing the fucking police department! What the fuck, guys? Humans robbing even their own police department. What the hell is this?
And items that were never reimbursed. With the repeated thefts, the use of a tote to conceal merchandise, and the financial discrepancies, the case was forwarded for felony review under Arizona's organized retail theft and fraudulent scheme statutes. Investigators ultimately linked her to multiple incidents over several months, with roughly $1,200 in alleged thefts and fraudulent refunds, including returns on items that records showed were never purchased. Melissa was cited and released that night, trespassed from every Walmart, and later indicted on multiple counts of felony
Outcome cited and released that night. Trespassed from every Walmart. Really? Oh, what? Why? Hello, Meaty. Like, what the fuck?
shoplifting and
Felony shoplifting X8. 8! Fraudulent schemes X4.
fraudulent schemes. She pleaded not guilty, and her employment status with the department has not been publicly updated since. However, if convicted, she would automatically face decertification in the state of Arizona and never again be allowed to work as a trusted public servant. We reached out to Melissa Ward for
Just that? She would just lose the job? She would not get arrested?
her comment, but did not receive a response.
Oh my god, I'm aware of that Kryptonian. That the X means the multiple times, yeah. Oh, yeah, like she will not even get arrested. The max that can happen with her is just lose the fucking job? Oh, that's sad. That's sad. I was expecting more. She was released that night? Like, that's so crap. This shit is so ass. I just want to remind you guys to join our Discord server. You can do that by hopping on the link tree that it's on screen or on the links on the description of this video. There you also find many nice other links like my other socials and also Patreon and Ko-Fi where you can support Foxu to stay here. Stay here, make a live stream, because if there is one place that I don't want to stay, it's my country. So yeah, you also help like Fox to escape Brazil and go into a better place. Okay, so do that, help Fox out. You can also do that through Kick by subscribing or gifting subs there. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed this. Let's go to the next one. The Conspiracy Behind the Trans Rights Movement by Mia Hughes? Mia Hugs? Mia, I don't know how to spell that.
Not only did
By
we flip
Dad
into
Saves
this
America channel.
Era of this massive explosion of people coming out as trans and being celebrated for it, but we also at the same time made the medical treatment, which is brutal,
Yes,
and there's
Kinsama.
no evidence for it. We framed it as a human right. That's where it gets really devastating.
Okay.
One of the
Mia
things,
has.
I mean, everything about this subject is deeply uncomfortable. And as a reminder, I think it's important to continually confront it, because our kids are confronted with this ideology pretty pervasively still to this day, as far as I can see. And even though, we've had this big election shift with the United States, and Elon bought Twitter, and you can no longer be deplatformed for misusing pronouns. You can go into a school, like a first.
You cannot be the platform by misusing their pronouns for now, for a while, because it's coming back. Ever since like the beer guy got ahead of the Twitter moderation, things are going pretty bad, very fast. Like it's crazy how we are losing like the ability to speak our minds on Twitter. Like it's becoming more and more woke as we speak. So I don't doubt that we are way sooner than expected. We will start to get the platform for missing these creatures like pronouns. You know, yeah.
Grade classroom in Washington State right now and find teachers telling their little kids about gender identity and gender fluidity and the genderbread man and the you know all this crazy stuff. So I think for parents, we can be lulled in the United States into a sense that like, well, this got a little out of hand, but now it's behind us. And I just fundamentally don't believe that's true. Do you agree with that assessment that this remains a clear and present danger to our kids and to our families?
Of course. I mean, there's going to have to be an enormous cultural shift. It seems from where I'm standing so obvious that it was all completely absurd and it's dangerous to lie to children. But you have to understand the moment, the madness of the moment that we're living in, where I mean, I get in trouble for saying this from my own side, supposedly, but I like no teacher who is teaching this.
What do you mean by your own side? Explain that to me, please.
Is doing it because they want to ruin the lives of their students.
Are you telling me that you're a fucking commie?
The teachers who are teaching it and the school boards who have it embedded within their curricula, they're all doing it because they think it's the right thing to do and it's the way to be a good progressive school or a good progressive person and it's the way to help these kids. And
so we are watching progressives giving us like moral lessons now. I didn't knew that. I didn't knew that.
Make sure that so-called trans kids are accepted and live safe and long and happy lives. You don't just
guys, I just want to remind that this is you guys like react to justice, okay?
reverse that.
I don't remember who suggested this one though.
Kind of, it's a mass movement, very much in the Eric Hoffer kind of true believer sense. We are in the midst still of a mass movement where a huge number of people in the population fully and completely believe in something that is not true and fully and truly believe that they are the good people and they are on this ideological quest to make the world a better place. The very idea that Trump could come along and just, flick of a pen and it's all over, completely impossible. So we have a long way to go yet, I would say.
There's these multiple layers here that I think we can really I really want you to help me unpeel. And I get before we get, I want to kind of maybe stay on a path that's chronological. So before we even get to the 2010s and, there's this queer theory philosophy that has Foucault and Judith Butler, Judith Butler being maybe the most high profile among its advocates. There's this video with this Derek who plays a game with some students at a public library in Oregon. Derek Jensen, yeah. I've talked about this. I've shown this video. He plays like basically a queer theory Jeopardy, and he's like, and he basically points out
not all. I don't know this channel, okay, but I don't know. Is this guy coming too? Is this a progressive too? Like, it seems to be like the basic progressive, like general average face. I don't know.
Firsthand.
I might be wrong though.
Sources.
Oh, Mizuki, but we gotta hear like what people in the other side think. I'm done with that shit. I'm sorry, I'm done with that shit. But of course, like I think it's interesting to see now that they degrade themselves between like because at the moment that the trans movement started to damage it, the feminist movement, this is what happens. This is what happens. Women start to complain about transgender, you know? Women from progressive side of things, you know? Yeah.
Where did it start? What were its aims? Because the
Oh, he's conservative, the guy's progressive. Okay.
notion that there's something called gender identity that is distinct from your
It doesn't
sex itself
look
is like an
okay,
assertion
fine.
that I don't actually understand. Like, I don't know. I hear it's easy to be like, yeah, I have a different gender identity. I don't know what that means. Like, what does that does that mean? Like, you're a boy, you're a girl. It's like it seems to me like it's the transformation of stereotypical attributes into something more than that. But help me understand where this all came from.
It's a good question. And actually, so I have a very strong aversion to queer theory, as most sane, normal people do. But it's not just because of my aversion to queer theory that I'm going to say, make my next remark. It's because I truly believe it, that queer theory has far less to do with the trans rights movement than most people think.
Really?
So I do believe that it's there, it's running parallel, but the most important for gender identity ideology, that is actually in no way can be meshed with queer theory in my mind, because queer theory is
No, they are just like both of them are just men cosplaying. It's literally
all
that.
about breaking down boundaries. That's why they seem to be so into pedophilia, because age of consent is an
Of course, there is a woman cosplaying as well, but we know which one is more prevalent.
oppressive boundary or something. It's all very disturbing. Whereas gender identity ideology
Liberal psychonomy
is very much about rigid boundaries. If you have a female
Don't
gender
even know what the
identity,
fuck
that
does
means you're a
does that
woman or
mean?
a girl. If you have a male gender identity, that means you're a boy or a man. That's not queer theory. That's reinforcing these very rigid boundaries. And yes, you're right, based on stereotypes. So the origins of that are basically in 1979, when the psychiatrist in chief at Johns Hopkins at the time, Dr. Paul McHugh, wonderful man, I've interviewed him twice this year, he shut down John Money's gender clinic, and he's like, right, we're not helping these people, we're colluding with a mental illness instead of trying to help the people, waste of medical resources, it's over.
Very quickly summarize John Money's character, we don't need to linger on it too long, but just for people who don't know who that is.
Yeah, John Money was at Johns Hopkins. He was a psychologist, I believe, and he was at Johns Hopkins, and he was not a very brilliant, I don't believe he was a brilliant researcher in any way. He had all of these mad ideas, and he just tried them out on children, basically. So he popularized the concept of gender identity, but again, not in the same way that we understand it now, a very different framing of gender identity. So he popularized the concept of gender identity that Robert Stoller had coined earlier in the decade. And he's most famous for this terrible, deeply unethical experiment on twins. There was the Reimer twins. One of them had a very catastrophically botched circumcision and lost his penis. Basically, they amputated his penis accidentally when he was a baby. John Money came up with the idea that you could just raise the kid. It was all about nurture. So you can imprint a gender identity. If you get a child early enough, you can imprint a gender identity on them just by nurturing them. Raise this little boy as a girl, put him in a dress, don't tell him what happened.
It was really an accident? No, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing this in the air, you know? I'm just making a very fair question, like, it was really an accident? I don't know, I wasn't there. Okay, I don't know the story. But don't you think that is actually very weird that so conveniently, like, someone just had the the way we like cut in between huge quotes like accidentally. And happens that one guy wanted to try his theories, you know? It's not because all these people are so fucking evil or retarded that they would be capable of intentionally doing that, so that they could proceed to do their evil wrongdoings. No. Who could possibly imagine such a evil thing, right?
And he'll just live a long and healthy, happy life as a female. And it didn't work out. It was all a disaster. And then, you know, the kid later on finds out that he's actually a boy, committed suicide. The other twin died of an overdose. It was all very terrible. John Money, Paul McHugh was psychiatrist in chief. He shut John Money down. When I interviewed him earlier this year, he said, I shut him down. I put him in the basement. Didn't fire him, put him in the basement, and any
The basement
research
doesn't
or
seem quite low enough.
I know, really, really.
Dante's got a couple other layers he needs to investigate from this gentleman. But keep
Oh,
going. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
It's
Right.
just this is why it's so hard to talk about this and try to be like not bring in theological terms, because it's so diabolical. Like it's just
It is
diabolical to hear
diabolical
that
indeed.
described. Even though I've known about that, it's just I can't. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's keep going. So down
Okay.
into the basement, as deep
He's
as
in the basement.
as they can go in Johns Hopkins, which is not deep enough.
And also because it's important to note that John Money didn't just have this going with these kids with disorders of sexual development, which would be intersex, I think they may have called them at that time. He also had the gender clinic running. It was John Money's gender clinic where they're doing this experiment on adult men. And again, they have no evidence, okay? This is the first wave of the experiment. They don't know whether they're helping these men. The men come in, they say, I want this done. They say, okay, we'll do it. And then they don't know if they're helping. So then Paul McHugh came to Johns Hopkins just as they were completing their first follow-up study. And the follow-up study showed, and this is a recurrent theme that continues throughout the decades to come, it showed that the men said they were happy, but there was no change in their life situation. There had been no actual improvement in how they were functioning as adults. And that's why Paul McHugh shut down the clinic. He's like, we're not helping. We're colluding with a mental illness. But then this was a pivotal moment because trans-identified people were starting to form a community at this point. And remember, this is mostly
Hello, Wolf.
orthogynophilic
What
men,
are you
and they
talking
really
about?
are
I'm not sure.
fixated on this medical treatment. They want this medical
Modern?
treatment, the hormones and the surgeries. So they start to get together in Houston in the maybe late 80s, early 1990s, very informal, behind closed doors, round table meetings where they're trying to figure out how they can build their rights movement. And this is the key moment. The key decision that they make is they redefine themselves as not having a mental disorder, not having a paraphilia. And they take Robert Stoller, John Money's concept of the gender identity to use as the central core element of their rights movement. Because now you can be transgender, you can be perfectly healthy, you just so happen to have a mismatched gender identity. Bear in mind, there's no
Oh yeah. I heard about this already. I knew that this came from that this is how it was born, okay? But how they went from like getting comfortable of like being another gender that they currently are not, to the point of like forcing this down to every people's throat, and wanted to force it over kids as well, like onto everyone, like brain, to the point of literally wanted to brainwash people into that, and to prohibit everyone that think otherwise, and try to censor them, to all that stuff. How we wait for just acceptance of their lifestyle, whatever, to literally all this crap that we have nowadays.
science to support the existence of a gender identity. It was just a a psychiatric concept. It was just a theoretical idea that they were using to try and explain, because they didn't understand autogynephilia, they didn't understand what was going on with these men. But the early trans activists, they take the concept of gender identity and they build their rights movement upon it, and that is how they decide they're going to be protected in law. So first it becomes employment law, discrimination law. You cannot discriminate on the basis.
Yeah, this brothers like his story is not new to me. I forgot that, but as she started to speak about, I kind of remember more or less. But it's not unheard of to me. Like I already heard about this before. It's not new to me.
Of a gender identity. They get that embedded
Very
into little
terrifying
obscure
thing.
laws here and there.
I have a family member, just for context here, sort of a distant relative, who had a film and video production company in San Francisco. I want to say this was in the 80s, but it was probably the 90s. Had an employee, male, who began coming to work in a dress and asked, like, I think this is going to be off-putting. This is a new development. I don't think this is appropriate for our clients, this is not going to work. This is not good. Please don't do this. And was sued out of business and destroyed as a result of that.
Even in the 1990s. Well, there you go.
So like when people hear like, well, what does this mean, employment law? It means it means creating massive, potentially life-destroying liability associated with these choices that are what they are.
And that's okay. So that's precisely what I'm saying is, so when they went with gender identity, so look at it, if let's say the concept of gender identity didn't exist, let's say in the 1980s, 1990s, they build their rights movement in reality, what they would have to get written into employment law and discrimination law is a paraphilia. You cannot discriminate against me for living full-time in my fetish. You cannot discriminate. You cannot tell a man that he's not allowed to live as his fetish and parade his fetish in the workplace. That's never going to work. Nobody is ever going to say, oh yeah, sure, that's fine, you have every right to do your fetish at work. Nobody would ever do that. So it's genius what they did. They took this sanitized concept. It's a gender identity. It's just an inner feeling. It's an inner gender essence. And some people have a mismatched one and they need to present in certain ways, and you can't discriminate against them. So that all came from these meetings in Houston.
And of course, obviously, the women were the first to buy that. Obviously, after they themselves, right?
Funny, like it's called the International Bill of Gender Rights, 1995, drawn up in Houston, Texas, bunch of trans activists. And that's when we get the first sort of pseudo-legal.
And obviously, if women comply to that and accept that and enforce that, men obviously accept that as well, because it's how society works.
Legal document where they say everybody has a gender identity, everybody has the right to self-declare their gender identity, everybody has the right to access spaces based upon their gender identity, which means paraphilic men can enter women's spaces because they have this female gender identity. And crucially, everyone has the right to access medical treatment to align their body with their gender identity. This is the first time it appears in any kind of pseudo-legal document, 1995 in Houston. And then they keep building and building. They played the long game. I will give them this. They did it beautifully. So the next real big moment is in Yogyakarta in 2006. Yogyakarta is a city in Indonesia. 2006, a large group of very prominent, very powerful trans activists and human rights lawyers and people who had been involved in the gay rights movement that was just now winding down, they all meet in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and they draw up something called the Yogyakarta Principles, which looks an awful lot like the International Bill of Gender Rights, 1995. They're just taking it and they're giving it more legal weight, even though it's not legally binding. Again, it's pseudo-legal. But the reason, and it's the same thing, self-identify your gender identity. Everyone possesses gender identity, right to medical treatment based on this gender identity. Again, they're embedding this fictional concept, no evidence for a gender identity whatsoever. They're embedding it into legal-looking documents because they know that they're about to launch the trans rights movement. Another thing about what they did playing the long game is they very cleverly waited until gay rights was won. They're waiting for marriage equality to be over because they know that all of that LGB charity infrastructure is going to be looking for another funding source. And they are poised, perfectly poised. So as soon as gay rights is won, they can just pounce. Here, we've got a new rights movement. It's going to bring in tons of funding. You all get to keep your jobs. You all get to still be on this,
It's gonna be a lot
progressive
of fun,
quest.
guys.
And they've got
Yes.
Joe Jakarta principles ready. So it's like all of the governments around.
Me to see it, everything goes in order to defy God. No futures, no moral, no mercy. Exactly. You know what I've been thinking about all this long while watching her talk about all of this? Like, nefarious. Literally nefarious. I just thought about that.
The world, all of the, provincial, federal governments, when a group comes along and says men are women, then we have these inner identities and we need medical treatment. The governments don't know what's going on. They don't understand anything, but they've got the Joe Jakarta principles. The trans rights organizations can just point, look, this is what you need to do. This is how you protect this group of people. And so governments all over the world then adopt these principles that were drawn up in Joe Jakarta, but they're all based on nothing. They're all just fabricated. I will say that they are very good at making things look official and professional and legitimate. Joe Jakarta looked so official, so credible. And part of that is the signatories. It had, I can't remember how many signatories were on it, but very well respected people in the world of human rights law and in fact, I've interviewed one. So Professor Robert Wintermute, he's at King's College London. He's a distinguished human rights professor. And he was very active in gay rights. He's a gay man. He was very active in gay rights. And he was in Joe Jakarta in 2006. And what he has to say about this is really insightful. It's really interesting. So he said, we all gathered. The trans-identified people in the room said, this is what we need. And everybody else said, okay, you know what you need, so let's just do it. And they all just wrote down everything that the trans-identified people in the room said they needed. Everyone else in the room just said, well, sure, you know what you need. We don't know what you need. But a crucial thing that he has said since his participation is nobody in that room was thinking about what impact this would have on women. Nobody even gave a thought to women. And bear in mind what they were signing.
And always like, is that what this is about, right? It's like I said, it's just one agenda conflicting with other. It's just like
into a pseudo-legal document was the right for men to self-identify as women, be able to access medical treatment on the basis of that self-identity, but also crucially to access the spaces designated for women. That was all there in Joe Jakarta. And Robert Wintermute has said very clearly, nobody in the room was thinking about women, and nobody in the room was thinking about the LGB, which is incredible because he's a gay man and many of the people in the room were.
And observe that when it's convenient, it's even worth to talk about this with a conservative, because after all, like obviously, the conservative men, they will help women out with the situation against trans agenda. Now that we got a problem with that, right? It's obviously what's happening here, So we gotta get they're in your favor after all. Like they took care if trans trans people are entering in female like bathrooms and stuff like that, blah blah blah. So now that's interesting to be an ally of them, That's crazy.
Had worked on gay rights and that was their area of expertise. It was just that people got swept up in the moral enthusiasm of helping this vulnerable, oppressed
Oh, I'm so empowered. But wait. I cannot do anything about trisomy. So no. I'm not feeling so empowered right now. I need the help of the men to go against trans women, like which means men as well. Yeah, right. So please help me, conservative men, please.
minority who are there in the room saying, we are suffering and this is what we need. And nobody considered the wider societal impact that it would have.
I can see how one might find common cause or a sense of solidarity with others who also have sexual oddities, things that are outside of the normal heterosexual mainstream, and be like, oh,
Say the words. Kinky.
We are allies because we are both in the extreme.
Yes, now you say the keyword. Allies. Wow, that sounded delicious. Delightful, right? Allies. Wow, marvelous.
Minority in terms of our sexual attraction, desire, etc. And maybe we've even been marching together in the same marches in San Francisco and New York and London and Stonewall and all this sort of stuff.
Oh, really?
So I can understand that political and just human groupish thing. Is that the whole story as far as this alignment? Is that why, like, wait a second, I think you're invalidating my existence thing? Because that's one of the weirdest parts, is like, if you're a gay man and you've had to try to claim, you've had to combat that this is a choice your whole life. Your parents sent you away to be rehabilitated, and you're like, no, you can't change my attraction, and you're fighting this narrative that it's a choice. And then along come a group of people who say, yeah, it is a choice. It's just a feeling. It's just like, I just feel like I'm a woman, and so I'm a woman. And I mean, like, was there any, in your review of the materials at this time, was there any grappling with how self-invalidating this was for homosexuals? This was something that I talked about with our mutual friend, Tatiana. Andrew Doyle. Yeah, his real name was escaping me, but like, yeah. Andrew Doyle, as a gay man who's also Catholic, which is interesting, he spoke about this quite explicitly. He's like, yeah, this is like the erasure of homosexuality as a thing.
It is. So I will be clear. Maybe I haven't been clear. First of all, there is a natural overlap with trans and gay. Like I said earlier, the homosexual transsexuals, the very effeminate gay men who present as women, or the butch lesbians who choose to present as men. So you've got the natural overlap already, which I think made the LGB feel that they had to help the T, because some of the members do overlap. On top of that,
oh, here you go, this super language.
Trans, the new modern trans rights movement, this gender identity movement, very much focused on born this way, just like gay rights. Gay rights, what was one of the most effective civil rights campaigns, was born this way. I can't do anything about it. This is just the way I'm born. The new gender identity movement, that's very much what they went with. I have an innate gender identity that I was born with, that I cannot do anything about. And again, for the gay rights activists who were drawing up Judge Carter and who were supporting the early movement, they like, okay, born this way, it looks exactly the same. Psychopathologization is another overlap, where homosexuality was in the DSM until 1973, and then gay rights succeeded in getting it removed. And so trans rights went with that as well. Look, they used to say that homosexuality was a mental disorder. They say that we have a mental disorder, but that's not true either. It's just like being gay. So the early trans activists did a remarkable job of making their movement look exactly like gay rights. I still won't absolve them of blame, those early activists, because all you had to do was scratch the surface and you could have seen that the two rights movements were absolutely not alike at all. But that is the problem, and that's what Robert Wintermute has said. Nobody looked too closely. They just got in this room. These people are saying, this is what we need. And they said, okay, this is what we're going to do for you. And off we go. So in that respect, no, I don't think nobody saw the attack, as far as I can tell, on the LGB in that room in Yogyakarta. I will say the first TERFs, the first trans exclusionary radical feminists, were the lesbians who noticed the attack on the lesbian community is actually twofold from trans rights. Because on the one hand, they noticed that they had these men, heterosexual men, so they're autogynephilic, paraphilic men, claiming to not just be women, but also claiming to be lesbians and invading the lesbian
totally
spaces.
agree with you,
And
Black
lesbians noticed this very early in the 1990s. But at the same time, it's the butch lesbians who are being sucked into this medical scandal and being sold transition as the cure for their extreme gender nonconformity and the prejudice that they experience in the world because they're very gender nonconforming. So the butch lesbians are being picked off one by one, having their breasts cut off, taking testosterone, and at the same time, autogynephilic men are invading the lesbian spaces. So you can be sure that the lesbians were the first ones to see how deeply homophobic and what an enormous attack on their community the madness of this modern trans rights movement really.
Yeah, it's a bunch of victims, right? Everyone is a victim. The whole alphabet are victims. And also the women, straight women, are also victims. The feminist woman, I mean the Karens and etc. All of them are so fucking victims. It's a society of victims. Who is not a victim in the society anymore, huh? Just a straight white male? What the fuck we are doing?
Really was. But no, at the institutional level, I don't think anybody noticed that because trans rights never went out there campaigning saying,
if everyone is a fucking victim, who is the culprit?
We're lesbians. They didn't say that. They said we're women. These men went out there saying trans women are women. And then you have to.
And what the fuck are you in this, all of this soup of letters? What the fuck are you then?
Kind of like do your own little, you got to like follow it to its logical conclusion. Okay, well then the heterosexual ones, that means that they're lesbians as well. And then there's a problem there, but they're not going out making that clear to everyone. So if you don't look too closely, and I was that person, I went along with trans women are women because I didn't think they meant literally women, and two, I just didn't look at it. I didn't see the harm. I was a busy stay-at-home mother. I wasn't very political. I didn't have time to like think through all of this madness, so I just went along with it. That's what most of us did.
If you like this clip, you should check out the full video and all the other great content we've got at Dad Saves America. So be sure to hit the like button, subscribe, and ring that bell so you won't miss our new stuff as it drops each week.
Yeah, I really don't know what to think about that. For me, she said some valid stuff regarding the story, the past and how that surged and everything. Yeah, I love to see how they are crying right now about the monster that they themselves helped to create and defend it for all this law. So I find that amazing, marvelous. But I mean, yeah, I'm not in favor of them. So, but yeah, it's lovely to see like they crying and now asking for help for the ones that they demonize the most. It's always so lovely to see. Yes, I love that. I just want to remind you guys to join our Discord server. You can do that by hopping on the link tree that is on your screen right now, or by the links in the description below. And there will also on the link tree, you'll also find many other ways of supporting Fox as well. Not just by being part of the amazing Foxes community, but also become a Patreon member yourself, or supporting a Foxo through Ko-Fi so we can fill this huge freaking bar so I can finally flee my fucking country for once and for all. Yeah. it's worth of her, correct? Say I don't know. I don't know, but I said anyway. Uh, yeah. What else? I think I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah. You can also like support folks by subscribe or give the sub some kick as well. If none of these show options are good for you, okay? And yeah, give me a moment, guys. I'll go to the kitchen and be right back.
I love intel flicking just a kitsune trying to make it. But every time I post a vid, they find a brand new way to break it. One rule today, another tomorrow. How am I supposed to know? They hit me with the warning label like, trust us, bro. I read the guidelines twice and twice again for luck, but somehow every upload still gets flagged for random stuff. Ask support a question, all I get's a copy paste. Feels like they built an endless maze designed to waste my days. Welcome to Vtubing, where the rules are made of fog, where they'll ban you for a whisper, but let giants break the law. I'm just a fox with a dream, but they keep moving the line, and they never tell you why. Just violation number 9, yeah, it's Vtubing, where fairness goes to die. It okay. Algorithms body shadow banned without a trace. I'm shouting into darkness, hoping someone sees my face. Every update feels like rolling dice inside a storm, and nothing's ever clear, just adhere to every norm. Heels go to nowhere like a message in the sea. They tell me thanks for reaching out and never answer me. I'd howl into the moonlight if I thought it'd change a thing, but all I get from Vtube is another hollow ping. Yeah, this is Vtube, where creators walk on glass, where transparency is fiction and consistency's the lab. Just a fox trying hard, tail sings from every strike, but they never show the proof. Just trust and take the hike. That's Vtube. Chaos dressed as oversight.
Okay, I'm back already. Okay, was fast. I let it play anyway. So I'm out of videos already, so let me search for something else for us to see. I will search for something.
Is the language and confusion is the stake. I'm just a fox who wants a chance, not judgment in the dark, but woke who keeps on shifting goalposts far beyond the mark. Yeah, it's woke too.
You are not ready for what I'm
British not skittish, my jolly good chap. British not skittish and done with this crap. British not skittish, break the noise from the nap to take you. For your skull a good rap, raise your pint lads in the back street. Pub below, flashing purple threads, dystopic window. The goal they created and couldn't control.
It is going to take us...
Such an own goal, vision chips on the lips. Labor cracking their whips. I say now have you all seen these sad selling clips? Bloody 1984 on the floor. Sad propaganda that's looking so poor they can't conceal you. Amelia, the natural appeal. You mean straight to the top and so real we can feel you. Amelia, you popped off the line between the darkest fear and what's yours and mine. We'll bring you Amelia, voice sounds like a fine, just inspiring your oblivious game design. Purple shadow recast, coronated our queen. Not meant to be base, but you came out clean to the ministry of truth. Lick it under the knife. The license to speak what's in plain sight. Who keeps the island when the tide turns a wine? Amelia, I feel you lead a path wide. Four boys will run from a thunderclap. British not skittish and done with this crap. Tried to shut it all down, but she ran a full lap. White fools left in chorus, the memes on tap. Look straight ahead now, stormtroopers don't dish.
Yeah, this is so probably the best that Skybrows did, I guess. I don't know, I think it was the best. I mean, there's like 2.2 million views. I don't think he has another that reached this much.
Charity, the difference between cruelty and clarity. Your homeland's yours, your task in hand. She's a base of gold, it's Amelia Brand. Now there's a million Amelias. Now there's a million Amelias. Goals the deal was revealed, yeah. I feel ya, I feel ya. This goal keeps it real, yeah. I feel ya, have me Amelia. I feel ya, I feel the deal, make it real, yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I just let the music finish since I was drinking water, you know. Um, Rip Buddha, the Nazi pug. Yes, I never got to know him in the Content Dankula videos. How long this bug died away already anyway? How long it has? How much time? Hello, Gramps. Hello, Gramps. Gramps. Hello, Gramps. Manga author dies after intense harassment by Chibi Reviews channel. Oh my god. Chibi Reviews channel. Let's watch it.
You are not ready for what I'm about to say to you and put on you, because this
8
is
years
honestly
ago.
one of
Oh
the
my god.
craziest things that I have discovered in a very long time.
That
Like, this
long?
is an actual nuke. Like, it's an extreme nuke. So, if you guys are aware, there is a new anime series called Yanni Neko, or Chainsmoker Cat in the English title, and basically, this is a series that is starting to make waves in the anime community for the last
Did some digging and discovered the creator of the Yanuneko was the victim of intense online harassment organized by a colleague from the same magazine in 2023. The colleague who wrote Satsudo, I have no idea which is it, was a fellow manga author that lost an award to Yoni Neko, which is who caused their harassment by making multiple fake accounts. Oh, just by envy. Pure envy. Fucking shit. Upon being discovered by the publisher, it caused mass backlash against the Setsudo author. The author that caused their harassment paid 1 million yen in compensation to the Yanineko author through an anonymous letter to settle the matter privately. Kodansha performed handwriting analysis, which matched Yukinaga's handwriting. Chichi Yukinaga, the author of Satsudo, went on hiatus for their manga in December 2023. Chichi Yukinaga had their death announced in March 2024. Oh my
last
god.
week and a half. However, prior to the anime announcement, prior to basically the recent conversation around Yanni Neko, there was drama and quite a scandal that surrounded the series a few years back. And basically, this new story is starting to become very
Oh, I see
relevant
mac and
thanks to the
cheese. Thank you.
popularity of the anime. And so we need to start from the very beginning. Basically, back in 2023, you had an offer of a manga
Yes,
called
Black Blade.
Satsudo. They went out of their way to be extremely upset and jealous because Yanni Neko in the same magazine got an award while their manga Satsudo did not. So the first thing that this manga offer decided to do was basically make multiple fake accounts to harass the offer online in any way they possibly can. And when they say multiple, I'm assuming like dozens upon dozens, and there's news stories that actually cover this. I cross-checked to confirm this is actually legit. There's multiple Japanese articles that cover this story. But the point of the matter is that the Satsudo offer started harassing the Yanni Neko offer anonymously with fake accounts. And as things started to heat up, eventually it was discovered that the, Satsudo manga offer was the one actually doing it. And as basically online discussion really started getting a lot worse and the Satsudo offer started getting into the crosshairs, eventually an anonymous letter was delivered to Kodansha's agency, basically the publishing company for Yanni Neko and Satsudo. This anonymous letter didn't have any name or anything on it. It just straight up basically said, I'm the one that did, the harassment and all that. It was me. I'm sorry. Here is 1 million yen, and I believe that converts into a few $1,000s, like $5,000 to $6,000. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments below.
Yeah,
but
it's
basically,
really
you have
crazy
an
mac and
anonymous letter
cheese.
that was delivering compensation for the damages or the overall heartache and mental instability that they were causing to the Yanni Neko offer. And so Kodansha's first impressions, instead of just leaving it at that, they decided to actually do handwriting analysis, and they cross-checked it with the Satsudo offer's handwriting, and they discovered that it was 100% the Satsudo offer's handwriting. So they caught the offer in terms of the one sending the letter and admitting to the crime that yes, they were the one harassing the offer after all the previous allegations that came out. And then once all that actually came out, basically, the manga of Satsudo went on hiatus in December of 2023, and then a few months passed, and it was announced in March of 2024 that the offer of Satsudo passed away. Now, I haven't looked too deep into that, but from my understanding, I'm going to assume it was the obvious conclusion, what was probably, what happened to the person, what they decided to do, and may they rest in peace. But I have honestly never seen a news story have such a domino effect where it just ruins your life. Like, this is honestly, these two comments here, which I'm going to leave this, is honestly a perfect representation.
I'm being very honest when I say that I will not be ever watching this anime. I just don't.
Of the events that unfolded. You start off by being extremely jealous and envious of a fellow colleague getting an award while your series doesn't, and eventually it spirals out of control to where your manga series goes on a hiatus, and eventually you just straight up die. This is such a crazy whiplash of a news story that I just don't even know how to process this properly, which is kind of why I'm even making this video, to kind of put my words and pieces together to really process it myself, because I couldn't believe this. I saw this post, by the way, that was blowing up, literally yesterday, and I was like, okay, is this legit? Or is this clickbait? Because obviously this is a Spanish account. I'm not saying that, this is fake or anything because they write it in Spanish, but I'm like, sometimes things can be, not properly conveyed, or it's lies or whatever. This is the online. So like I said, I decided to do some research, and yeah, this is a legit news story. This actually happened. I believe in my comment section, if I scroll down here, I believe someone actually posted a link to one of the articles, replying to another post. No, that's it. Yeah.
Doesn't even need to research for the actual news. People just bring the news here. He already became a magnet of the news by himself. Congrats, G.
Article about this from 2 years ago. Yeah, here's an archive of the article from 2 years ago. I don't know if it'll load. Oh, I guess the site's down. Right here. Yeah. Right, this one right here. The Setsudo will be canceled as a series. He has passed away. Yeah, you could see basically, yeah, there is news stories, there is a paper trail of this, of where all of it happened, but honestly, yeah, this is kind of my reaction. That is honestly wow. Like, I have never seen a self-destruction of this level. Like, this is self-destruction 100. Like, that's what this is. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, let's put this in perspective here. Imagine being the Yanni Neko offer, okay? And this happens to you, and then after all this, basically the person that harassed you and tried to ruin you, just, this happens to him. Like, I really wonder what the offer thinks. I really am curious on that. But, wow, what a spiral of events that I wanted to share this because this was honestly a fascinating news story. I mean, I know this isn't technically like new news, but this is obviously resurfacing because this is something that not a lot of people are aware of. And since Yanni Neko is blowing up and becoming an extremely popular anime recently, you know, it's very clear that this is going to be really relevant to the conversation. Like basically the beginning of the series.
Quite
to
some
where we're
time I
at
don't
now.
see him.
Now, with that being said, I think I'm going to leave it at that. If you enjoy my content and you would like to see more of it, please subscribe. And I would also once again like to apologize for the echo with the video. I'm still adjusting things. I haven't got everything fully unboxed yet, so I do apologize for that. But I will try to fix that very soon. And if you know,
Yeah,
the
I
echo
remember
still
he
persists,
saying
I'll
me
buy
that
some form of
he's telling me that.
soundproofing where I could put on the walls and stuff. But
Hello, Bupella.
anyways, I love you guys. Be safe, stay healthy. Chibi out.
What to say? Very weird story, but I mean, it's not that much strange when you think that Japan, like, there's people unaliving themselves left and right for the most. I'm not saying this was stupid, okay, but I mean, I still think it is, but you can find literally people doing the same thing for even more nonsense stuff, even more simple stuff than you're actually seeing right now. That's really crazy. It's this shit's so crazy. How they value their own lives like so little like that. It doesn't make any sense to me. With that said, putting that aside, like nothing's gonna make me watch this anime. Okay, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. All this story, like I will not watch this anime. I will not. Okay. Holy shit. It's not for me. It's not something for me. Like, if you can watch this, like, go ahead. But I'm definitely not watching this at all. Just want to remind you guys, join your Discord server. You can do that by hopping on the link tree that is on your screen right now or on the description below. And there you'll find many other amazing links, such as my socials, not only the Discord, and also like the Patreon link and the Ko-Fi link as well, so you can support Fox to fuel my goal bar of escaping Brazil. Yes, help me out. And you can also hop on the Kick string link so you can support me by subscribing or gifting subs as well. And that's it. And let's go to the next one. And I'm not watching this anime. Yeah, I cannot emphasize that more. Mundani Empties 15 NIC. It's not NIC. How do I read this? And I think it's NIC really. Jails, then 20k illegals, 10,000 illegals wipe out Chinatown. What the fuck? NYC, MIC? Okay, NYC. NYC, okay. Mandani empties 15 NYC jails, then 20,000 illegals wipe out Chinatown. Oh my god. By Cat's Jar channel. Damn.
To ensure that we can put our city back on the path that the city council voted for.
But he says he's doing what he can in the meantime to make the city's jail system safer and smaller.
And smaller is exactly the name of the game because the city was just able to close part of Rikers Island, a notorious jail at a time when criminal activity is reaching levels never seen before, taking over sidewalks and businesses, overwhelming the police. While the mayor himself takes aim at America on the 250th birthday of our country, a country he's proud to have recently become a citizen of that he also says has been rigged since its very inception.
How much money does somebody make here on Canal Street selling fake Gucci?
I sell in 2 months. I make 20,000.
Why can't I videotape you on the street? Do you know the First Amendment?
United States is looking like China now, selling false products.
You're posting it online. You're not supposed to do that.
Why?
That's illegal.
You're not supposed to sell illegal.
That's illegal. That's illegal. Illegal.
On the streets of New York City.
But the bigger issue is that the city's current jail population is around 6,500 prisoners. The 4 new borough-based jails designed to replace Rikers will only hold 4,000 prisoners.
America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit.
This is ridiculous. I think it's insane.
This goes on
Please just shut the fuck up.
almost a mile, maybe 2 miles sometimes, left and right.
As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, who tell our children that we live on stolen land or that our heroes were oppressors,
We live on stolen. What the
they're
fuck?
doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future.
Right, let's shut down our jails and let criminals do whatever they want, go wherever they want, no consequences whatsoever. And while the mayor says doing this makes our city safer, nobody in favor of these ideas is able to explain how letting criminals hang out on the streets by the businesses and people they might be accosting does any of that, because it doesn't. But as we just heard from the mayor, on the 250th birthday,
They can't explain because there is no plausible explanation. Everything that they try to explain will sound retarded.
of our country, this is an unjust place, which apparently has always been run by and for the powerful, even though the people who started it fled the powerful King of England and his regime. But now there's a new regime in the capital of capitalism, and it's got big plans. And they're not good plans. In fact, nothing the mayor has done recently since he got into office has been a win for New Yorkers. Every single initiative has had more of a cost to it than whatever the benefit supposedly is. Take, for example, the idea of frozen rents, which might mean some
I guess I will start to talk like this too and look like him. Wow, would you guys like that? Or will you guys not like that? Oh, well, how do you think about that, huh, guys?
New Yorkers get a 0% rent increase on their $800 apartments instead of the 1% increases they were paying in the
Oh,
past,
God,
which is
please
just going to
no.
force their landlords to jack up rents on their free market apartments and their commercial storefronts, which means your rent might be frozen, but now your boss might make less money, and now your grocery store might make less money, which means the costs for everything you want to pay for and the amount of money entering your paycheck are gonna go down because your rent can't. And this idea of shutting down jails, who exactly does that benefit? Allegedly, it benefits criminals, who the people running this place don't think should be in jail at all because they're not criminals. They're victims of an unfair society run by oppressors. But the problem with this view is if you're gonna reward
But
criminals,
you know what? People clearly like that. Look at the amount of views that this shit has. Oh my god. People clearly like that shit.
behavior with unlimited freedom and zero consequences, how is that going to convince those who do the wrong thing to change their ways? Well, it doesn't, and that brings us to the real reason. New York City is in a lot of trouble. If you're going to do everything you can to protect criminals and embolden them, you're going to reap what you sow. And this is happening every day on the streets of our city, which are being taken over by illegal marketplaces where stolen products are sold in broad daylight and nobody lifts a finger to stop it, which explains why
You live on stolen land, but here I am selling like literally stolen brands to you. But yeah, we don't talk about
can't
that.
buy anything from CVS anymore without someone unlocking it, even if it's a pretzel. And who pays for all of this? Well, that would be the law-abiding, who are the ones subsidizing crime in a city they believe is run by folks who care about them. But watch this next clip and tell me if that's really the case.
Buckets full. Now this is an area where me and my cameraman got jumped by a mob of these fraudsters, and then to my surprise I see the man once again here on Canal Street.
Oh, I wouldn't have the courage that Nick Shelley is doing. Clearly, he will not be protected by the law enforcers of the United States. someone will like. I think it's so easy to someone on a live hand in the middle of that, and like nothing happens. Like for example, with the shouted cook thing, like it would be probably the same thing.
Or been arrested by the feds.
Oh, that's crazy.
Wait, no way. That guy got arrested by ICE, and now he's back.
Yeah, he's back. That's crazy.
I remember you. Why?
I'm a businessman and I have my own family.
A businessman.
I have 7 kids in America, and you taking a recording at me for illegal.
Because you're doing stuff illegal?
No, you doing an illegal thing, posting at my picture online and my video to make money. That's what you're doing. That's how you live in your life.
You're filming me right now.
Yes, because that's how, I'm not posting you online, but you posting me online to make money. That's how you live in your life. I don't live my life like that.
This is called journalism.
I have a restaurant.
Yes, that's what the news does.
And I do business. I sell food all day. Me and my wife. It's a family business.
And why do you?
So he sells food all day, but every time Nick Shirley goes to Canal Street in New York City, he just happens to find this individual on the streets in New York City selling things that are illegal, counterfeit goods on the exact same street corner where he apparently actually is all day. Isn't that interesting? Now, what's fascinating about this is this same individual ended up getting arrested. But obviously, things transpired in a way that has allowed him to remain in the country. And that's what's so crazy about this. We're being told by people like New York City's mayor that we need to release as many criminals as possible because this country is run by people who want to just deport everybody. But here this guy is. He's still on the streets. America's got laws. And whatever those laws are, however they are interpreted by a judge, the Trump administration is following them. But you know who's not following any of their own laws? The people that run New York City, because they're allowing folks to sell stuff on the streets in an illegal manner all the time, and it is absolutely wreaking havoc on the local businesses that are here. You cannot run a business if there are so many people selling things outside of your business that nobody can physically get inside. Meanwhile, the amount of money the city is losing because it won't enforce its own laws is absolutely insane. Watch this.
This goes almost a mile, maybe 2 miles sometimes, left and right, northwest, east, south. And the city council recently released a report that if these areas were being taxed, New York City would have $1 billion back in its pockets. And you wonder why we have a budget deficit.
That's crazy.
It's because open air criminality like this and fraud happening on American streets is not penalized, and it's not the cops' fault. The cops have arrested some of these people 15, some of them 19 times. It's the politicians' fault. They will not pass legislation that criminalizes this behavior.
In fact, they recently passed legislation that decriminalized this behavior, which is why it's now everywhere. People are no longer arrested and put in jail for breaking the law like this. You can have a...
But don't worry, like, I'm so used to that. Like, my country always, like, releasing criminals left and right. Even more when you are close to Christmas, because they release them too, so the criminals can stay. Like, you guys will not believe that, but my president, he release criminals here, and the Supreme Court and whatever, like, near the Christmas, so they can stay the Christmas with their families. Do you believe that? They release criminals into the street. To allow them to pass the Christmas with their family members. Do you understand how crazy shit that is?
Boatload of counterfeit.
So every fucking Christmas, when we were supposed like to be very safe with our loved ones, you know, it's the time of the year that people are most robbed. Everyone is afraid to go on the street because people are being robbed left and right because all the criminals are. Not all, but a lot of them, like a lot of them are being released on the streets with the excuse to stay on Christmas with their parents, you know, or with their families or wives or whatever.
Goods coming out of a van, selling it on every sidewalk in an entire neighborhood, violating all kinds of laws, and nothing happens. You don't even need a permit to do this anymore. The worst the city can do is come along and give you a fine. And if these people are making $3,000 to $5,000 a day, the fine is inconsequential to them. There is no fine that is going to stop this type of behavior. They are making so much money. And now the reason this is such a big disaster in New York City is because it has become the hot spot for this kind of thing. There are many people who flock to this area just to buy stuff off the street. Now, has this always happened in New York? Yes, but you've got miles of this madness going on. It used to never be this prevalent, but now it is. And I guess if you're gonna run New York City and you're gonna decriminalize everything, it's not a big deal if you shut down the jails. There's nobody in them anyways, and you're just paying to keep the lights on.
You got 5 pictures here.
Okay, but I'm asking you, is this not you, and is that not your rap sheet?
No, that's not me.
So
mine's right there. Yeah. So this is different people in there.
Okay, well, keep going.
So what do you?
Is that I just asked you.
You guys have nothing better to do. You
There
want
is
to sit
rap
over here.
So you just let me just go
Of course. Of course. Where?
I'm asking you if this is your picture and this is your rap sheet. That's a question.
That's from Homeland Security right
Dog,
there.
that is a rap sheet long enough to track me, and you're saying you're here not breaking any
You know
laws?
how long I've been in America?
I'm asking you. This is a question, then you answer that part.
Over here, bro. What are you talking about?
Is this your track record?
No, that's not
Okay,
mine. No.
interesting,
Okay.
interesting. So this is all false.
What's your name,
The
then?
Department of Homeland
Whoa.
Security is
Okay,
making
so
false
what's your
statements.
name?
Interesting.
My name's Nick Shirley. What's your name?
My name is Spike Mohammed. Mamadou. Yeah.
So that's not. Can you film that? That's not your track sheet.
No.
That's not your rap sheet. This is false.
That's his picture.
Then we'll serve a correction.
Yeah, bro.
Right? We'll
No,
send the
bro,
Department of
bro,
Homeland Security.
no.
If this is false,
So what's crazy about this is the people that are out
That
on the street
shit's so ass.
working at an illegal market, running an illegal market, which they're at every single day. It's not like that's the only thing they're up to. They are involved in allegedly a whole bunch of different crimes. It's not just that they're selling stuff on the street that is illegal and is totally counterfeit. There's other stuff going on as well. And what's crazy about this is we're told that decriminalizing behavior and closing jails makes our city safer. But the reality of the situation is that it just emboldens people. It tells people that, hey, if you can get away with this level of crime, maybe the next level's achievable. And maybe
Exactly. It's exactly what I said in last Cash Jordan video. Like they get more confident as each crime they do, and the next one will be a bit worse, and the next one will be a bit worse. They are always testing the ground up into where they can go without being whether it's still gonna be worth for them to keep doing that. And what they realize very soon fast is that there is no cap. They could keep increasing that because they will not be arrested for literally anything. So they can rape, they can murder, they can literally do any shit that they want. They will not ever receive accountability for that. And that's what they end up realizing. And that's why we see all the bullshit that we see. People being stabbed on the street and randomly stabbed on the street and things like that, And things like that because they allow this to escalate to such situation. There is no law enforcement,
maybe the next level's achievable, and maybe the next level's achievable because there's no consequence at any of these levels. And that's a big disaster. That's hurting the legitimate companies. Look, right here, where this whole thing is happening, you have retail for lease. Right here, you have an abandoned storefront. Why is there nobody running that storefront? Well, why would you run it? The people outside your storefront are making thousands of dollars a day, and your rent is tens of thousands of dollars a month for that storefront. You wouldn't open it. You would be stupid to do that. You're going to be put out of business by people on the sidewalk paying no rent who are never asked to leave.
Tonight, a crackdown on the sale of counterfeit merchandise in Chinatown. NYPD raids near Canal, Hester, and Mulberry Streets led to 17 arrests and collected $150 million in merchandise.
Oh.
Officers recovered watches, jewelry, perfume, sunglasses, and plenty of knockoffs of other kinds.
Wow.
Police also recovered $145,000 in cash.
Wow, $145,000. You know why this doesn't get a lot
Wow.
of attention? Because every single news organization in New York City knows that the day after this takes place, all the criminal activity is going to come right back. And it did after ICE was famously down there on the streets of Canal Street and they arrested the individual who's now back and says he has a restaurant and he's never actually there. After that happened, within 24 hours, everybody was back. Why? Because the risks do not outweigh the rewards at all. And I know that they said they just made 17 arrests, but think to yourself, why are people getting arrested if the act of selling things on the street has been decriminalized? Well, what happens is they're stopping people, they're identifying people who all have ID and are able to identify themselves, and they're figuring out that these people have long rap sheets and that some of these people have outstanding warrants. And if somebody is selling things illegally on the street and they have a warrant for some other heinous crime, they're supposed to be in court, they never showed up, there's an arrest warrant for them, that person then gets arrested. So the people they're taking off the streets did something else in addition to breaking all of the laws you see being exposed in these videos. And that's what's just so wild. It's all allowed, it's all encouraged, people are emboldened. But if it's your view that all of this is taking place in a country that is evil and is wrong and is run by criminals, what's the big deal?
As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions.
Oh my goodness.
We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
Crap out.
One where children go
Didn't
to sleep
we listen
hungry,
to this earlier
while the
today?
world's first trillionaire hungers for more.
What?
We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections.
Isn't the same bullshit that
We see
they
mass
said on the
agents
last video?
terrorizing our streets,
This part, at
eating
least?
food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans.
Oh, none of what he's saying here is true. First of all, I would like to know the names and the families of all the children that he's talking about who are going to sleep hungry in his city, because you know what? The US government and even New York has extremely generous programs that provide free food for everybody. They were even giving out prepaid debit cards to folks who just arrived in New York and got off a bus from the southern border and weren't even supposed to be here. So don't tell me that this is a city or a country that is allowing people to go to sleep hungry. That is not happening. Also, these unmarked vans that are spiriting people away after ICE agents allegedly go to some restaurant that's run by people that aren't supposed to be here. What was the name of that restaurant? When did that happen? These are not real examples. This is just hyperbole being used to justify attacks on our country, to say that it's not great, to say that it's a terrible place, to say that it needs to be destroyed and remade in a completely new image that has absolutely nothing to do with our history on America's birthday of the 250th anniversary of our country, which is an incredible country, which isn't any of the false statements we just heard.
Our rights here given to us by the God who made us, and those rights shall not be infringed.
Right.
Americans believe in self-reliance. We look at success with envy not, and I say that.
Right.
Some people are envious and some people are not. We are not, but with admiration, and we earn it, and we will always earn it, and we will always respect it. We are an incredible, good, kind, and generous people, always ready to help a friend or a neighbor in need. No one has ever given more to charity.
I already said what you guys need to do with New York, right? I already give the hint like long ago. It's not from even from today. Like you separate like the New York as a parallel country. You take that out of you consider United New York as in an invading country, you know, and then you take that by force using the army, and then you reinstate New York as part of United States again. That wouldn't be wrong, though. That wouldn't even be wrong, you know. You consider it all of them as a threat, like a threat nation. You take them away from United States as a state, you know. You just consider them as a state, and consider them an enemy nation, and then you take like military necessary actions against it, you know, and then you retake it as a state again.
Charity ended more hunger, cured more disease, or done more.
It's simple. It's simple like that. It's really simple like that. He just gotta want to do that.
More to uplift humanity than Americans, and no country ever will be able to match it.
Yet if you listen to the communists, this is a totally rigged system. But Trump brings up something very interesting here. Now, you and I were watching this video, and we hear the president say things like, we're not envious of the success of others. And how many of you get up every single day and see somebody who's doing better than you financially and just hate that person and want to punish them and wish that they were locked up and view them as like, we don't think that way. We aren't out there looking at Elon Musk and saying, oh, gee, this guy, oh, man, every day I get up and just hate the fact that he has money. That's my money. Like, we're not doing that. And to put this into perspective, I started doing New York City real estate in 2008. That's the same
the
year
leftoids are the
Brian
ones that do
Serhant
that.
started.
They are the one always fueled with their souls fueled of envy, of petness, of petulance, of madness, of narcissism, you know, all of those evil and bad stuff, like their souls are filled to the top, all of it, with all of these horrible feelings. We are not the ones that think like that, like we are not. Like that's really crazy. Like I see a friend succeeding. Like I'm give myself as an example. Like I bet like most of you guys are like that too. You see a friend or a parent or I don't know, or your loved any loved one of yours, you see anyone succeeding and to just look at them. Oh wow, nice. You even find that motivating something. Not only you get happy for them, but you even get motivated sometimes. Like oh I got improved too and something like that. You see that as a nice example to be followed. And I mean, it's not always, but at the very least, you feel happy for what these people accomplished. But they don't work like that. They are not brainy like that. They get envy for other people's success. It can be someone that likes them. Somebody, that's the most crazy thing. It's someone that most of the times in their heads they think that that person actually likes them, but all that person is feeling is it's being envy. It's being like greedy about what they conquered. It's like feeling that that person acquired that through lucky or they were unworthy of acquiring that. That's real crazy. This is not the feelings that people here have in any way, shape, or form. It's always the same usual people. It's always from the very same side. It's incredible how it's always them. It's always them.
Started doing real estate.
If they are literally like being left, like being Democrat should be considered being a religion. I talked about that before. An evil religion. Being a commie should be considered being a tyrannic religion, the devil's religion, like be satanic or some shit like that, and should be punished with murder. With unalivement, with death sentence. It should be terminally prohibited because it spreads like a cancer. It kills everything, rots everything to the core that it touches.
Estate. Now he is
that's how it should be treated.
The most successful real estate agent in the entire country. We started at the same time. I obviously made very different decisions than he made. So did everybody else who started at the exact same time. Does that mean he didn't earn it? Does that mean he's not working hard? Does that mean he's not smart? Does that mean he doesn't know how to grow business? Absolutely not. He deserves all the success that he has. But the reason communists don't think like that is because they believe that the game is rigged, and that's what they've been teaching people, which is why the people that live in New York were able to elect a mayor who says these things.
In their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom. We're not all.
What are you talking about?
America, if you ask them,
the fuck
becomes
are you talking
less
about?
the more people it welcomes.
What are you talking about?
America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit.
It's always the same old fucking disgusting narrative of us against them. Everyone's tired of this bullshit. How they still eat that shit? How they keep eating that shit and commit the same mistake over decades? Like, what the fuck is going wrong? What the fuck?
Us?
How
what
small
is he talking
they are.
About?
How weak. How unoriginal. At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another.
Which is what this is.
Division is the oldest trick in politics and the cheapest. But time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress.
I mean, the only...
Those forces of division have been vanquished. Fuck.
The only division that any of us see is a guy who gets up and says that this country is unfair, it's run by oppressors, success is wrong, it should all be taken away, the government should run everything, what you have should be given to somebody. I mean, that's as divisive as you could possibly get. But oh no, it's the people that have been running America for 250 years that are all about divisiveness and division.
Americans honor excellence. We admire boldness. We respect ambition. We are a nation of dreamers and believers, warriors and explorers, doers and fighters. In every human endeavor, Americans see an unfinished competition. What is strong can be made stronger. What is fast can be made faster. What is great can be made greater than ever before, and that's what's happening with America. Show us a mountain, and we'll just climb it. Show us an ocean, and we'll just cross it. Show us a problem, and we will just solve it.
But the question that I have is, if that's true, if America's really as bad as the communists are telling us, why do they all want to come here and take it over? Why don't they take over some other country that's not as bad and terrible as America is? And why are we so prosperous in America? Why does every single person in America live better than people do in other countries and in other parts of the world? It's because we have capitalism. It's because capitalism lifts everybody out of poverty. Capitalism can feed the world, but communism can't feed anybody. What do you?
What's really more crazy is that more and more, every fucking country in the world is getting themselves even further away from capitalism. And when I say capitalism, like I say the true capitalism. Oh, I know I'm looking like those communists saying that the real communism wasn't implemented. I know that, but by that I mean that we don't have actually like a capitalism. Even in the supposedly most capitalist country in the world, which is US, capitalism has not been happening lately, you know? Because guess what? Big bad corpos, like huge freaking corpos dominated by the usual ones, you know, the ones that guys know very well. Yeah, those ones. They are fucking oligarchies that not only got to reach that position, but still get to stay there because they have the unrestricted support of government to stay there. This is not capitalism. This is not fucking capitalism. You know that. You guys know that. You don't do capitalism by prohibiting your competitors to have the same chance of getting their corporations bigger than you. You don't do capitalism when you have like a few amount of companies like meeting each other to combine like shady prices, like for example the run usage, and stuff like that. That creates a fake scarcity of material. That's not capitalism. That's not fucking capitalism. So yeah, the true capitalism actually doesn't exist, at least not that I'm aware of. And like, if that is happening in the supposedly best capitalist in the world, that is US, then, oh hell, we have a huge problem then, because we are not actually living in a capitalist society anymore, in my opinion. Not as it was meant to be perfectly. Because obviously, because we allow that, because the ones that should be regulating all this shit allow that to happen. Obviously, yeah. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me this crazy fox is wrong then, huh? Tell me I'm wrong. And that's it. I just want to remind you guys to join our Discord server. You can do that by getting on the link tree that it's on your screen on the description below. Or the menu others that are there as well. But if you go to the link tree, you'll also find all my socials, including not only the Discord server, so you'll become an amazing foxling, but also you'll find my Patreon link, my Ko-Fi link as well, so you can support Foxu. And if none of these two are a good option, you can also consider subscribing on Kick platform. That helps a lot, or gifting a lot, like dropping a lot of gifted subs as well. That also helps. Foxu gotta fill this huge bar below, so I can flee my fucking horrible shithole of country. That is, yeah. I'm counting with you guys on that. And I know it's a kind of huge freaking goal, but it is what it is. Foxu gotta move out because things are getting real insane here. Real insane. And I can't be in any way, shape, or form here, like, until the elections. Like, I need to vanish from here before elections. Things will go really insane here on the elections. I don't want to be here. And yeah, I'm going as fast as I can. So thank you, all of you guys, for watching me up until this very moment. I appreciate all of you, my dear. Oh my god. What? I'm sorry. I appreciate all of you, my dear Fluxlings, here with me for all this long. Thank you for the amazing support that you guys gave me today. I will try to. I would try to do streams more often. I would try to do streams more often. I'm avoid saying the country I'm going to, guys. Like I said to some people already, but oh god, I feel bad that people ask me. I feel bad for not telling, but it's just like I just think it's better to not talk. But okay, all right. So thank you everyone for having watched me for all this long. Thank you for your support. You guys are amazing. I will look. I will. Oh well, hell, there is no one to me to raid. Let me search on the category. Oh, thank you, Gramps. Thank you very much for 1 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Very much. I wasn't expect for that and near the end of this tree. I will look for someone in the category of the tubers to rate because there is no one that I know online. I mean, I follow all the ones that I know, like, and oh, I see a lot of people here that I'm still. Oh, wait, I'm not following of the Fatash. Oh, wait, why I'm not following? What? Let me see other ones. Yeah, there is of the Fatash already. Yeah, I'll just read off the. I think I will read off the Fatash. Yeah, I will not search for too much long. There's too many people here. Oh, people don't sleep. Okay, guys, thank you for watching me all this long. I will let you guys with Ofted Fatash. I hope you guys enjoyed the whatever she is doing there, and having a good night, everyone. I really wanted to do another live stream tomorrow. I mean, I'm trying to increase the number of live streams. Because obviously, like, not only because I will not be able to do live streams once I get there, because I'll have to do a lot of stuff, bureaucracy stuff once I hit there. So I would disappear for a while. So that's why I will also do more. I'm trying to do more streams more often as well. But also I need to fill this fucking huge bar so I can breathe a little better, you know, and not like be like. No, I'll not say that. I'll not say that. I bet you guys imagined already. Okay, oh my god, I misclicked another shit. Oh my god. Yeah. Alright. I'm muted? I'm muted? Okay. Oh, have a good night, everyone. I'm sorry that I'm saying so much stuff. Oh my god, what's going on with me? I wonder if it's gonna work like this. Why is it so difficult? Why everyone has always these difficult names? Oh my god, so difficult names. Bye bye, guys.